Hello, anyone talking in here today at the moment?
I've been idle for 2 hours. I haven't talked yet.
You're talking now.
Yes, sir.
You're forming complete sentences. Go ahead. Any shred of evidence empirically that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space? Go ahead. Anybody? Bueller? You're not coming through, man. If you're trying to talk, I see you lighting up, but your light's on, but I can't hear what you're saying. As I butcher Pink Floyd. Looking through the list. Anybody else new here? Got any questions, comments, concerns? Speculation Sunday. People can speculate, make up stories. That's how we got the globe. They made up a big story and they did a bunch of math, basically. A little more to it than that, but that's the nuts and bolts of it. Everybody thinks they're on a ball because people looked at the sky with telescopes and did math and made up stories. Somebody prove me wrong. Looks like no globe defenders on here at the moment. Early 9 a.m. here in central USA, Kentucky. Gonna be a pretty day. Around 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Not sure what that is in Celsius for you Celsius users, but pretty day, no rain. The sun, whatever it is, will be in the sky pretty much most of the day. See, it comes up over here in the east, and I watch it move across the sky, and it goes away to over in the west. So that means I'm on a ball, right? Gotcha.
He said he's been through it already, but I don't think there's been a satisfactory answer to your question. Why would we use a celestial sphere if the Earth is flat? And are the stars going under the Earth like he asked? That's a great question.
Yeah,
No, it's how we figure out where we're at. We give a star, certain stars in celestial navigation at a certain time, a geographical location. There's an almanac that you can look this up in. And this is how you know where you are on the ground.
No, I
underneath
get that.
the-
I get that. But like, let's say if we take the model
So
from Shane, just wait a second.
how else
Jesus.
would you know where you were
Wait
if you
a
couldn't
second.
look at the
Stop
stars?
spazzing. I'm asking a specific question. If you look at the model from Shane Saint-Pierre and Alan the Space Bear, it's a celestial hemisphere, right? It's not a full sphere. So I'm
They turn it
asking.
into a celestial sphere because
bro.
we've got two rotational points. We've got a south and a north, and we have a north celestial sphere and a south celestial sphere, and somebody stuck them together and made a ball out of it, and that's your globe.
Right, so maybe we shouldn't be saying celestial sphere, but celestial hemisphere.
It's just how it appears. It's irrelevant.
No, it doesn't appear to me like it's a sphere because I don't see the whole sphere.
When you stand at the equator, it can give that impression.
This is a
so
real
what's
flaw.
special about the equator? The equator is just a circle on Earth. Why would I suddenly see a sphere, but when I'm standing at my latitude, which is whatever it is, 46?
Because when you look to one side, there's an apparent rotation, and then you look to the other side, there's an apparent rotation.
That's not answering his question. If it's a celestial sphere, where is part of the and the Earth is supposedly flat inside of it? Are the stars underneath the flat Earth there?
No, the stars are in the sky. They never go underneath your feet. The Earth is not a globe. You're just seeing what appears to be a celestial sphere in the sky, but the ground is measured flat.
So when you go and you see the southern southern stars and the above the south, is there a south pole in your model then?
No, it's not about models. It's is there a south pole in reality?
There's a south pole in the sky. I can see one.
So that would be the point over the Earth where.
No, you're assuming that.
Well, the North Pole, for example, is underneath Polaris, right? It directly translates the celestial sphere to the terrestrial sphere, so that
you're translating it.
90 degrees at the zenith.
I'm not making that physical transform.
I'm saying if celestial navigation works, then it must be a spherical Earth, and that's how people discovered this thousands of years ago.
No,
or at least
it doesn't at all.
Sorry, but discovered this thousands of years ago. What?
Well, the modern navigation that we have, where you're not just using stars to determine a bearing, you're using the almanac, you're using calculations of spherical trigonometry to calculate your actual latitude and longitude.
Not thousands of years. The spherical trigonometry translation only came into effect in the late.
That's why I said
1800s.
a few hundred years ago, we were able.
Yeah, a few hundred. It's called the Haversine formula. Don't say it was thousands of years.
Right, but we still observe.
Come on, are you actually being honest, or are you just trying to defend the position because it's deflating your ego or something? Are you here to learn? Why are you doing this?
This is something that people, like you agree.
Not thousands of years. Correct yourself, so I can feel better about the conversation and know that you're in good faith.
The Greeks doing astronomy?
Oh, God's sake!
What was that question?
The Greeks were doing astronomy. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody was doing astronomy.
The shape of the Earth
was the Earth a sphere when they were doing this astronomy?
The Earth has always been a sphere.
Yeah.
No, when they
that's
were
not
doing the
correct.
measurements.
The anti-steel mechanism was made because
All
it
right,
was
Brandon, you
steel.
need to stop getting emotionally involved, dude. I do like you, but don't jump in now, please.
I'm not emotional.
All right, then don't jump in then,
Okay, I will. Okay, fine.
because I
Tell me
will
when I
literally
can
just
then.
ask you for the spherical reference of the ancient Greeks, and it won't be anything to do with navigation. And like I was pointing out to this gentleman, the only spherical navigation came into effect about 200 years ago. The invention of the Haversine formula, right?
Yeah, and timepieces. We needed accurate timekeeping to determine longitude.
Yeah, accurate time, yes. More accurate time. And an equation for translation.
Yes, there's some evidence that people were doing
Utilize a flat Earth,
even
measure a
long-
flat Earth, and then translate it to a coordinate system, and you think we live on the coordinate system.
Yes, I think that celestial navigation is proof of a globe, but we're just going.
No, it's like I'm trying to point it out to you, right? The celestial sphere is conceptual, right? It's based upon how you, the observer, with your eyes and the angle of those light from the stars enter your eyes, like with inside a protractor, for example. There's no actual curvature in the skies. It's how the light's coming into your single point from inside that radius, right? No curvature, dude. You also from a horizontal plane. It's just lucky that we can use these things in the sky to navigate. They're quite predictable, right? Especially if you've got better timepieces, like you said.
Wouldn't
Well
we
done.
have a different model then? Wouldn't we have a different model of
No,
navigation?
like, dude, like, you're trusting this idea that what? Wouldn't we have a better one? Wouldn't we know the Earth was flat? Wouldn't everybody be fucking singing Hallelujah Kumbaya? No, we're in the situation that we are, and this is a spherical coordinate system. Just pointing it out that it's a spherical coordinate system and that it's translated from measurements of a flat Earth.
It's translated from specific locations, like you said. You have a hemispherical sort of perspective and a particular position on the Earth, because that's the way our eyes work. We rotate around. It's just geometry, right? So if you assume that all the stars that the relative altitude of any particular star is irrelevant because the relative positions of the stars stay the same. We have the same constellations we've always had, right? Those movements are so slow compared to
No,
our
you can't
history
measure
and
it.
like,
That's the
you
whole
know,
point. It's never been measured.
those movements are not relevant because the positions of the stars are the same. We have a celestial sphere. So we if you have a celestial sphere, you have a north pole and a south pole that correspond to positions on a spherical Earth.
Globe has ever
How
been
can you
measured
explain
or
the
detected.
southern stars circling around the southern
Do you believe
celestial
the globe's
pole?
ever been measured?
When you look south,
Okay, who measured
you
it?
see the celestial
Okay, who measured it?
southern star.
Hold on.
Right?
Which one?
When I'm at the North Pole, and I travel
No, none of
180
them
degrees
measured it.
from that north, and I want to go south. That's
No, you
obviously in
tell me.
any
You think
direction
yes,
away
it's
from
been
that North
measured.
Pole,
Who
right?
measured it? How?
Yes.
Okay.
On both
Now, please,
Okay, so you
if
don't
I've
know.
got
You don't know
another
that it's ever been
South
measured
Pole
then.
somewhere on the floor, the flat
No, it
Earth,
can't be measured.
will
There is no
all of
globe.
those 180 degrees away from that north end me up at that other pole?
All right, okay, just post the measurement.
On a spherical Earth, all of those.
No, on a flat Earth. I didn't say on a spherical Earth. I said on a flat
How
Earth.
do you
On
measure
flat
a
Earth, they
globe
take you
that doesn't
in
exist?
different directions. They take you
Cool.
radially.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Well,
So there would only be
who
one
measured
direct
the
line
Earth
connecting
to
the
be
two
a
poles,
curved
wouldn't there?
spinning ball?
Right, but
That's
that's
what you would
not what
need.
we observe.
Okay. Really?
Why are you
Show
guys
me a
confused about
traversal
it? You're the
following
one
every
saying it
single
is
line
a
of
globe and it
longitude
has been
away
measured.
from the
Why are
North
you now
Pole,
asking
ending
me
up
how
in
you
the
can
South
measure
Pole.
it?
Without
Okay,
changing
so
direction.
post the measurement.
When
Post the measurement then.
that's what I'm trying to get at. If you are looking
Well,
south
which
from
measurement are
any of
you
those lines of
Which
longitude, you
measurement do
could
you
be
believe
in
exists?
South America, you could be in Australia.
So when I
and you
sorry,
look
what?
south.
No, okay,
And you
so
look
not by
Yeah, but
measurement.
that's because I'm looking south.
Right. If you're looking south on
Yeah,
a
so
flat
don't be
Earth,
surprised that when I look south, I'm going to see the things that you're going to talk about in a minute because they're in the south when I look
If
south,
the Earth
aren't
is
they?
a ball,
So
then
when
you
But
we
can't
are in
measure
these
it.
positions and we look south, which is towards this place, we're all going to see this fucking
All right,
place.
okay,
No
so no
shit.
one's
We're
measured
all
a
looking
globe
towards
then,
it.
you're agreeing, yeah?
with all due respect, we're just having a conversation here. Don't get too angry on me.
Yeah, it's funny to me, dude.
You've never,
don't take
you,
it
you don't know of anyone who's ever
Please.
measured a globe, and yet you're
Right.
convinced
So
it's a
I'm
globe.
just trying to
You've
get
never
this
seen it.
across
You've
that
never seen it.
like you just said,
You've
if
never seen
you
a
are
measurement of a
traveling
spinning ball.
south on a flat Earth on any line of longitude, you're traveling farther
Wow.
apart.
Okay,
But
great. Who measured that?
in celestial navigation, you end up traveling back to the same point, which is the
I can
southern pole.
calculate
What is
slight
the
convolution of
pole?
terms. Do you remember
It's just
I was
theory,
trying to
an imagined
explain the
theoretical
concept
calculation.
of
It's not a measurement.
two souths?
Okay, so because something
Okay,
is a
two
theoretical
souths.
calculation.
Yeah, do you
Okay.
remember there was the one with
Correct.
the pole in the
Correct. Yeah,
floor
that's why it's called
because we had two poles. One
theoretical.
was called north,
That's why it's
that's
called
underneath a
I don't
thing
know
in
how
the sky, the
stupid you
celestial
sound.
north,
Something that
and
you
the
can
other pole in the
Well,
ground, the
you're
south,
you're well,
underneath the
you're
celestial
saying
south.
this
Two
theoretical
poles in the
idea
floor.
is real because
So
it's
one of those
theoretical.
poles is called
That's
south.
stupid.
However, moving 180 degrees away from
So,
north, we
just to be
call
clear,
south.
just to be clear, you're saying the
Now,
globe is
we've
just
also discovered that
theoretical
not
now.
all of those directions away from that North Pole, in
Who
actual
is
fact, only
talking
one
about
direction
theoretical?
away from that North Pole
The
is
other
going to
guy
actually
just
end you
said
up in
it's
the South
just
Pole.
because it's
So
theoretical
there are
doesn't
two
mean it's not real.
souths.
So he's saying it's
I
theoretical.
need proof that they're actually the same south when you travel along that line of longitude.
Yeah, you just said it.
Well, you see the same south pole. You get closer and
From where?
No, the other
to
guy.
the southern pole. That's how the
From
celestial.
where?
Okay.
Yeah, the other globe
From any
believer
line
who
of
also has
longitude,
never
you're traveling south,
observed
let's
or
say from the
seen any
equator,
globe, doesn't
you're
know of
going to
any
get
measurement
closer and
for a
closer
globe,
to
just
the. You're
believes
going to
it
see the
because
same
Jeffrey Epstein's
southern
mates
Yeah,
side.
told him
because
so.
the lines of longitude in the south that are referenced to the South Pole. So if I went to the
Believe
South
that a
Pole,
football
again,
is
a stick in
round.
the
Doesn't
floor,
require belief.
and I was to wanting
You
to go
can observe that a
same
football
dual
is round.
north problem again. 180
Yeah,
degrees
but you
away
can't
from
see that
from
the Earth
south,
is round, can you?
being north isn't actually always going to end me up at the North Pole. In actual fact, only one
We
line
have
of
pictures of
longitude will.
Bigfoot and unicorns. Are they real too?
Which line of longitude is the
Oh, but
correct
there's
line of
pictures.
longitude?
Anyone with common sense
Which is the
knows
correct
that
line
it's
of
not real.
longitude that
Are
brings
you
you to the
telling
I
me
South
don't
that
know.
Pole?
pictures can be
I don't
fake?
know.
Unicorns too.
Some
Are you
people
telling me
say it's
pictures can be fake?
Greenwich Mean Time. I don't think this. I actually I don't know. I've never
All
travelled
right,
along
okay.
every single line of
Well, yeah, the
longitude to
pictures
actually
of
figure
the
this
globe
out.
are
I'm just pointing
cartoons.
out within the
There you go.
concept of two physical North and South poles and the idea of travelling
Yes, those are also
180
not
degrees
real.
away from either of them and calling them the opposite, we've got two souths or two norths,
Oh, so you
an
analyzed
actual
the
and a
globe
direction of
images and
travel.
figured out
This
they're
is an
real?
absolute disproof of the flat Earth, then.
Of course you didn't.
Okay, so the
Could you
absolute proof
produce
of
a measurement of
the flat
this
Earth in
fantasy
this
globe?
idea was to show a circumnavigation from north to south, following one line of longitude and back to north again. Something that I know
Okay, just to
hasn't been
clarify,
done.
that's a no. There is no measurement for the Earth being a globe, right?
People navigate the Antarctic.
Yeah,
There's
but we've got
that
the pictures of
sailing race
Bigfoots and
at one
unicorns.
time.
Remember?
Everybody circles around the poles, the north one or the south one, and they would
Oh, but your
travel
globe
east
is
or west
real
around
because
whichever pole that they're
Jeffrey
going to be
Epstein's mates
navigating
told you so.
around. That's
Right,
lovely.
but that
But we
doesn't
still
mean
have the radial lines of longitude problem.
There's no gravity.
So we need proof
Why are
that
you guys
every
not
single
finding that
line of
measurement that you
longitude
believe
away
in?
from a pole,
What do
always,
you want?
without
Do you
exceptions,
want
ends
I
you
would
up in the
like
other
a
pole.
measurement of this
gravity?
curved
That's what we
spinning. You
observe.
think the ground
That's
No,
outside
you
celestial
keep saying,
is a
right,
curved spinning ball, right?
You keep saying that that's what we observe. I've been
Yes.
very
Okay. Has
specific
anyone
about
ever
what I
measured that
need
curve or
to
that
observe,
spin?
right?
Okay,
think
so
Do you
you
want me
can
to say
measure
again?
if I
You think you can
Circumnavigation
measure it? Well, who
following
has
one line
measured
of
it?
longitude through the poles and back
Eratosthenes,
to the
you know the
original
guy.
one.
No, he
If
didn't
that's
measure
what
any
we
curve or
observe,
spin. He
show
assumed
me
it.
it and I'll fuck off.
What do you mean he assumed?
Yeah, it's never been
He
done,
assumed
and
curvature.
sailing around Antarctica
And you assumed it's
is
flat. So it's
supposed
okay.
to be much
No, we
shorter on the
experienced that the
globe
surface
than
is
it
flat.
is in real life. If you look at the Antarctic races, the
So other than
racing yachts going
Eratosthenes
at full
assuming
speed, you
it
can
was
watch the
curved,
videos
you're
from
saying
it.
there is no measurement of a
It
curve.
has some of the highest winds on all of Earth, and it was at their backs the entire
What do you mean
time.
there's no measurement
Yet,
of the curve? I just
Well,
if
you
you
just said
calculate
I asked
the
who
distance
measured the
on the
curve,
globe,
and you
they're
said a
going
guy
at
who
walking
didn't
speed.
measure the curve. So I said, other than him,
let's
who's
look that
measured
up
the curve?
because
And
you
you're
agree
saying
that they
again, what
do
do you
that.
mean?
So we should calculate
What do you think of this
from the length of the
Omni
race
calculator? You can
and
measure
the average speed
Earth
that they're going.
curve.
No,
What
no. That would
What's
be
the total?
a claim of Earth
Yeah, it's
curvature.
walking speed,
not
or
its
way,
measure.
way below
It has distance to
the normal speed of the yacht.
Okay, so how much curvature does it say over? How much curvature does it claim over
There was a
20
video
miles?
done about this. Do you want me to see if I can find
Let's
it?
say. How
Some
much is
guy who
20 miles in
travelled
kilometers?
the Antarctic in the yacht race and done some.
Convert it.
Something like
I'll see if I can find the video
12,
for you. It's hella
35,
interesting.
Fine,
I think it's in
27.
French
Okay.
though.
35. Eyesight
35.
level. Standing. 2 meters. Distance to horizon.
Go on. What's the distance to the horizon at 2 meters?
5 kilometers.
5 kilometers. Okay, so when someone goes out and puts a camera at 2 meters and sees a horizon 15 kilometers away, 20 kilometers away, that debunks the globe.
There's massive problems with sailing in the south, flying in the south. That's
Easy.
why all of our traffic is routed up to the
That's
north
it.
and back
You
back
don't have
down.
a horizon at 5 kilometers for a 2-meter observer.
There's problems
No,
in the
we have.
shipping
No, we
lanes.
have.
No, you
Antonio
don't.
That's the
Subarat went
reason
over
we
this.
cannot
He
see the
went over a
Mount
bunch of
Everest.
ships sailing
No,
between
you don't.
Africa to South
Can you see
America,
the Mount Everest?
and there was
So
2
how
to
much
3
curvature?
hours
So we've
added
debunked
in
the
the
geometric
travel
horizon.
times.
There
And
is
that's why
not a
when he was
horizon at
trying
5
to
Answering my
kilometers for a
draw
question.
his
2-meter
maps,
observer.
You're not answering my
No, I'm
he
question.
speaking to the
adjusted
other
for
guy.
those
I'm speaking to the other
discrepancies in
guy
travel
because he's
times.
Because you
actually
cannot
following
answer the
along.
question.
Because he's following along. You're just spewing mindless dribble. So put yourself on mute for a
Sorry, I stopped
second,
again.
and we'll get to you in a second.
But
So other guy who
yeah,
had the
we don't need
calculator up, how much
to
curvature
invoke
does it say
a
exists over
circumpolar
the
navigation
35 kilometers?
Are
in
you
order.
running away from that one now?
It's not showing
No, I missed it.
degrees.
If you said anything, I
It's a
got cut
pretty
off for
simple
a little bit there.
calculation.
No, you're going
Yeah,
away
in
from
meters, feet. What's the
sailing around
curvature? What's the
Antarctica
drop
now?
over a distance?
If you guys have the time, we could look that up. We could
I
see.
already posted it. I
That
posted
doesn't show me that.
the
So we don't know.
thing from
We
the
don't know how
race,
much
talking about the
the
race, the challenge,
imaginary ball is supposed to
how
curve.
long it was,
Let me,
how far it was,
Come on, work it
and
out,
the
guy. This is
calculator.
your belief. This is what you are literally arguing for
You
right
can
now.
walk briskly at 8
And you
miles
don't
per
know what
hour.
it is you're arguing for.
You're a guy who
But the
you
distance
talk very
Okay, so
much.
how
You
long?
have a
20
hidden
maps.
target
I'm
height.
looking at
Physics.
your
Come on, guys.
calculations
Imagine
here
The flat
in the
earthers are
chat.
trying to teach you.
Maths.
The flat earthers are trying to teach you about your globe belief. So come on.
So the
I'm
distance
trying to
was.
teach you. So
I
listen
love
up.
vaccines.
No,
I
no,
love
no. You're trying
vaccines.
to
I
figure
love it.
out
I
your
love
own belief.
vaccines. I love vaccines. I love
You're in the
vaccines.
wrong channel,
Yeah,
dude.
remember, curvature over
I'm
35
Probably acting up.
kilometers. That's what you're
I'm
trying
not
to
going to even make
figure
a
out.
comment,
Yeah?
am I?
Yeah,
This
I'm
is your
trying to
belief?
figure out
It was a funny
how to
comment, though.
measure
But please carry on.
distance on a flat
Well,
Earth.
first, you need to
That's what I'm
understand
trying
Right, so
what
they
you're
have
trying to believe. You're trying to believe a
17,000 nautical
curvature of
miles,
the surface, right? You
or
think a lake, a
31,500
body of water, you think
kilometers.
that curves, right?
That's the expected distance, and you came up with about the
Depends.
same
Yeah,
the
okay.
same
No, it
distance,
doesn't depend.
17,000
Does it
nautical miles.
depend? Or does it depend if Earth's a
See
ball
that,
or
right?
not?
So
I guess then it
that
depends.
should
Seems like
be.
you don't really understand scale.
What would we
Yes, I know when he doesn't
expect
understand
on
You're a very
scale. I
smart
don't
comment.
both
understand the
Sitting in
scale.
your
It's so
chair
models
big.
right
You
now.
don't
then?
understand. But you don't know how
I
much
don't know, but
your
I'd expect the
globe is
boats to go
supposed to
There
faster.
curve.
are things in the
Yeah,
universe, in the world that
like
you are too small to
the
comprehend.
boat was
Wow.
clocked
So okay, so we can't
coming into
comprehend the
harbor
imaginary
very
curve
like
of this
when you go
imaginary
into
ball.
harbor,
Is that
you're
what
not
you're saying?
going very fast, okay?
We're talking
And
about
it was at
imaginary.
15 knots
Yeah,
going into
imaginary, because it
harbor,
doesn't
which is a lot
exist. You can't even
faster
tell us what it's
than
supposed to
the
be in
average
imagination
speed
land.
that they
Okay,
supposedly
please.
took
You keep
while racing and
trying
winning.
to like asking me to prove my point.
Well, I'm not asking you to
So I'm
prove.
going to
I'm
try
asking
and
you to. I'm
You
asking
can
you
do
to.
calculate
any
here
physics
what
or any
the
mathematics.
perimeter
Dude,
of
I'm
the
trying to get you to understand what
Antarctic
you are
coastline
trying to
is
argue. You do not understand what you are
on the
trying
flat
to
Earth
argue.
map. And then
You're
we
trying
can
to
That's an
understand.
unknown.
You're trying to argue for a
You understand what
curvature.
I'm
Does that
trying to
make
argue, yes?
Yes, I know what
Why
the
would we
claimed
say that
imaginary
Antarctica's the
curve of the
perimeter of the
imaginary
Earth?
globe is. We all know that. The flat earthers know that.
We
The
don't know
globe
that.
earthers don't know that. That's what we're trying
Could just be a
to
big
get through
island.
to you. You're trying to
Looks like
argue
it
for a
when we can sail
curvature
around
that you
it,
don't know anything about.
even
You
though
don't know
it
what the
appears to
curvature
be
even
really
is.
slowly.
What do you know?
Supposed to be.
Yeah, we don't know. So this
I
is
know it doesn't exist.
That is not
inconsequential,
real.
doesn't actually help us
Yeah,
get
I know it doesn't
any
exist.
closer to the
I
truth.
know it's never
So
been
now
What
you
would
measured.
get us closer
I know
to
when
the
anyone
truth
goes to
would be
try and measure
measurements
it,
of Earth's surface.
it's not there.
Do you have any?
well, we talked
So come
about the
on,
geodetic
35
surveying.
kilometers.
Yeah, remember they
This is
weren't
still don't
measurements
mean
of
in
Earth's
the
surface,
time
they
you
were
spent
measurements of
anything.
speaking.
planar measurements,
In
and
the
then
time you've
assuming
spent
Earth was a
speaking,
ball,
could
they
you not not have figured this out by now?
No,
Right.
no.
I
Let's
understand
say I'm
your
very stupid person.
refutation of the
I'm just
of
listening. I'm trying to learn.
that.
So why
I'm
are
trying
you
to
repeating
understand.
No,
it?
you were trying.
Because
No,
you were the
okay.
one
If
that
you want
brought
to
back up the
learn,
curvature of the Earth. I
then
Yeah, we're
you have
provided
asking
to
for
think.
curvature
You have to
measurements,
understand
not
the
the
globe.
blunt
You have to
assumption.
understand what it is that you're trying to
Do
argue
you have
for.
to do any
They measure the
science or
curve. It's
something?
called spherical
No,
exceedance.
we already gone over this. Don't
No,
repeat
you don't have to do
yourself.
any
That's just
science.
appealing to
No
repetition.
maths, no science.
You know, that's what
Just
it
feeling
seemed
it.
like we were getting
Even
somewhere with.
maths,
You brought the
math in
calculations
the
up. Why did you
abstract
post
is
them in
not
the chat
science.
if we're not going to do anything with it?
You can go and look up the
I was
curvature
just
rate.
showing you were wrong.
You can go and look up the claimed curvature. That's not even
So
really
you
maths.
agree
It's
circumference is 2
numbers.
pi r.
But it's not math.
The distance.
So come on, dude. If
from
you
the
want to
pole to the
learn,
equator,
if you want to have a
roughly.
conversation, you need to show to
So
us that you can at least do basic Googling and reading
well, you
of
should
your
seek
own belief
72,000
to
miles
educate yourself.
Do you think mathematics, physics, these things are real?
for the circumference on the flat Earth
Irrelevant.
model.
I'm not gonna deviate from this
Again,
point.
something
No.
that he
Much
can't
different
understand.
than
If
what
you
you're
guys want to
seeing
learn,
in the calculations
He
you
doesn't
just
have
provided.
any
So
I'm
that's
gonna help
a
you
red
Yeah,
flag.
understand.
no, we're not making that
Math
claim.
is
That's
help you
called a
understand.
straw man
Just race,
argument.
because he says it's
the
fake.
artists.
You said
Oh,
you
it's fake
saw
and
them
space and blah
do
blah
the
blah.
race.
Come on,
You
guys,
agreed
stay
there
Yeah.
was a race.
focus.
You
Focus,
agreed
you
that
guys.
this is the
I saw them
Focus.
do the race and they couldn't see the
Focus.
shoreline
20
of
miles,
Antarctica.
35 kilometers. How much curvature does the globe claim over that distance?
Okay, so then it would be
So you
somewhat.
don't even
There's
know
two
where
of
they
you here.
are.
You can work together.
I
Ask
think
again.
we
If
do
you
know where
don't
they are.
believe
We
in
have a
mathematics,
You
latitude and
don't.
longitude.
You just
20
assume
miles,
it.
35 kilometers.
What we're
How
trying to
much
do is compare
curvature
differences
drop
in the
over
model.
distance does the
You gave me a
globe
distance,
fantasy
which was
claim?
the circumference of their race,
Globe fantasy.
which was
We
17,000
just talked
nautical
about this
miles.
5 minutes ago.
Why?
Yes, and you still haven't answered.
Why are you comparing
I did.
models when we haven't given you a model
What
to
did you say?
compare?
I'm using the
Well, we have
omnicalculator.com.
maps of the Earth. People
It says
navigate,
that
you know.
No, you
So
have
distance
globe
to Earth
Every
is
projections.
single one of
35,
those
ISAT
maps
level
will
is
have
2
lines
meters,
on them called
distance to
longitude and
horizon is
latitude. Those
5.05
maps will be a
kilometers.
translation
Yeah, that's
of
the
the
distance to the
celestial sphere,
horizon.
which is
And
a
the,
What's the
coordinate
they
claim
are
system in the
just
drop
sky that isn't
1,000
over a
actual.
kilometers.
distance?
Guess
well,
what?
What's the
just
claim
to
drop
just to
over
finish the
horizon?
point, then we can move
Doesn't
on. But
change.
the
What's
coastline,
the claimed
the
drop
perimeter
over the
of the Antarctic
distance
coastline, just
from
based
A to
on
B?
I
simple
can't see any drop
circumference calculation,
on this
based on those
calculator.
distances that we know,
35
is
kilos is too
roughly
little, bro. You know this electricity.
115,000 kilometers.
Give you a
Right?
target
Yeah,
needed
no,
height.
that's
Put in the
incoherent. We're not
distance, say
claiming
30
anything like that.
kilometers. It'll
You guys are
tell you
running away
what
from the
the
argument
Well,
now.
target
that's
is
But
just
needed
your
by,
straw
how
man. You
much
don't understand what a
of the
straw man
curve.
argument is.
I'm saying that there should
There
be
you
a
go. You listen to
difference
that?
in the
96
perimeter
meters.
that if they went around Antarctica. You're saying that they
96
went around the whole
meters.
globe,
Okay.
that they went around the whole
Sounds
flat
about
Earth.
right.
No, I didn't say anything of the sort. You're hallucinating, my
According to the
friend.
fantasy. Now
So
we've got some numbers
well,
on the
you
table.
know, it sounds like you're
Guys,
dodging,
we got some
but
numbers to
No, I'm not
according
test.
dodging anything.
Instead of saying
You
96
claimed that they were
meters,
sailing, circumnavigating
someone fact check
Antarctica,
that on
and
the
I
flat
showed
earth side.
you
Is
an
that correct?
inconsistency
Sounds
with
about
your
right.
globe belief, and now you want to straw man our position because you cannot face that
So
fact.
where has that been measured?
my argument is
Maybe we
pretty
should
simple. It
maybe we
doesn't
should
seem
not
like a
talk
straw
about this.
man. I'm saying
Let's
that
talk about
we
This is
should
exactly
the day
see,
and night
what
cycle.
about. No, no,
you
no,
know,
Day and
no.
night
either the
cycle
distance
is
that they
flat Earth.
You
traveled
want
in
to
the
run
race
away?
is
You want to run
is
away
close
now
to
that the
what we
numbers are on
calculated
the
the
table?
circumference
or
of
something like
the
that.
flat Earth map,
No, we're
or
talking about
So,
the
No,
so
Wait,
no,
guys,
so
we're
that
what
talking
then?
about
calculation is
don't
based
you
on your
agree with
straw
that? Do you
man.
agree with
So
that, guys?
what we would what if the
Guys, are
globe
we in
would prove
agreement?
that the distance and the
96
speed would
meters of
match
drop
the
between
globe.
point A and
It
point B
doesn't.
on the globe over 35
Why are you
kilometers. You
dodging
both
that?
agree with that?
it does match the globe because
No, it
you
doesn't. They're going at
ChatGPT
walking
told him,
speed.
so he agrees. What
on
about
the
you,
flat Earth map
Eco?
it would
Do
be
you agree because
115,000
Stop
ChatGPT told
kilometers.
the other Glober?
And you
No, I
said in
don't
their race
understand
that
the
they were
question,
going
so I'm not
approximately
going to
You don't
31,000
understand
kilometers.
the
So
question.
that's
What?
much
You don't
less.
understand that there's supposed to be a drop
The
due to
distance that they
curvature on a
traveled
ball.
Bro, you're
Good morning.
repeating your
No.
straw man argument again and
No?
again. We don't claim your numbers
So you
of
don't know
the
what a ball is?
distance no, that they're taking. That's
Never
your
seen one, no.
imaginary numbers because
Yeah,
you want
see?
to
That's
avoid the
capping out.
fact that your globe does
You
this.
can't have the conversation position. You can't have
Someone
this
say
conversation.
something.
You said I want to
You
learn, I
can
want to
take
ask
that
questions, but
position,
now we're
but
getting to
you
the
were the
Yeah,
meat
one
I
that
of
take
the
that
provided
issue, the
position because I
crux
already
of the whole
explained
You're
it
not
thing.
to you very
answering
clearly.
You're
anything.
being a
I
coward.
watched them
You're being a
sail the
coward.
What's up?
race,
And you're running
and
away.
did not
You're running
see the
away.
coastline of
The
Antarctica.
arbiter exists, and
So
that's
So
why
you
we
don't
cannot
96
know how
communicate
close
meters.
first.
they were
Okay.
to
So that
Antarctica,
exists. That
and so your
96 meters. So if we had a
imaginations, based
35
on the
kilometer
globe
lake from
projection
one side
that
to
you
the
are
other, it
ascribing to
drops
us
down
as our
96
model,
meters. That's what you're
is
claiming.
completely incoherent
Yes.
and is a straw man
Okay,
fallacy,
who's
and you
measured that in
continuing to
all
try to
human
burn it
history?
down is just proving how
We don't
malicious
have
you
to
are.
measure that.
What?
I'm just trying
What
to
do you
be
mean we
having a
don't have to
respectful
measure that?
conversation.
You're
That's
not
not
being
measured.
respectful. You're being the opposite of
What are you
respectful.
talking about? Why are you claiming it's true if it
Ooh.
can't?
Respectful
If
would
it's
be
never been
you
measured?
not bringing up a flat Earth map
Hasn't
ever
measured, so I
again
just
in this
Right, perfect. So who
conversation.
measured that 96 meters of
Why
drop
can't you
over
guys have a
35
map?
kilometers?
Why are you
I think
trying to
Cyclone
place
is
a map on
untrolling.
top of us that we do
Must be
not
trolling.
That's
claim?
cool.
That's
Would you stop
disrespectful.
coping, dude? If you're tapping out, if you've
You sound
decided you
I'm.
can't have an
way
intellectual
Sorry,
It's up
sir.
for you
conversation,
guys
Do
to
apologise.
provide.
All I've heard so
I'm
far,
Do
saying
apologise.
all I've heard so
but
far
Wait,
for the last half an hour
totally
is you guys
respectful.
coping.
Did you
yeah, that's a massive
I want to
cope.
see what
when
you
you
guys are
said
talking
Iku,
about. Just
if you've
that
are you
decided
quick
you're too
bite. I can't
fragile for
listen
this
to
conversation,
fucking
just put
idiots
yourself
this
on
time
mute.
in the morning. So I'll be back later.
okay?
What the
Neither am
fuck
I.
are you talking
Talking
about, dude?
about some
Would it be fair
Yeah,
for me to
fun
ask?
you're
stuff.
tapping out. You can't
What the
have a
fuck is
D
this?
Town,
conversation.
you're talking
You
over.
can't
Hold on.
acknowledge
What do you
what the
mean
globe model
fragile,
claims
dude?
Well, you have
because
Are you
a
you can't
fairly
projecting your
large
own
acknowledge.
insecurities on me?
No,
Dave,
because
what
you're
you're
running
asking is
away.
unreasonable.
You're
Just admit
saying
it.
My
this
bad.
is what the globe model
It's not my
claims.
fault, dude.
The thing
You're
that
going to
you
be
say
okay.
you
I would
believe
think
in,
that
Yeah,
the
dude, you're
whole
the
being a
thing that you
dick.
say you believe
So
in,
why
you're
doesn't your
talking
globe
about,
match?
and you
Why
apparently
doesn't
now
your
can't
globe
talk
match
about
the
it.
distances?
I can talk about anything.
why
Okay,
doesn't the
so
Fine.
globe
96
map
meters of
match
drop
the
over 35
distances?
kilometers.
Yeah,
Who
why
measured
does
that?
it? Why
I
why
measured
can
it.
I
The same
walk
argument
around
that
Antarctica and
I have measured it.
like that's
I have
just as
experience
fast
with
as a racing yacht?
You measured it.
I had
That
experience, yes,
tells you that
with
there's
the
How did
something
you
wrong
measure
with
it?
the distances there.
How did you measure
one
it?
of our friends went 35 kilometers
that's what
in
I'm
one
saying.
direction, and then we couldn't
That
see him.
there's something wrong.
That's not what you're saying. What
Okay,
you're
post
saying
it.
is you imagine
Cyclone, are
something
you
else,
American?
and to
Well,
avoid the
amazing,
fact that your globe doesn't match.
Ashmen. You're the only guy in human history who's ever measured Earth curvature. You should get a Nobel
No, I'm
Prize.
not, bro.
There should be
Yes,
I
you
cannot
are.
get a
some
Nobel Prize, bro,
distance.
because I'm
Yeah,
not.
you're the only guy
Why
in
doesn't
history
the
who's
globe
ever
match?
measured it.
I would
Okay,
have
You provided
name one
Why
other person
doesn't
that's
the
named
globe
that's
match?
measured that 96 meters of drop over
the
35
globe does
kilometers.
match.
Can
No,
you
it
see the
doesn't.
Mount
They
Everest,
were
bro?
going like 40
That's not a
knots an
measurement.
hour,
We
That's
provided
not a
which is
mountain. It's not a
far
measurement
faster
of Earth
than walking
curvature, bro.
speed.
But why can't I
in the
see it right
picture
now?
that you provided.
Okay, so
It says the
so you guys want
challenge,
to
start
move
Cape
on?
Town. It provides certain
Why can't we see
data.
it? Like,
Are you guys
on the
saying you
globe.
want to
It
move
shows
on?
a picture of
We are not
Antarctica
moving,
Now,
bro.
that
as it
moves
is
back.
appears on the
Moving
globe.
on?
It's a single continent.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
heard
yeah.
this
They
argument
went
half an
around the
hour ago.
continent. It shows
Yeah,
their
circling back.
positions. It's tracked
Okay,
on
no,
that
we can
line.
move on if you
Is that
guys are
not
conceding
accurate?
that no one's ever measured
It
that
is, and they
curvature.
couldn't see Antarctica.
Even if
Most
no
of
So
one
I'm
measures
giving
it,
you
let's
what
just
you
assume that.
provided. We're trying to make an
Oh,
argument
let's
based
just
on what you
believe it.
provided, and I tried to
Even
compare
Let's
that
believe
to
it. Even
the
though no
perimeter
one has
of the
ever
Atlantic
experienced
coastline,
or
as it
seen
would
it, no one's
it would
ever
have to
measured
be
it, but
on
let's just
It is
believe
still
it
there.
on
because
the flat Earth
It is
map.
Jeffrey
still there, bro.
Epstein's
Yeah,
made
because
that's
you
your
guys
successes.
error.
Is
That's
that
your
right?
error.
Dude,
You're imagining
If
something on
there
a
is
flat
no
Earth map
curvature,
instead of
bro, just
actually
answer
looking
this
at your
Yeah,
question.
own
there's no
Why
belief.
can't
Your
curvature.
we not
belief
see
is
the
that
Mount
this is
Everest
happening on a globe. On the
everywhere in the
underside
world?
of the globe, they're going
and
this
there's
Well, what
distance
you think?
because
You
at
think
this
you
it's
can
time.
see
there.
forever, and you
And
think you're
so
Superman or
In
something?
either
snowparks and
the distance
stuff
is
like that.
far longer.
It's not
Yeah, you
science.
can't see
We're not saying
forever,
how
bro.
far
You
it is.
think
You're
the human
imagining.
Imagination,
eye
what you're
sees
talking about.
forever?
It's
You
because you
understand
can't
that?
do any science or any physics or any mathematics.
Besides, what you're
They're
calling
using
a
airy
flat
figures
Earth map is an
so you can
You're
see the Mount
azimuthal
Everest.
equidistant projection of a globe.
It's
yeah,
So
not
if it
exactly.
doesn't
Cyclone.
You're,
match
you
You are
the
trolling.
AE map, then it doesn't
You're
match
not
the
being really
globe.
serious.
Now you've screwed
I have
yourself
answer,
No one
bro.
trying to
yeah, I'm
compare it
serious.
to the
There's
I
no
got
globe
answer, bro.
curvature. There's
projection.
no curvature, and that's why it's never been measured. I'm dead
Cyclone,
serious.
I got your answer, bro.
Okay,
If you go to the ocean,
I don't
that's
agree
not.
if
with
you go to
that.
the
Wait, is this
ocean,
the answer
That's
to
what
who
the AE
measured that
projection
96 meters of
is.
drop over
Did
35
you not?
Yeah, it is.
Were
kilometers?
you not
you
aware
just
of
tested
that?
yourself, bro. Then why do you need
It's
our
I
been
told you that
tested. It
before.
doesn't exist.
How do
If
you
you
You're
go to the
how do you
ocean
figure out
uh,
and
distances on
there's
the
a
AE
boat
map?
going like
like
Why are you saying
straightforward.
It's after the
I
equator
thought you said it had
specifically.
been measured.
Do you, for example, get a straight edge
just keep
ruler
repeating
between
yourself.
Santiago
That's the
and
point.
Sydney
Because you
and
keep
figure out your distance by
conceding that
doing
no
that?
one's ever measured it by not providing any measurement, and
No,
then saying if
no.
Later on,
imagine,
we'll,
I'm sorry,
even
what
if
was
it's
your,
not
it
been
seems like we're
measured,
bouncing
Mind,
just
around.
going on
pretend.
a
we
loop
got
right
your
now.
answer, bro.
This is where he starts
Just
running. This
pretend.
is
I
my
did get
favorite
my
part when they start
answer. You
running,
guys
when
have
they realize that
confirmed
the
there
AE
is no
map is a
measurement
projection
of
of
a
a globe.
curved globe. Thank you.
Let's just
Yeah,
say
we're not
that you
actually
are on
bouncing
board
around.
A
We're very
and your
on
friend is
point.
on board
We're
B.
talking about
Why
the
do we
mass
have to
projection you're trying to
pretend and
calculate on,
imagine
but you're
unless it's
ascribing to
never
us, which
actually
is
been
actually
measured?
a globe.
Point starts to go straight forward
Okay,
35 kilometers.
you're
Yeah.
saying
Then
that the
you'll
flat
see
Earth map is
that he's
actually a
You'll see that
globe
it's
no
just
because
more.
flat
It's
he
not a
and
has
flat
there's
Earth
no
map.
curvature.
You've been lied
Not
to.
because of the curvature anyway.
No, there's
no.
no curvature. Remember,
Whatever map
that's why
you
no
want to
one's measured
provide,
it.
we can use that map. I mean,
We're
You
not
can
using
refer
math.
with it,
We're
bro.
not
Just
arguing based
No,
off math.
there's
You're
no
doing.
video of
on YouTube,
people
bro.
well,
measuring the curve.
this is
We
something that
measured
can.
the Earth, and the
Post
Earth was
post
in
the
the
video of the
globe. Remember?
curve measurement
Only
of
if
that
it was
96 meters.
This
a
test
Raw.
globe, it should be
absolute
one way
Post
if
it
it
in the
was a
chat.
flat Earth,
Post it
right?
in the chat.
on
So
YouTube, bro.
Post it in the chat then.
Dude, you're tripping over your words now. This is
And you'll have to
pathetic.
give
You
us
didn't know that
the
the AE
observer
map was a
height, the
globe?
distance, how you confirm the distance, how you
It's an
confirm the drop
azimuthal
conforming to
projection,
that
right? It's to
96
keep the
meters or
Azimuthal or
latitudes
distant
35 miles
projection?
or
corresponding,
35
right? In order
kilometers.
to keep the latitudes and longitudes
That doesn't
corresponding
exist,
to each
bro. Why?
other,
I don't know why you guys are fighting it so hard. You
the
guys are
same way
really
that we have it on
surprised
the
to hear that
globe,
Jeffrey Epstein's
so the
mates have lied
positions
to you.
things correspond,
We're talking about
then
Jeffrey
that's the way
Epstein,
you have to do it.
not
Yeah,
the
that's
people
where
who
that's
Yep.
where that's
So
where
it's
this
the
whole
same.
thing is getting
It's just
promoted from.
it's
People
a
with Jeffrey Epstein's
nonlinear
mates, the governments.
scale,
Okay, so
but it's
Did
the
you hear
same
about all that?
gosh
Did you
damn
hear
thing,
about
and
how
all of
the
a sudden now
government,
you
read
don't
on the
like it?
internet.
the
You
large
seem like a guy.
governments are all
No,
like
I didn't say I don't like
like
it. I
in
was
with
just using a
Jeffrey
typical
Epstein and all
Oh,
that. You heard that, right?
why
You
would you
guys
make?
are
Well, the calculation
trying to
should be the same because it's the
You heard about the
same
Jeffrey
scale.
Epstein
It's just
thing
a
and all these
nonlinear
politicians and the
scale of a
governments around
globe.
the world being caught
Yeah.
up. Yeah? Yeah, well, they're the
So
guys
you
telling
don't
you the
like
Earth's
that
a big
map
spinning
because you
ball.
think it's not the scale?
No, you don't like it
Also,
because you
there's
said
the
that the
same guy.
distances don't
How does
match.
the
So
benefit
apparently
from
Same
your
it?
globe
guys.
map
These are
fails.
following
How
Jeffrey
That
Epstein's
does
AE
mates.
globe map that you
okay?
got.
How does these people benefit from it?
Well, because they get
Telling us
people like you
No, the
cluelessly,
distances
mindlessly
on that
believing
map
whatever they
would
say
have to
without any
be
clue about the
different
truth of it.
from the
Like you're
distances on a
How do you
demonstrating
globe,
do
here.
that?
You
so
can
that
see
we
the
can
You
irony
remember?
you're
It's like
showing
try
it's
to
us.
like
see
you
which
came in
map,
here.
which
You
model is
came
This
in
is
more
why I
here.
accurate.
asked.
Hold on, guys. Hold
This
on,
is
guys.
why
You
I
asked me a
asked you.
question. You asked me a
When
question.
you measure
Like you guys
distances
came
on
in
an
here
AE
today
map,
arguing for
do you
something
think
that
you
you do
use
not
a straight
understand. You
line
don't know
edge
anything about.
ruler
We
between
understand. You don't
Santiago and
understand.
You
Sydney
don't, because I
and then
remember
figure
You're
out
the
your
one that
distance
doesn't
along that
understand
straight
it took
line?
us 15
anything
minutes
about
for
this.
you guys to figure out what curvature you're even claiming is there. You didn't even know. You had
Like
to
for
look
any
it
other
up.
map.
Denying everything, bro. You're just telling us.
This is
No,
something that serious people would
we
never
had to
talk about.
walk you through
Any
so that you
You're
could
not.
in
even
my
make an
understanding,
argument
any
about the
flat map
curvature.
is going to have
You didn't know
some
what it
sort
was.
of
Real scientists,
distortion
they
because
don't
you
have to
can't
think about
put
Okay,
a
Iku, let's say
spherical
No, I'm
globe
asking
on.
you about the
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 Earth,
AE
you
map
think the ground, the
and how
Earth
you
is
figure out
spinning, right?
distances,
No, I
specifically
think it's
between the
flat.
two locations.
So
Do
you're doing it
you
again. You're running
use a
away from your
straight
belief.
line between the two locations
Yes.
and figure out
See?
the
There
distance
you
along
go.
that
That's how you
straight
know.
line?
That's how you know. You don't know anything about it. You just believe it because you were
You
told
wouldn't
so.
be able to do that
Have
No,
you
but
ever seen
you
to
those
were
calculate
videos
correct
on YouTube
the correct
where
No,
distance.
people
when you sorry,
uh,
dude, when you use the
just
map to calculate
put their phone in
correctly,
a
do you
balloon
use a
and
straight
it goes
line
like
between
100
two cities
kilometer up,
south of the equator
and
and
then you can see
calculate
the
along that
curvature?
straight line?
Have you seen those videos?
Nah, because
You
if it was
cannot do that.
curvature they
No.
were seeing, then you
No,
would
no,
measure that
no.
96
When
meters a
using the
drop
map,
over
what do
35
you do?
kilometers, but it's not measured.
When I use what map?
Like normal
The
He
lazy
AE
doesn't
map
people
know.
to
have
figure out
sent their
distances south of the
phones
equator. How
100
do you
kilometers
do
up,
Nah,
that?
50
nah.
kilometers up.
You
What you've
can't
seen
calculate straight
probably
lines
is
No,
some
between
of these
my
high
question's
altitude
going to
balloons
change
that
now.
go up with a
My question's
GoPro.
going to change
Yeah,
ever so slightly.
Yeah, something like
How
that.
do you calculate
yeah. Well,
distances
you know the
south of the
GoPro
equator
has a
using an
fisheye
AE map?
lens, which is like a
I don't
curved
know.
lens,
It
Okay.
so
has been.
it curves
You may have
the
seen
entire
some
thing.
You
depictions of
have
an AE map
potentially
with a
doubted
broken
it.
off ruler at the North
You'll see
Pole.
a curved
This ruler
Earth
is very
while the
specific.
guy's standing
This
on
is
the
because
ground
this is how you translate distances
with a
using this
GoPro
map.
lens.
South of
Yeah,
the
Let's
equator, for
say
example,
because
that's
at
of
not
the
Earth
Santiago,
GoPro.
you
curvature.
would use the rest of
Let's just
this
say that
ruler,
because
being
of
as
the
it's broken off,
GoPro,
to the
the
North Pole,
curvature should
and
be
then from the
5
North
degrees.
Pole to Sydney in Australia. You
No,
would
That's
then
if
calculate
the
that's
using on the
curvature,
back of the
completely
calculation
insane.
the
table
GoPro just
and then
curves
figure
the
out your
image,
distance.
right? Curves
Because it's
By
straight
not
how much?
straight
lines.
between those
By
2
how much?
points.
Curves
You have
Just
to
straight
give me a
measure
lines.
to
number.
the North
No,
Pole
I
and
don't need
By
to
back
how
give
from
you
the
a
much?
North
number.
Pole again.
I don't need to give you a number.
Let's just say
If you
let's
knew
just
how
say
to
in
use the
Greece.
map,
We've
you'd
given you the number,
understand
guy.
that
We gave you the
couldn't
number.
be
Remember,
a true
96 meters over
representation of the
35
Earth.
kilometers, and
It's
you
just
didn't do
another
anything
globe
with it.
translation.
So what
Would you
use is
look at the
giving you
lines
numbers.
on it? Great big straight ones and a
You've got
circular
those
ones,
numbers.
longitude
Those
and
are the
latitude.
numbers you need to
So
prove. So if you're
what is the
interested in
accurate scale
numbers,
map
show us a
that's flat
measurement of
of the globe,
96 meters of
the
None of
of
curvature
them.
the sphere.
over 35
None of
kilometers.
them.
Couldn't be
Why, if
simpler.
the Earth
This is the
is
easiest
flat,
way for
shouldn't
you
you
to
be able to
prove
create a flat
Jeffrey
map that
Epstein's
doesn't have
fantasy globe
distortion?
model.
Sure, you
Is
could,
the Earth a
but
planet, bro?
that's not what you've been
Jeffrey
presented. Both the
A
Epstein.
globe and
planet.
the AE map
What's
and
up? Name a
everything that's
planet.
derived from that polar projection in the
I'm
celestial sphere is
asking, what is
inaccurate.
Earth?
Mars.
Earth is Earth?
You're
Jupiter,
fucked
Jupiter,
as a
It
glober.
Mars,
doesn't move. That's the
Saturn.
Wouldn't
planet,
that be
bro.
Where can you see
well?
them?
We
So you
have
look up in the
a map
sky
that we
and you
use
see
to
these
navigate. Like we use
little
the globe
dots of light.
to calculate.
Okay,
Those are the planets.
Norris, show me
Part of the
somebody
globe.
Yeah,
that's
they are
using
the
the globe
planets.
as a
All of the planets.
navigation
Okay,
tool.
well,
I want
the
to
Earth
see it.
is
Hold on.
obviously
I want
not
you to
that
show me
because
somebody
it's
using
below
the
your feet.
globe as a navigation tool.
Why not?
What similarities do you notice?
Like we said, it's a
Okay.
terrestrial sphere. So
You go
celestial
outside,
navigation uses
you
a
see the
terrestrial sphere
trees,
that
They are
is
you
the
very
see the
globe.
big.
ground,
It's latitude
Nope,
and longitude.
that's
then you
not.
look up and you see
That's
this
not what
little
it
light
is.
in the sky. Why would you think they're the same thing?
that's not exactly a
Do you
refutation.
know what the distance or
No, you
scale?
have to
Show us
prove that
anybody
you're
using a
As well.
terrestrial sphere to
You don't seem
navigate.
to understand.
Familiar
You,
that
you,
that's
you can't
what
comprehend
the
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 scale.
world
Really, I
is.
can't
Most of the
comprehend the
world uses
scale.
that.
Wow,
you're
what an amazing
saying that. I
argument.
want you to show
Yeah,
me
you can.
somebody using what
Wow,
you're
the scale
talking
of what?
about as a
Anything you'll
navigation
be
tool.
saying
The
safe,
scale.
right?
You can't comprehend the scale. So, Iku, are you telling me that you
Longitude and
comprehend the
latitude are in the
scale?
sky. They're not on the
No, but I
surface of
can
the Earth.
Typically,
No,
understand
you
it.
we
don't
have like
comprehend the
charts
scale.
that
So,
are much
you're
more
trying to
localized.
attack me
You know,
saying
because
I
people
don't
understand.
understand the scale,
Better.
and when I ask you if you
We use
comprehend the
localized
scale,
charts
you
and
don't.
flight routes and shipping lanes. Yes,
I'm not saying that I can
none of which
understand
require a
perfectly.
globe.
Okay, so why are you bringing that
The
up to me
reason
then,
why
and
you
saying you
can't
don't
have
understand the
a
scale
scale
if you
You
map
don't
are
understand
talking
the
of
about
scale?
a
some
flat
light spots
Earth
in the sky.
that is
I
accurate
understand the claim
scale
that the
is
globe is
because the Earth
making about
isn't flat.
curvature,
No,
right?
You even
the
believe
reason
that
why you
there are
can't
other
take a globe
planets
map
than the Earth.
and flatten it out is
That's
because
not a
it's
question
already
of
They
been
are.
belief.
translated
We can see
from the
the lights in
celestial
the sky.
sphere.
Yeah, so you can see the
So
planets.
it's already
So they are
curved
real.
in the
Yeah.
sky
We see what we call
based on that
planets,
imagination.
but do you see
So
when you
so
look
you
around and see
So
the Earth,
it
that
still
is not
stands to
like those
reason that
things
you
we call the
should be able
planets. Yeah.
to have a flat scale
what do
map
they say about
of the Earth
arguing
if
with
the
you?
Earth
Yeah,
is flat.
yeah,
I think I'm the
we
fool
should be able to.
You are
However,
the
in
fool
order
here.
to
That's
make a
correct.
flat
arguing with
scale
you.
map,
Arguing
you
with
need
you.
No, it's not
millions
that
of
that's making you a
dollars
fool.
and a
Well, actually,
monumental
that does
task
make
with
you a fool
thousands
because
of
you should
people
just be
working
coming in
on it,
asking
and we
questions and
just don't
trying to
have
learn.
that
But
financing
instead,
right
you're
now.
trying
What we
to
can't
argue
do
for
is
Jeffrey Epstein's globe model
falsify
for
your
some reason.
religion, and we
I
have
don't
done
know
that
Jeffrey
completely.
Epstein.
So if you want to
No, you
address
just
that
understand his
instead
globe
of trying to
model
run
that you're
away
I
to
don't, I
fighting
don't
for,
think
despite
rescue
Jeffrey
knowing
mechanism where
Epstein
you think a
nothing
is
about it.
model is going to help you,
globe
No, but it's all
model.
his
we could do
mates.
that.
It's all his mates that are promoting it. It's his mates that
Dude,
put it into the education
That sounds like a
system,
dodge to me. I
right?
don't
He
know
you're
why you're
doing
getting
represents
into
everything you
the
will
those
say.
types of things. We're trying
Rockefellers
to
and all that, and they
create
I'm
started up
trying to
some
ask you to
nationalized
actually address
education
the
system to
arguments
put it in
and
place. So
the
they're
issues
all
with your belief
linked.
system, and not just
I know you don't understand that
go in
because you've
circles with you
never bothered to
denying the
think,
fact that you're just
Yeah,
trying to
apparently.
reify a
you
model.
schizo fuck. You understand it all better than
Yes,
everyone else.
yes. Very
Everyone
triggered,
else is
very
more
triggered.
stupid.
How would
Very
we
Yeah,
map
triggered.
this flat Earth
Put yourself on mute, bro, if you're
that we
triggered.
live
It's
on? How
okay.
would we map
We see it
the
all the
flat
time.
Earth? Would we use the
We see it all the
stars
time.
like we've been doing for
So, does
You'll
anyone on the
thousands of
globe
years
side
to figure out where
think
we're
that
at
we can
using
go
the
back to
stars in
it
the
since you
sky?
guys
Would we
have
do
spent
that?
20 minutes trying to avoid it? Do we have
if
a
the Earth was
measurement of
flat,
this
you would be able to do
fantasy
that.
globe yet?
do you have a
But
measurement
Okay,
of
we
so
use
the
we
the
would
speed
speed.
of
we
that
would
Earth
use
light?
the
You
stars
don't.
in the
How
sky.
There are rules of three.
stats work.
So we would
See how
use
you
the
guys
stars in
deflect?
the sky
You
to
obviously
map
don't
the
really
flat
believe in the
Earth.
globe
Okay,
if
so
you
that makes
can't
sense to
provide any
me, and we
measurement.
could
Don't
come up
mute
with a
him.
coordinate
Just
system
let him
and call
spaz
it
out.
longitude and latitude by using the stars,
What
the
kind of
sun,
what
and
kind of
celestial
No,
measurement
no.
bodies
do you
in the
want to go in
sky.
space
And the
and see for
problem
yourself?
is
No.
that
Remember, the
requires the
measurement we were
celestial
asking for
sphere,
was,
which is
remember,
that
you said
protractor
it.
that
You
we were
said you
talking
went
about
online, you
before.
checked.
96
There's your
ChatGPT told you
curvature in the
96
sky,
meters over
not on
35
the
kilometers.
surface
Do you
of the
remember
Earth.
that?
It's in the sky.
That is the
And
only
you
way,
just
bro.
Where
agreed
has
with
that number
me that
come
we would
That's
from?
have
the
to
only
do
way.
that to
That's the only
Where
way.
figure
has
out
that
where
number
we're
come
at.
from if
Use
it's
the
never been
stars in the
That's the
measured?
only way.
sky.
Is that
Yeah,
Celestial
the
that's the only
only
sphere.
way?
way you can
Bingo.
prove a globe.
You
Yeah.
agree that
That's not the only way,
people,
bro.
that
Yes,
are
it is.
Now
navigating,
you're acting a
they
fool.
just want to
That
know
cannot
where
No.
be
they
done.
are. They just want to be able to
It's the only
create
way you can do
accurate.
it.
No, they
You're
just want to
because
get to a place.
They
you're
just want to
claiming
get to
there
a place.
has to
Like they
be
don't have
96
Yeah.
meters of
they're
curvature
not in
drop
the
over the surface to
they're
be a
not
globe. So
biased
yeah,
to
you would
one way
have
or
to
the other.
measure
They
that.
just want an accurate system.
They just
So
believe in the
You
globe
say
and
that
want to get to a place, and they use a
football
map and shipping
How can
lanes
you
and
be
flight
here
routes to get to that place.
arguing? You say
right.
that
So
it's
they
96
use
meters, and now you're
this.
arguing that you don't have to evidence that.
do I have to
Listen.
prove that the curvature is 96 meters or the Earth is globe? What is it?
You've got to. Well, it's the same thing. If the Earth is a
It's the
globe,
same thing.
then
But if I
there's
can prove it in
96
another
meters
way,
of, if the
if I
Earth is
can
the
prove it,
globe, dude, if the Earth is the globe that you're arguing for, then there has to be that 96 meters of curvature over 35 kilometers. Do you agree?
no, I don't agree, bro. That's not the only way.
What
One
96
of
are
the
you
Wait,
ways.
talking? Like it drops to
so it can
96
so
meters.
wait,
One of the ways.
but then you're saying it can be a globe without the
And I have
curvature.
already given you proof. I have
But that's
already.
the curvature for the globe, dude. So you're saying it can be a globe, but it doesn't have to have curvature. Is that what you're
It has
saying?
to have curvatures, but it's not the
Okay, so
only
then
way
it
to
has
prove
to
it.
have that 96 meters of curvature over 35 kilometers.
And I have given you the proof, bro.
No, you didn't, because I asked who measured it, and you didn't give us anyone.
So the name is enough, bro. If I can
Who's
name a
measured it?
person,
When has it been measured in all human history? Come on, you
we,
guys on the globe, you have the entire weight of every government behind you. You say all the governments believe it, NASA, the scientists, MIT, Oxford, all of these places, and yet not one measurement of that 96
But you
meters.
You know, it's even crazier that you say that they're all lying. It's a great
Are you
conspiracy.
deflecting again?
Tens
Why
of
can you not
thousands of
address the
people
point?
are lying to you
Why can you
because of
not address the
Jeffrey
point?
Epstein.
No,
Brother,
they're not. They're
have
not
you
even
understand
claiming
how
to. They're not
Switzerland
even
sucks?
claiming to measure it. They're
You're
not
talking
claiming
over
to
me.
measure it
Come on.
because you're deflecting from my question.
Yeah, the question is stupid. I don't understand.
So asking for a measurement of the thing you're claiming is stupid.
Yes. How about I ask you about
Why would it be
Jeffrey Epstein's
stupid
globe?
to ask for a measurement of what you're claiming?
You don't. Are you in some kind of Are you going
You're
through
spazzing out,
something?
dude. You're just spazzing
Are you
out.
go? Are you going to through something, dude? It's
You're just spazzing out. See, you're coping. You're projecting. Why?
you
Is this a
using all
defense
these words.
mechanism? Is this a defense mechanism because you've never heard of 96 meters of curvature over 35 kilometers? You've never thought about the actual numbers,
Yeah, no, I've
and
never
now you're
thought
freaking
about
out
that.
about it?
Maybe.
Yeah, that is what's happening. We understand. So don't put up a little
But do you understand
cool,
how? Do
cool
you have
guy
any
front.
friends in real life? Have you told them about this
Are you
96
concerned? Are
meter
you
Jeffrey
concerned about my
Epstein?
friendship circle? I appreciate that, EQ.
I mean,
Yeah, I appreciate that.
you can't be very popular
Is
with
this is
other
this
people. I mean,
is this
Trying
what
to
you're
social
doing?
shame you.
Yeah, maybe if you socially shame me, EQ, I'll go back to believing Jeffrey Epstein's globe again, like you cool guys.
yeah, I'm not trying. I'm trying to shame you.
Oh, Earth is
I'm just
globe.
asking.
Why? Because I saw the pictures on the TV. Is that how we be cool and
But
get friends, EQ? We just accept whatever bullshit is
is it
told to us
only you and your
without using
five
critical
internet
thinking.
friends on Discord who think this way?
Do you
That you
ever
think you're
engage in
smart?
critical thinking, EQ?
Everyone in MIT and Oxford are stupid. You're the only smart one.
No, they're not claiming to have measured a globe.
No, but you're saying that everyone else is stupid, but you and your
No,
five
I'm not.
Discord
Who did
friends.
I say was stupid?
MIT, Oxford, all these
Did
people.
I? Did I? Well, this is recorded
I
live.
think you did. Yes.
Are you lying? So I said the words, these people are stupid.
Well, I'm not quoting you, but you
You're not
pretty much
quoting
said
me,
that
so
they're all
you're
lying.
just doing a kind of weak
They're
little
all
straw
lying, and
man.
they're
You're basically just lying. Why are you lying?
no, but you said that they
No,
are
listen,
lying.
Iku, don't let your emotions change what you want me to have said. Don't quote what you want me to have said in your little
Okay,
emotional
okay.
state.
Let me
Yeah, don't
focus
do
on my
that
emotions. But
because we're
can you
adults
answer me?
here. We're having an adult conversation. Why should I answer
You,
you when you spent the last 30 minutes avoiding my one question?
because it does not make sense. But and you haven't
What,
answered any of my
96 meters
questions,
of curvature? 96
dude.
meters of curvature over 35 kilometers doesn't make sense.
How about the ships disappearing? How about measuring a
Well, it
distance of a
can't be
planet?
over a
You haven't
curve.
answered any of these.
It
Why
can't
should
be
I
over a
answer
curve.
one of your questions?
Well, it can't be over a curve because there is no curve. There's no curve measured. And if I'm wrong, then feel free to provide the measurement that I've been asking for the last 20 minutes. If you can't, then you
Maybe I
can't
have to
say,
calculate.
oh, well, the ship is
I,
disappearing because of the curvature.
okay.
Yeah?
Fuck. Maybe I have to change my mind.
You just have to actually look at what they are saying and then look at what has actually been proven.
Yeah, just look outside. It's flat.
Well, yeah, that's true. Your everyday reality tells you that the Earth is flat and motionless, but you've got Jeffrey Epstein and his mates in your ear saying, no, it's actually a big spinning ball in a vacuum. And you haven't questioned that.
So Jeffrey Epstein, what about him? He's the big bad. He's
That's not the
Satan.
point. I'm being facetious. You get the point.
No,
It comes from a government education system. The government is Jeffrey Epstein's mates, as far as I'm concerned.
what government? Not mine.
Where did you say you were from?
Mongolia.
Why are you lying again? The
How can you tell?
Mongolians know it's flat.
Aren't you a smart fellow in social skills?
Yes, I'm very cultured. Now, let's get back to it. You were making some progress there. You were having a moment of self-reflection. You were saying, maybe I do need to actually think about this.
Have you ever had a moment of self-reflection?
Of course. How do you think I managed to question the globe fantasy? You don't do that
What happened
unless
in
you
the
have some
moment that
reflection.
you? What happened in
Well,
the moment? You watched a YouTube video.
I heard people saying a similar thing. They were saying, "Hey, do you know no one's ever measured curvature?" I was like, "Nah, they must have measured
So
curvature."
that's what got you.
Well, yeah, because you understand a ball has a geometric necessity of curvature. There has to be curvature on a ball. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
So if someone
And there
says
is,
there is no
yeah.
curvature, then that very pointedly says it cannot be a ball. So then you've got to check that claim. You say, okay, well, what is the curvature? And the schools don't teach you what the curvature actually is, that over 20 miles, it's 96 meters or whatever, right? And it
Okay.
goes on and
And
on.
Jeffrey Epstein teaches us that it's a globe because
No,
he
his mates
wants to control
in
people.
government who put in the curriculum. Yeah.
I think Jeffrey Epstein is dead. I think he died.
Oh, yeah. Do you know that?
He's still educating people about this earth.
You see his body?
No. Did I see
Yeah.
body
That's just
pictures?
another
No, I think
belief
he's
you
dead.
have, dude. That's just another belief you have, dude.
More
But it's
beliefs.
irrelevant.
Is this a believer? He's a believer, true
He's a
believer.
believer, and we're trying to teach him what
Do you,
he's supposed to believe. Because
oh,
Jeffrey Epstein's
do
mates
you
have not
believe
done a good
do you
job
believe
at
anything
educating
that
this
you
man.
can see?
Oh God, is that what's
You don't
required?
believe anything that you can see.
I'm a believer.
Are the majority of your beliefs?
Who sang that song, Believer?
Hey, that's a good song.
The Monkeys.
Well, we got to
No,
get
no,
that on a
Ozzy Osbourne,
soundbite.
The Space Monkeys.
I'm a
Okay,
dreamer.
Cyclone. Let's say that you are an ant. You are
Mm.
on football.
Yes,
How
an
do
ant on a
you
football. I've never thought about it
how
this
do
way.
you okay? How do you like figure out if the football is round or flat?
Well, can we
My
give the
question to you.
ants little lasers and long distance optics and the ability to calculate what the
Let's just
curvature
say
of the
the
ball should
technology
be?
is really. Let's just say we are in like in the early 2000 years
Okay, so
ago.
we
We don't
have
have
lasers.
laser.
Okay,
We don't
let's
have.
shoot a laser. Let's shoot a laser across the equivalent of 35 kilometers on that ball for the ant, and then the other ant 35 kilometers away should see that laser way up in the sky flying over its head about 96 meters above him. Yeah?
Yes. Yeah.
So in reality, when people go out to a big lake that's say 35 kilometers across and they shoot this laser to the other side, do you think the friend on the other side sees the laser going into the sky?
Do you know how photons travel, bro?
Are you going to answer the
It
question?
doesn't. Listen. Do you know like how
Are
the
you going
photons
to answer the
travel?
question, dude?
Yes, they
So,
travel like corkscrews. Now answer his question.
If you don't know like how the photons travel, then you'll
okay, I'll just tell you since you don't want to answer. No, the laser just hits the target at the other side. It doesn't go 96 meters into the air because there's no curve.
like you are talking
So that's one way we
extremely
could
right.
test it, right?
Yes, that's the one way we can test it.
Well,
I
that's
think
been
there are
tested.
YouTube
That's been
videos
tested.
about.
And it's flat. Yeah, it's flat. That's how we know. Well done. You've stumbled across the answer. Well done. So, if I'm wrong and Jeffrey Epstein and the Globe cultists are right, then you just need to go and find us a laser test where the laser is sailing 96 meters above the guy 35 kilometers away. Right? That should be easy. I'm sure NASA, they get $70 million a day. They should be able to shoot a laser across a lake and show that the lake is curving down away from the laser, right? Right? They must have done this.
Surely
The space,
NASA can do that. I
the
agree.
space
They
people,
can.
they must be able to.
I think
$70
NASA is
million a day.
Yeah, you figure it's
Jeffrey
what?
Epstein's
It's about
operations
$20 million
longer now.
to get to set up the laser. About 20 million. They can do that in one day.
Yeah.
They can even
$70 million.
send a rocket to space. Can you believe it?
Well,
But
could you
light
just
doesn't
shoot the
travel in a
laser and
straight
show?
line, bro.
So what are you saying?
Light.
Are you saying no one's ever shot a laser across a lake and shown that the lake curves away from the laser? Is that what you're saying?
Okay, do you think light travels in a straight line?
Well, is that what you're saying? You saying no one's ever just shot a
Do you
laser
understand
across
how
the
little
lake
20 miles is?
and dropped
Light
her?
starts to go in
Guys, could
every
I just get an
direction, bro.
answer? Guys, could I get an answer? Are you saying that no one has ever shot a laser across a lake and shown that the lake is curving down away from the laser?
Your test is not accurate as the light does not
So you're
travel in a
saying
straight
that's
line.
so you're saying no one's ever shown that? No one's ever shown a lake curving away from the laser?
They have done the experiment. I've seen it on
Oh,
YouTube, but
and
that is not accurate.
they showed that the lake was curving down and away from the laser?
The laser test is not accurate.
Wait, but you just said you saw it.
Yes, and I saw it because that is
Oh,
not
you
accurate.
saw
I
it,
saw it.
but it didn't measure the curve?
I'm just saying you. I'm just
Well,
telling you that
did
if
it measure the
the
curve with the
light
laser?
travels in a straight line, then it would be
Right,
accurate. But the thing is,
right.
light does not travel in a straight line.
But the one you saw with the laser test, you're saying it didn't measure curvature?
Which way does light travel if it's not in a straight line? Does it have
The
wings and just
photons,
makes up its own direction?
the photons goes in every direction, bro.
Well,
They
hold
go in
on.
one
Are you
photon.
saying the
One
laser test you
photon goes in
saw?
one photon goes in all directions at the same time.
There is not one
You're
photon.
so
There is
simple, man.
billions of
Hold on,
photons.
hold on.
You're not
I'm
seeing
not
one
letting you wriggle
photon.
away from this. You said you saw it on YouTube. The laser test you saw on YouTube,
Yes, and
did
it's
you
not
say
accurate,
it
bro.
measured the curve or no?
I saw the video, but the
A
video is not
laser?
accurate.
But you saw
Tabu
the laser,
conspiracy must
There
but the
is
be
not a
real.
video,
straight line of the
but the
laser, bro.
video
That
is
is
not
not a
accurate.
straight
Yeah, I
line. If
trust
the
this guy.
Okay, so no one's so you are saying that no one's ever just shot a laser across a lake and shown the lake curving down and away from the laser.
your argument would be valid if the laser beam travels
Well,
in a
just
straight
answer
line,
me.
but it didn't.
Okay, but is it the case then that no one's ever been able to show a laser cross a lake and the lake curving away from the laser? You're saying that hasn't happened
Why
for
do you need a
whatever
lake?
reason.
Why not an ocean?
Well, you could do on the ocean if you want,
Can you
but
see a
it's easier
laser
because on the lake you can be on one bit of
Paris to
land
New York?
to another bit of land, but any
You
body of
can't.
water I will accept.
Any body of water, no
You are
curvature.
counting on the laser test,
Yes.
and the test is
Hey,
not
Iku,
accurate, bro.
you just
That is
stumbled
what's sad.
across something there. That's another good proof for you realizing you're not on a big ball because water, a body of water at rest, is level, right? Like in a cup,
Because
a
there is
bathtub,
wind
a
always. There is
swimming
wind.
pool,
But you still can't
a
see from
swimming
Eiffel
pool,
Tower to
a
that
lake.
There is
building.
wind, bro.
There's
Wind
wind.
always,
Yes, there is wind, but there's no
always.
curvature. Yes, but there's no
No,
curvature.
there's not wind on my indoor swimming pool, you fool.
Yeah, the art is not just your indoor swimming pool.
Yeah, but
Well,
like
it's
on a
flat
still
because
day,
there's no
on
wind
a very
blowing
still
on it.
day,
Do you agree that it's flat though?
Your swimming pool, yes, it is flat.
Okay, there you go, Cyclone. You got to win. Everything has to be flat now.
yeah, because I mean the water is flat regardless of how much you scale it up. That's just the
Cyclone,
physical nature of
do
it.
you know that this laser test is not accurate?
Which laser test? I thought you said
The
there was
one
no
you
laser
saw,
test that
the one you
measured
saw, the one I
the
saw.
curve. I don't know which one you saw. You didn't post it.
That's on YouTube, isn't it?
Well, there's loads. Which
There
one
are
did
a
you watch?
few on YouTube with 1,000 views. Very popular.
Ooh, Iku, you've seen them?
Yeah. I'm watching one
And
right now.
could you? Oh, right. Does it measure curvature?
No, it's from Taboo Conspiracy.
Oh,
No curving.
no curve. What? But I thought Jeffrey Epstein said that we were living on a giant spinning
21
ball.
miles.
What?
Have you seen
21
those
miles?
flat earthers proven wrong?
No, that's
Even
supposed
on
to be the
Netflix
90 odd.
show about it.
Nah, that
The
can't be
laser test
right.
is not accurate, bro.
That can't
They
be
went
right
to
because
I think
the
the
20
South
miles,
Poland.
that's supposed to be like nearly 100 meters of curvature. That can't be right, is it?
Dude, what can you tell me about day and night cycles around the world?
I
Wow.
like them. I like them. It's good for
Well,
sleeping.
you can
It's
get
good
a
for getting
tan
up
when it's
during the day.
you.
You know,
Yeah, if it's
in
summertime, you can get a tan if you go outside.
hell yeah, dude. But in my country, winter is the daylight is something like 4 to 8 hours. In summertime, it's almost 24 hours of sunlight. How does that work?
Do you know
That's great.
what's dictating how much daylight you have?
What?
The sun.
Yeah, yeah. So the
Yeah,
sun moves differently
the
in
sun
my
moves. Yes.
in
So you agree?
like
You
around my country.
okay? So you agree the sun moves? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, Cyclone, answer me that question.
So that's what's
When we
happening. So
move
the sun is
away from a
moving.
mountain,
What
The
about
sun is
at the
moving.
same
Yeah.
time?
Just quickly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The sun's moving through the sky, and when it's over you, you get the light, and when it goes away from you, you lose the light. Nighttime. Go to bed. Happy Glober. Yeah.
Cyclone, can you answer this question?
What question?
When we move away from mountain, as we move far away, why does it appear that the mountain is sinking below?
Well, perspective
Why?
for one. So think about it. You know, if you go onto
Why
like a
does
street. Wait, bro. Don't ask
okay,
me a
okay,
question, and then when I start
okay,
answering,
okay.
yeah. So imagine you're on a street with street lights going all the way as far as you can see. Yeah. It looks like the street lights are getting closer to the ground the further away they are. Yeah. You seen
It
that?
doesn't, bro. No, it doesn't, bro.
Oh, so
It doesn't.
It doesn't
perspective
sing, bro.
doesn't. So
I'm
there's
gonna
no such
fail my
thing as
driver's
perspective.
test.
It
Okay,
disappears
bro.
in
I
the
think you
fog.
need to
It
look up.
doesn't
I think
sing.
you need to look up perspective.
It
Let me
disappears in
see.
the
Someone in the
fog.
chat. Someone in the chat. Post a perspective image for our friend here. Iku, you've seen that, right? On a long road with streetlights, it looks like the streetlights get lower the further away they are.
Oh,
You haven't seen that?
no, I haven't. Oh, this
Okay. Well,
perspective. Yes, yes.
oh, now yes.
This
There you
isn't
go.
about curve.
There you go.
No.
So
Stark has posted a streetlight image
yeah.
for you.
So
It's not
look in
sinking.
the VC chat,
It's
guys.
becoming
Look in the
smaller,
VC
bro.
chat, guys. So does it look like those lights are getting lower to the ground? Yes or no?
Do you understand the scale? Once
It is
again,
shrinking, not
Uh-oh, we're back to
sinking.
the
this is
scale.
something like 1 kilometer on a road.
Yes.
Do you
And over
understand
that
how big
distance,
the Earth is?
over
You
that
don't.
distance, it's right up in the top of the frame, and then just that little bit of distance further away, it's right at the bottom of the frame. See that?
God, you're
They might not
stupid.
have
Cyclone,
roads where
as you
he
can
might.
see
Uh-oh.
from this image,
Hey,
This is something
Cyclone,
like 1 kilometer.
hey,
Uh-oh.
Ashman,
You can't
you
see
might
that.
not have roads where you're from. Maybe you've never seen that before, but that's
okay,
what it looks
I can
like.
explain it really well.
Least racist American.
Yeah, dude.
Wait,
If you
Dude,
see
you
that,
don't need to
you see
explain
the
it.
point,
You don't need to
right?
explain it.
So
Hey, bro, listen,
it's an
relax. You don't
image,
need to
bro.
explain it. This is the explanation that you asked for from Cyclone. You don't have to explain his explanation.
yeah.
Cyclone,
Also,
the
over a
reason your
distance,
image
you also
view,
know. Let me explain another thing to you. As
okay,
things get further away from you, they appear to get smaller. Have you
yes,
noticed
it's
that?
smaller, doesn't sink.
Yes.
You can see that
No, it does.
foot
Because look,
and
you
head.
can see the street lights. Do you think those street lights are like the one on the right is that height and the one on the far left is like right on the ground? Or do you think they're the same height?
They're the same height.
Okay, so why does it look like the ones further away are lower down?
The distance,
The distance, right? So
yes.
over a distance, things appear to be lower in your field of view.
Now listen, bro. Here's the thing.
Is that right? Is that right?
Let me say and let me explain.
No,
Just
no, you
1
just
minute. Just 1
answer.
minute.
Over a
I can
distance, do
just now.
things appear to be
I
lower
can
down?
explain it
Bro,
crystal
if you're
clear, bro.
not gonna be if you're honest,
I'm
we're not gonna talk to you.
100% confident, bro.
No, listen, you just said it.
Okay,
You
okay. You
they're
say
the same
then I'll
height. Those lights are at the same height. So
yes.
why are the ones at the end appearing lower down? And you said distance. So you're saying over a distance, things will appear lower. Yeah?
Okay. Uh,
Why can't you answer?
okay.
Okay, so I just answered your
About the
question. Yeah?
mountain, you can see its head, not its foot. But this lamppost, you can see its head and foot. So it's not shrink. It is
You can see
shrinking,
its
not
foot.
sinking.
You can see its foot all the way at the end there. Can you?
Because of these bright lights, maybe you cannot see. But if you had a binocular, then you could see.
Well, it's okay because it doesn't matter anyway, because what you might be assuming is that we can't see the bottom of it because of the curvature. But remember, we just explained that there is no curvature. None of the laser tests detect any curvature, and no one's ever measured that 96 meters of curvature over 35 kilometers. Doesn't exist. So whatever is stopping you from seeing the very bottom, perspective, angular resolution limit, the optic,
Perspective never
all these
prevents
things,
you from seeing the food, bro.
it cannot be Earth curvature.
I have a question. If you know the Earth is flat, this is not like provoking in any way, shape, or form. If you know that the Earth is flat, or you have a very strong perception that the Earth is flat, would you assume that we are in some type of a simulated environment? Just a yes or no answer.
No.
No, I don't think it's simulated. I think it's a physically real environment.
Do you think it's being manipulated by any other outworldly sources?
Well, that's kind of a philosophical question that I could never answer. How would I know?
It's a very philosophical question to assume that the Earth is flat as well without
No.
evidence.
That's an empirical point, because we observe and experience and measure the Earth practically to be that. So that's not philosophical.
Yeah, but last I checked, the Earth is round.
Last you checked? You mean last time you switched on the TV and watched the start of the
Tell me when you actually checked. Hold on, Cyclone. I want to hear from this guy when he checked.
Last time I hopped into a jet, I pretty much noticed the curvature of the Earth.
Do you mean last time you watched the Universal Studios logo on the Marvel movie you watched?
No, it was last time I went to Universal Studios in Florida and spent more money than you make in about a month.
Oh, you went to Universal Studios in Florida and you watched Superman fly around the globe, their globe.
He is
a true believer. I had your daughter hold my hand and I made sure she ate all my burgers and Vicks.
Okay. So you're a globe believer, right? You're a true believer. That's perfect. That's what we want. Okay, so
Cyclone, you're a believer.
Okay, what's this guy's name? Who's the funny guy? Roach. All right, Roach, give us your top 3 globe proof. Let's hear it.
Give me your top 3 first, and I'll give you mine.
Okay, mine is Disney. Mine is Disney, NASA, and
you were so confident,
President, what's his face?
You spent more money. You spent so much money at Universal Studios in Florida, and you don't have any globe proof.
I'm still waiting for your 3 answers. I respectfully asked you to answer first.
I gave you Disney, NASA, and Barack Obama. Those are my 3 globe proofs.
And Nickelodeon.
Is there a reason you deflected from my question, though?
No, it's more of a strategic output.
A strategic output, as in it's strategic that you can't answer what your evidence for the globe is?
No, it's strategic in the way that I choose to make it strategic. You can inference however you want.
Well, your strategy must be to avoid showing what you think your evidence for the globe is, since that's what you've avoided
if you gave me the 3 answers, then I would respond.
I gave them to you.
Okay. There's no curvature, there's no motion, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. Your turn.
Good boy. You're a good boy.
Your turn.
Boy.
Oh, this is a good spiral.
Like I'm told. You do exactly
this is a good spiral. Yeah, and now you're gonna have to indulge
no, you're just mad. It's okay. I'm just
Watch, he's gonna spaz out.
Bro.
You can't do it, can you?
Do what?
You don't even have
really
3 arguments.
This is a serious conversation. You're being rage baited by somebody that's high as fuck, bro. You need to get your fucking marbles straight.
so you can't even make 3 arguments for your globe religion?
Whenever you get on an airplane and measure that flat Earth, let me know.
Oh, you can't do it? You're chickening out?
When did you go measure strips of data?
How do you measure from an airplane, dude? Hey, Mr.
LiDAR. Use LiDAR. You use LiDAR. It's called LiDAR strips. You fucking retard.
He's triggering out. Roach, why are you so triggered?
I'm yelling so you can hear me. He's yelling, so I gotta yell too.
Is it because you couldn't?
He just asked me a question and he wanted to yell, so I yelled my answer.
Is it because you couldn't actually provide 3 arguments for the globe? Is that why you're triggered?
Are you really rerouting back to that question because you got rage baited?
Yeah. You still haven't given us your 3 arguments for your globe religion.
Yeah, I said good boy when you answered. Good boy. Answer it again.
That's not rage bait.
Okay, well,
yes, it is. Not rage, you can say it's not rage bait, but you're mad right now.
Who is it rage bait for, though? Me or Cyclone? We're confused because one of us is supposed to be mad.
Yeah, no, Roach, this is why we do this. This is what we're looking for. We want people to hear people like you. You're perfect.
Yeah, sure.
This is perfect. Look, try again. So what's your best 3 arguments for living on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum?
I can't hear you. Say that again. Your mic cut out.
What's your best 3 arguments for living on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum?
Good boy. You better answer when I tell you. That's a good little boy.
Listen to what a weird little blueberry is.
Good boy.
You know
What?
how to
Come
answer
on,
to your
Roach.
Is
daddy,
he
don't
not
you?
listening? Are
Get
you
your
not listening? Or are you just gonna
Cyclone, how do you keep falling for this?
falling for
Oh
what?
man, they
How do
actually
you keep
think
falling for
You
actually
it?
guys,
think
fucking
this is
you guys
retarded.
Instagram.
don't understand when we
Listen to
troll
this
you back what
spiral.
it sounds like, do you?
This is
Oh
the
man,
spiral.
you
This
have
is
no idea. I
great.
came in here planning to troll you because I already understand flat
But
Earth
you
just
And
like
you
can't.
ended
We
up
are
just
motherfuckers.
trolling yourself.
untrollable, dude. You
Yet
cannot
you're
You just
troll
talking.
trolled
flat
yourself, Roach.
earthers.
Yet you're
You
talking.
just trolled yourself, Roach,
Yet
by
you're
exposing that
talking.
you can't even make 3 arguments for your
See how you're
belief.
still responding? That shows how angry you are.
No, we're just continuing to let you
Keep
embarrass
speaking.
yourself
Keep
so that
speaking.
other people can hear what you
Keep
Globers
speaking. Good
are like.
boy. Good boy. Keep speaking.
Listen,
Okay. Bye bye.
listen to how triggered you are.
Okay. Keep speaking. Good
How about
boy.
this, man?
So you can't, you don't have an argument for your global belief.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
what for one
can
day.
you say something? Can you say
All
something?
right.
I
So
can't hear you.
how
Good
fast do you think the
boy.
ground is spinning?
Good
It's got
boy.
to be
Do you think
really
the ground
spinning
is
really
spinning?
fast because when you fly one direction in an airplane, you
Just
go
say the word cycling.
so fast. So when you go the other direction, you go faster. Isn't that true, Roach?
Did you know if you stick your finger in your butt and you sniff it smell like shit?
Come on, Roach. Don't be like that. Don't trigger out because you know you've been caught and you don't really know why you
you
believe
can't
in the globe
Are you
religion. Don't be
reflecting
like
and
that.
deflecting right now?
He's
Whoa.
triggering out.
Did you just reflect and deflect at the same time? That's
Roach,
crazy. You got a
come
hybrid
on.
defense mechanism.
Don't be this childish, you know? Don't be so scared. You believe in the globe,
Are you
fine.
projecting now?
In
What's making you
2026,
scared? Why
it's a
would
bit
you be scared?
embarrassing, but at least stand by your
How does
belief.
this conversation make you scared?
So come on,
All right, I can't listen to
what's
him
your
anymore.
argument? You're gonna
I know
trigger
you
out.
can't handle it because you're angry. I get it. You gotta
No,
leave.
dude, I can't listen to you not
I know you're just angry. You get
participate.
it.
Wow. This is what the Globers are reduced to.
Yeah, I can't listen to him just not participate.
Yeah.
Participate.
You can do it for so long, but I mean, if they just continue, they can't do it. Iku, Ashdem, you hear that? You hear what we deal with here? What do you think? Was
See,
that
they
a good
just run out of
performance?
shit, and then he starts talking about dumb shit. He ran out. He thought he was going to come in and troll and ask some question, and then he got the answer he didn't like, and then he just fucking had a meltdown.
Yeah,
I believe I have given some solid proof, but
I'm
still
on
not
mute.
believing.
Let's go.
So Ashman,
I was taking
Ashdem,
a
and
piss. What
Iku,
happened?
what do you think of that Glober's performance?
I was taking a piss. No idea. Maybe
Oh,
a smart guy. Yeah.
Smart guy. Well, he says he spent a lot of money in Disneyland, and that's how he knew the Earth was a globe.
Yeah.
Oh, is
He's
he
an
the one that
eyewitness.
called you a good boy? You kept.
Yeah,
that means
weird little
the Earth
globe.
is a globe because he can say "good boy." That means the Earth is a ball.
Yeah.
He spent more money in Disneyland than you would spend earning in a year.
You think that would make him smart?
My grandfather would have said he's got more dollars than cents.
Yeah,
All right,
that's a good one.
We've got Ashmem and Iku. They're still trying to figure it out. So, have you guys found any globe evidence yet?
I'm not trying to figure it out. I already know it myself. I'm just
Oh,
All
you
right,
already
go ahead and tell me because I want to come back to the globe.
How can you know it if you don't have any evidence for it?
Still haven't seen any evidence for flat Earth.
All right. Well, what's your best three? What's your best three proofs then for it?
The last one I've seen.
Why don't you give your proof? Like the
Oh, come on, guys. These have just been
guy
like,
that
no, I know it's the
rage-baited
globe.
you so that you had to ban him. Asked. Come on.
No. He wasn't speaking. He was just trolling.
Yeah,
so.
he rage baited you. You fell right
did he?
into
What
it.
it wasn't rage bait, dude.
You're right. I'm still raging. Listen to my
He couldn't
rage.
tell us which one he rage baited. If it was rage bait, he would have said, "Ha, gotcha." But was it me or Cyclone? I couldn't figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still raging. You can tell, right, how angry I am.
Yeah, you're.
Come on, he told you that.
What's the difference between thinking and shrinking?
All right, so you guys said you had some globe evidence.
You seem very wound up.
Awesome.
Flat Earth evidence right now. Let's go. Top 3.
Okay, number 1, no glober has any globe evidence.
Okay.
My
Do you
number
disagree
1
with
is
that?
no flat earthers has flat Earth evidence.
Oh,
yeah,
see,
the Earth is
that's
measured
just childish.
flat.
That's just like no you. All right, there's no curvature. We've already established that. There's no motion of the Earth. Yeah, we did, remember, because you said the numbers and I said who measured that, and you don't have anyone. And we spoke about the laser
And there's
test.
no
Remember,
motion.
Iku watched the laser tests and he found that there was no curvature. Remember, Iku?
No, I don't remember.
Yeah, you said you watched the laser test.
No, I
That is
didn't.
not accurate, bro.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
what you
on
said.
a YouTube thumbnail.
Yeah, you watched the laser
I'm
test. You
not
said there was
going
no
to watch
curvature.
it, dude. Come on.
You're not going to watch
Sorry.
it. So you saw it and you were about to click it and you thought, no, I'm too scared.
Yeah, I was listening to you rant about something very stupid.
Oh, really? What, you
Yeah.
not knowing or understanding or having any idea about the globe that you're arguing for? That was stupid.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Yes, of course. Okay, so no curvature, no globers have any globe evidence. There's no motion of the Earth, so it can't be a spinning globe. There you go. Now your turn.
Okay.
Three globe proofs.
No, but none of what you said is true.
Okay, so let's hear your three globe proof then.
Okay, wait, I will Google some.
Oh, so you don't know.
Let him Google. I can give you one proof.
No, three. You need to do three. I had to do
Go
three.
on. Tell one.
Okay, let me tell one. First one.
Three off the top. No
My
AI.
first question is
No.
Cyclone to
Question
you.
is not a proof. You need to present
To prove
positive evidence.
my proof, I have to ask you this question.
No. If your
concept.
proof requires my input, it's not proof.
That's correct.
Okay, let's just assume. Okay, we
No,
all
let's just
know
assume
the
you're
difference
going to
between
provide
and
evidence
shrinking.
for a globe.
And also, don't start off with "we all know this." Don't start off your proof with that.
Okay, I will not. Okay, fine. In this picture, this lamppost are shrinking.
No, that's not a globe proof.
That's one.
There's no globe in that image.
That's not a
no
globe proof.
in that
That's
image.
flat Earth proof, dude. What are you pointing out flat Earth proofs for?
I'm dismissing it.
Ashmem, if your first globe proof is to point at that image of the lamppost, then it means you have no globe proof.
Oh my god. That is
Can you prove that there is
I'm
an
debunking
edge?
that image. The misconception.
Alright,
Is there an edge?
Ashmem, I'm going to give you another chance, right? Just remember, you're trying to prove that the ground outside is a spinning ball.
Just
So how are you
give
going
me
to do
1 minute. I will make it crystal clear. You
You'll
have no
Google it?
have no confusion.
You'll Google
Please,
it?
give him 1 minute.
1
We
minute.
need 1 minute, but you guys have had your whole lives believing in the globe, and now you need more time for
Just
the
let
evidence.
me speak 1 minute straight without
No,
interrupting. I will make it fully clear.
if it's not evidence for the globe, you're getting muted.
Cyclone, try not to interrupt anyone for 1 minute. Challenge.
Just 1 minute.
Try not to be a fragile pussy for 1 minute.
So we got to listen to them tell stories now. Okay, let's listen to their stories for 1 minute.
All right, a 1 minute globe story. Let's hear this cope.
Go.
In that image, we can see these lampposts are shrinking, not sinking. We know the difference between shrinking and sinking. So these lampposts are shrinking. But remember my mountain explanation? The mountain does not shrink. It sinks.
So the mountain isn't smaller the further away you go?
You have started to interrupt, bro.
Well, you just said something false, because the mountain does get smaller to your view the further away you get from it.
It's connected to the ground, isn't it? Isn't it connected to the ground, the mountain? So
when
it gets
you walk
smaller.
30 kilometers away, you cannot see its foot. You only see its top head. But the lamppost, you can see both.
Okay, what's the cause of that? What's the cause of that?
There's a difference. Because of the curvature, bro.
Oh, okay, the curvature, right. So the 96 meters over 35 kilometers. So when was that measured?
We can
We're
measure
talking
it
about
anytime.
96 meters
You don't
again.
have to ask about the history. You can measure it today.
Oh, but it hasn't been measured, has it?
Just go out.
Oh, it can be measured. So why has no one measured it?
If no one measured it, how could I tell you that?
Well, because you can say any bullshit. You can say any old bullshit.
Myself, bro.
You've never experienced a measurement of curvature. What are you talking about?
Have you never been to mountains, bro?
Yeah, you can see all the flat Earth from them.
Bro.
So no measurement of curvature. So when are you going to get to your globe? When are you going to get to the globe evidence? We let you do your 1 minute story. When's the globe evidence?
I don't know how there still can be confusion after that, bro. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, there's no confusion. You didn't provide any evidence.
Give us the globe proof, the evidence, dude. We're waiting still.
Isn't
You
that
said you
brother?
needed to
There is
tell us.
nothing
You
you
said
can
you
say to
needed to tell us
convince
a
these
story
guys.
first. Shut the fuck up. You said you needed to tell us
You
a
shut the
story
fuck up,
first.
you fucking idiot.
Oh,
Fucking
goodbye.
American redneck. You sound like the most.
All right, EQ's too triggered. That's fine. Yeah, so Ashmem, there's no confusion. We're well aware that you've provided no globe evidence, but we did ask you to provide some.
I did. I believe that I did really well.
No, you didn't. You claimed curvature again, and we already had this conversation, and you didn't provide any.
I have just provided right now, bro. Real example.
A measurement?
Real example. Call it whatever you want.
Well, is it a measurement? Can we call it that?
Maybe I don't know. I don't know that
Well,
English
what
really
was
well.
measured? Was anything measured?
The curvature of Earth.
Okay, how much curvature was measured?
Then we need some tools because it's just eyewitness.
We need some tools. Are you telling me that NASA and all that haven't done it already?
I can see it, bro. Then I don't need to hear it from
I
you.
have
I don't need
tools.
to
What
hear
do
it
you
from
need?
NASA.
I have tools. What do you need? Tell me what you need. I have them.
If I can see this thing, this phenomenon with my own eyes, I don't need to hear from you. I don't need to hear from NASA. I
What do
can
you
come to
see?
my
What do you
own
see?
conclusion that the Earth
What do you see?
curved.
What do you see?
That is mountain sinking down.
Mountain sinking down.
Yes.
Right, is that optically or physically?
Physically, bro. That's not optical illusion.
How do you know it's physical?
Because that's what reality is, bro.
And how do you know it's sinking physically? Because we see things get smaller and we see them sink towards the horizon by perspective, and that's not physical. So how do you know what you're seeing is physical and not optical?
Because I'm not high, so it cannot be optical.
What does that mean?
LD. And the only way it
That
can
doesn't make
happen
sense.
is because of the curvature, bro.
Oh, the
There's no other
curvature that
way.
doesn't exist. But that has never been measured and doesn't exist, remember?
Then you explain me, why does it happen?
I don't need to. I gave you an answer. It wasn't sufficient for you. Fine. You're saying it's curvature, but you don't have any curvature.
Okay, so if that happens, the Earth definitely cannot be flat.
Oh no, it's flat. That's all that you can prove.
If the Earth was flat, it would shrink, not sink.
Well, yeah, things do shrink as they get further away from you.
They shrink, but
already
they do not
know
sink,
that.
bro. I think we're just repeating the same thing again.
Yeah, you're repeating yourself because you can't get any further because you claim curvature, and then when we ask for evidence of that, you don't have any.
We're not getting any results from that, bro.
No, we're not, because you can't provide any evidence of the curvature you're claiming.
I did. You're not understanding it, or you just pretend.
No, you made the
not
claim that
understanding.
you're seeing it, but you haven't provided any measurement to show that that is what you're seeing.
I have measured it, bro.
Are you tapping out?
I'm not tapping out. I'm just tired of over-explaining things.
Okay, well then just provide the
Wow.
measurement.
All right, that's another win for Flat Earth. Let's hear it for Cyclone. Can we get a round of applause for
Your
him? That
win
was
is just
wonderful.
denying
Yes,
everything, bro.
that was great. You did a great job, Cyclone.
Thank you. I'll take a golf clap on that. Thank you.
Your win is denying every proof we give, so that makes no
Well,
sense.
you gave us nothing to deny. You didn't give us any of the measurements that we asked for an hour.
If you can deny this thing, you can deny anything, bro.
Imagine still believing in the curve when you've just found out that there's no measurement of it in all human history.
Well, it's on TV. Well, they don't watch TV, remember? Their excuse is they don't watch TV, so it's not TV that hypnotized them. Just the phone
Google.
that they look at the whole time while they're on Discord.
That's right. They only watch the
Googling all
YouTube.
the time. Google. That's what it is.
Yeah, they only watch the YouTube. No TV.
Or TikTok.
Ashmem, do you think the ground is spinning?
Yes, it does, bro.
How fast?
I have to Google it, bro, but it doesn't spin. If
Oh,
I
he
cannot
doesn't know.
Why do you have to? Why
it
do you have
doesn't
to
mean that
Google
it
it?
doesn't spin, bro. If I
Why
cannot
do you
tell
have?
you the number,
Why do you have to Google it?
I don't memorize everything.
Does it seem like it's moving?
Maybe 36 kilometers per hour. I don't know the exact number.
Whoa, that's quite fast. So does it seem like it's spinning quite fast when you go outside?
When you are in a moving bus.
When you are in a
If
moving bus?
everything-
No. Just when you go outside, I mean. Let's say you go to the park and you're in the park. Does it seem like the ground is moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
It doesn't seem like it, but it
Doesn't
actually
seem
does.
like
The
it.
word is seem. The word
Okay, so if it
seem,
doesn't
bro.
seem like it, how do you know that it is?
See, contradiction.
Well, because it seems like it.
No, he said it doesn't seem like it.
Oh.
So if it doesn't
Well,
seem
then-
like it,
So
why do you think it
believe
does?
only what you see.
Well, hold on. Don't deflect with a question. If it doesn't seem like it, why do you think it does?
I'm not a scientist.
Oh,
What does that mean?
But
Science.
the proof of science.
You need to be a
is better than
scientist?
proof that
Wow.
you give to me, bro.
Holy crap. Do you
so-
notice how you Globers will say shit like, I'm not a scientist, when you're just so defeated that your answer is you have to go to somebody else and it doesn't require science, dude.
Okay,
If
so
you
what
can
you're
give
saying
me a
is
better
you have
explanation than
no.
science, I'll believe in you. Just
Okay,
give me
so
a better one.
Ashmem. Okay, so Ashmem, you're saying you don't know that the Earth is moving, but you've heard some people say that it is, and you believe them. Is that right?
It's not about hearing. I have seen the proof.
Yeah,
So
you
there's
said you
difference.
believe. You
Hearing
said you
and proof.
believe in the scientist. Well, no, because you said it doesn't seem like it. So what proof have you seen?
Do you watch Veritasium, Vsauce?
No.
No.
Channels? There you go.
No, I don't
So you have
get.
no idea, bro.
I don't get my worldview from YouTube.
Yeah, dude, we are our own channel. Do you understand? We don't watch other people's shit.
You have to acknowledge that there are
Yeah,
people
you watch
better
us,
than you,
bro.
and you have to
You
learn
watch
from
us.
them. You can't
No,
figure
if you want
everything
to,
out
if you
yourself.
want to learn Ashmem, subscribe to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube and all good content providing platforms. Then you'll learn something. So you said it doesn't
is
seem like
misleading.
it. Hold on, I just want to get to the bottom of this, Ashmem. Let's really figure this out. So you go outside. It doesn't seem like the ground is moving, but you think it's moving at what, 1,000 miles an hour?
Not 1,000 miles, but 36 kilometers per hour. No, that's 30.
Oh, right. So not.
Yeah, maybe yes.
So 36 kilometers an hour.
No, that is too low. Maybe 1,000. Yeah.
That's too low. Maybe 1,000. How would you know? Because you said it doesn't seem like it's moving at all.
Because I know physics, bro. I've witnessed it myself.
So, okay, so when you go outside, it doesn't seem like anything's moving, but because you know physics, you can say that it's moving at 36 kilometers, no, maybe 1,000 miles an hour.
Oh, Cycle, answer me that question.
So, what part of physics is telling you that the ground outside, even though it doesn't seem like it's moving, is actually moving at 1,000 miles an hour?
The first thing is, if the Earth
Magic.
If the Earth is actually moving, how do you figure it out?
If. Well, this is what we're trying to ask you.
If
This is
the
what we're trying
Earth
to
is
ask you,
actually
Ashman.
moving, why? How is it continuously moving then, dude?
Well, that's the question for you, Ashman. You're the one trying to figure out if it is moving, because you're claiming it is moving, even though
Because
you've
of the
just said it doesn't seem
gravitational
like
pull,
it.
it continuously keeps moving.
Continuously.
No,
You're
now it's
saying
gravity. Oh shit, dude.
Yeah,
Sorry, I
let's
took
not
you down the
get
wrong
Do you
path.
deny
You're all
gravity, bro?
fucked up now. Now you want to talk about gravity
Professor,
and
do you
stuff.
deny gravity? You're a professor. You cannot deny it, bro.
Why not?
Deny gravity, bro?
No,
Hey,
gravity is
Ashman,
what makes the
quickly.
Earth flat, and I'll explain how this works. So if you take a perfectly flat surface, like a surface plate, and you pour water on it, and that thing is perfectly level because you had, installers put it in, and they use lasers and everything. The water is just going to cover the whole table flat because gravity makes everything flat. That's why the Earth is flat. So gravity is flat Earth proof. So there you go. You no longer have that.
It doesn't make any sense, bro.
It
So,
does
Ashman,
make sense.
Ashman, without Googling it, define gravity for us now.
Gravity. Can you repeat the question?
Define it without Googling it.
Define what?
Gravity.
Okay. So gravity is what I like things getting pulled, I would say in one word.
Down
Things
and making them
getting
flat.
pulled.
Yeah.
All right,
It's like
so
if
when
you
people
pour
are doing
water
like
on the ground, it flattens out, doesn't it? When you pour water on the ground. So gravity makes things flat. Thank you.
Well, he just said gravity is pulling something. So if we're in like a tug of war with a rope, that's gravity.
That's not gravity, bro.
You just said gravity was pulling
It's a
something.
force. Gravity is
Sounds like
also a
what
force.
he's gonna
That's
pay
also a
for.
force. In that way, you can say it's a force.
It's a force. Okay, so you don't know what gravity is.
I know what gravity is, so I can.
Well, you just said it's a pulling force, which is not how gravity is defined. So you don't know what it is.
Have to
So let's
memorize
not waste
definition.
our time talking about gravity if you don't know what it is.
Okay, let's say you are on a bus.
Let's
The
say you're on a
is
bus.
constantly moving
Is
at
that
60
gravity?
kilometers per hour.
The gravity bus.
Let's just say that you are on a bus. Everything else is gone.
Are you pulled
You're on a
towards
bus.
the bus?
I'm trying to explain the why Earth is moving.
But you haven't
reason
proven
Earth
that
is
Earth
moving.
is moving. You haven't given us evidence for that. You said it doesn't seem like it's moving.
I have to go there step by step, bro.
Okay, so we start with it doesn't seem like it's moving. So how do you then prove that it is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
I could prove that very easily if that was in my native language.
Okay,
But
let's
if
see
it's
it.
in English, I'm having a little bit difficulty here, bro.
Well,
That's
we'll
okay.
give you the
Just go,
time.
just
We'll
go
give you
ahead
the
and just
time.
use a translator and post it in the side chat then. All of your perfect proof.
Yeah. Listen, we've been at this for 10 years. If you've got the proof and you just need to translate it, we will wait. Thank you.
I think someone else can do it better than me.
I don't think so. I think you're the guy
You
for
have
the
to get on
job.
a bus. You have to get on a bus, by the way. Don't forget the bus.
So you're outside, you don't seem like the Earth is moving, but you want to prove that it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. So how are you going to do that?
Okay, I'll come later with better proofs. Bro. Right now, I cannot give you definitions. I cannot give you those proofs because I'm
Okay, so that
unprepared.
means you
Like,
don't know that it
you are
is
fully prepared.
spinning, right? You don't know that the ground is moving then.
I know that's moving.
No, you don't, because if you did, you would be able to tell us how you know and what the proof is.
The proof is because you can't feel it moving, right? It's the proof that it's moving is that you can't feel it move.
Then how can I prove it to you, bro?
Well, how did you prove it to yourself?
Because I believe in physics. I believe in mathematics.
No, belief is not proof.
I believe in science.
That's a belief. That's like a religion.
Says
That's a religion.
I know the
Physics says that cannot happen. Physics says what you believe in cannot exist.
Right, but also, Ashman, you were asked how you know it. You said you know it, and now you're saying you just believe it.
Okay, I'm still saying I know it. It just sounds like, bro.
Okay, so how did you prove it to yourself?
How do I prove it to myself?
Yep.
Science has proven it to myself.
How?
The scientists, bro.
What does that mean?
Don't you say their explanation? Why don't you debunk scientists, bro?
Well, what does that mean? So tell me about how you proved it to yourself. So you go outside, it doesn't seem like it's moving, but then you did something and that proved to you that it was moving. What did you do?
Okay, I'm a layman. You are a professional flat earthers. They are professional scientists. Why don't you debate among yourselves?
There's nothing to debunk from their side. There's nothing to debunk because for us, we have the Earth outside isn't moving. So
Let me
there's
tell
nothing
them
for
what
us to
happens
debunk.
when they come in here. So when they come in here and they start debating, they leave in like anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes after they realize they're screwed. They've trapped themselves.
I am
Yeah,
here for
there's
1
no
hour and I have
scientists.
experienced why they leave, bro. I have given
There's
you
no
solid
scientists
proof,
proving
and
it.
you are still denying it.
But you said you had proven it to yourself and that you knew it. And now you're saying we have to speak to someone else and you just believe someone else.
Can you tell me what was the flaw in my earlier explanation? I cannot find it.
You didn't give us any evidence. You just said you seem like the Earth isn't moving, but you believe that it is. That's what you said.
You're gaslighting me, bro.
No, that's what you said. You said you believe scientists. It just means you believe something you've heard.
Okay, bro. I accept defeat. I will come later with better proofs.
Okay.
I hope better from you.
That's fine. Listen, it's not a defeat. It's not me against you. Don't get this confused. This isn't flat earthers versus globe earthers. This is human beings trying to understand where we live. You are not going to advance your knowledge or understanding if you think you're in this just to debate people. You should be investigating the natural world, not thinking, how can I debate flat earthers? Do you understand?
Yes.
You've not been defeated. I have not defeated you. It is not a question of win or lose. It is a question of what is the earth. Okay? All right. Appreciate your chat, bro. No hard feelings,
Okay.
yeah?
No
You're
hard
sound.
feelings. Yeah. Good, bro.
All right. Peace. All right. That was all right, eh? Good little run.
DJ, did you go quiet on us, or is my audio playing up? Your microphone's off now, dude.
Yeah, I was trying to bring up I mean, I just need to show him that, I mean, the sails on the boat can't just be floating in the air and then the whole bottom of the boat's not there, right? The bottom of the boat's not behind the horizon because you can see the sails floating in the air. So obviously there's a miraging effect taking place.
I was gonna say, show him the 3-hour time lapse.
Yeah, it doesn't. To me, it doesn't make sense why, if it's an illusion, why the top is still being seen, but the bottom isn't. Isn't.
The illusion has to do
Because
with
there's a
temperature
mirroring.
variation. So what happens is, as the temperature above the water changes drastically, it's only a very short condensed area that's changing, say 10 feet. The problem is the ship's taller than 10 feet. So anything that's higher than this compressed area won't get affected. So the bottom bit gets squashed, stretched, done all sorts of really cool stuff, but the top doesn't, because the top is outside of the special effect. It's like grab yourself a magnifying glass and hold it in front of you. Everything outside of that is not going to get affected. Anything inside of that is the affected area. That's how mirages basically work. It's because there is a very fine affected area. So that's where you'll see things disappearing or shrinking or stretching. There's a whole list of really cool effects that happen. And outside of that magnified area, nothing happens. The sails that you see, my friend, are outside of that area. That's all.
This illusion. Yeah, you're saying it's some kind of illusion. But okay, compare it to the glass. The example you gave of the glass. Can you repeat that example of the glass you mentioned? Like, yeah, and compare it to the example of the boat.
If you hold up a magnifying glass just out in front of you, when you look through the glass, it will be distorted. Around the glass, it will be okay. The same thing happens with mirages, except the mirage, the glass, is a long flat one that's on the horizon. So anything that's above that compressed area where there's a massive temperature variation won't have any weird effects. Anything that's inside it will.
Yeah, but so to ask you a question, so what kind of glass are you talking about? Are you talking about like
magnifying glass?
Magnifying glass. Is it in? Okay, it's not in the form of. Does it have water? Does it? You hear me?
You don't know what a magnifying
I
glass
love
is.
Black Depot. Vaccines. 9/11.
Okay.
You got it, Matrix?
Oh, yeah, that felt good.
Thank you.
Okay. So I see the magnifying glass. Okay, so you're saying that outside this magnifying glass, it will be normal, but inside this
Correct.
magnifying glass, it will.
I was trying to simplify it for you as much as I can, mate.
Okay.
So if you hold a magnifying glass up and you look through it, that's like looking through the area where you're seeing the mirage. So the bottom of the boat, where there's a gap between the sails and the gap to the horizon, and you're wondering what's going on, that is the area that's affected.
Yeah, that's affected. But yeah, with the magnifying glass, right? Okay, it will only see what your eyes can also see. Like there'll be nothing blocking it. Like this mirage, it will see the same thing as what the telescope was seeing.
No, it doesn't. You've got the telescope and you've got the magnifying glass in front of it doing weird stuff. That's the bit you need to understand. It doesn't matter what you use, whether it's a camera, your eyes, binoculars, or telescope, the mirage is still there.
Right. Can you see what Yaga Bruno just posted in the side chat?
Yaga Bruno.
Yeah, the last one, you can see a guy, and it looks like the bottom of his legs are missing. This is the same effect. This is the same miraging effect. It's because the right, if this guy lifted up the camera a little bit higher, the miraging effect would go away because it's only happening closer to the surface, because the surface is getting very hot, right? And the light that's bouncing off the bottom of the guy's legs close to the ground is bending upward drastically, and it's not making it back to the camera. So instead of seeing his legs, you see a reflection. And that's the miraging effect. This is the exact same thing with the boat, right? It's the same thing that you can see here. This is an inferior mirage. So those people's legs aren't missing or anything like that. It's just an illusion because of the temperature.
I've never seen something like this in real life, where the bottom of the
If you
legs.
go out on a hot day, and you look down if you put the camera down really low to the ground, and on a hot road or a footpath or anything like that, then you'll see this same thing happen. It's called an inferior mirage. There's a definition just above of what it is, how it works. It's probably a bit technical, but
So, but in the video, the camera wasn't on the ground.
right, this camera's not on the ground either.
Yeah, it's really strange. Like, how comes we cannot see this photo?
Because the information that contains the image, it's not making it to the camera because the light is bending too much.
Does it also appear to the human eye, or only to just the camera?
Same to the human eye.
This is really strange. I've never seen something like this, but
Yeah, I'll show you another example. Yeah, because most of you've not seen it over the water because you've probably not taken a telescope or a zoom camera and zoomed out at the horizon when you've got an object at the horizon. So I'll show you some cool footage if I can find it. Yeah, look at this footage here. This is another example of an inferior mirage out in the ocean. Mirroring effect. Right. See, when he zooms right in, all of a sudden it looks like there's dolphins, but it looks like they're actually jumping out of the air. And you can sort of see that mirroring layer right near the surface. This is another optical illusion caused by mirroring.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll keep posting examples of inferior mirages. Look, here's the same thing that you're seeing instead. This time, instead of seeing the boat sails, right, you're seeing some land. The bottom of it's missing, but it's just because of the miraging effect. You can see the miraging effect.
Yeah, can you give me an example where like the same thing just by you changing your height on something that's completely flat, right? By you changing the height, you'll be able to see it, right, on top of uh, of something that's higher. But when you're on the ground, you cannot see it. But when you're
Yeah, I
by
already posted an example of that. I'll
Mhm.
show you it again. Right, so the same
Yeah.
thing's happening here. And I'll show you. Actually, there's another good example that Yaga Bruno posted. I'll repost it. So you can see in that one with the small boat, right? All he's doing is lowering the camera, and when he makes the camera lower, you can see the miraging effects start to take place, and the bottom of the boat starts to disappear. And then he lifts the camera up again, and you see the miraging effects start to disappear again. See? He's lifting the camera up and putting it down. Here's another example. Right? You can see the bridge. You can see all the way across the bridge. And then as he puts the camera down lower to the ground, we see that it's going into that miraging zone. And then all of a sudden, the bridge starts to disappear and everything starts to bend downward. Like the railing of the bridges start to bend downward. And the bridge itself starts to disappear because that light that's bouncing off the bridge, it's going over the top of the camera lens. It's not making it to the camera, not making it into the camera. And that's in inferior mirage.
But this thing, it seems to be happening only to the camera, because if you slip down on the ground, it wouldn't appear like this to the
It
human eye.
does. It does. It does. Yeah, you can test it next time. I've seen this before. It will happen to the human eye.
So you say,
The camera's just. It's not a camera effect.
so if someone was to put his head on the ground, he'll see the same thing as what the camera is seeing here. Okay.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. Yep.
I want to try it one time if I get the option.
Just wait for a really hot day.
And yeah, Epstein, don't post random looming, right? We're not talking about looming. Don't post some diagram of looming to confuse the guy. This is not looming. This is the opposite. Complete opposite. See, look at these two images from the video. All right, notice how there's a boat attached. There's a boat attached to the sails in the bottom one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so have a look at the top one.
Mhm.
Right, the boat's gone. And half the right-hand sail's gone as well.
Mhm.
This is a mirage. This is not Earth curvature, this is just a miraging effect.
Yeah, but in the example you gave, right? Can you show an example, right, where there's a mirage? There's a mirage, right? But you change the position. Let's say you went on a higher ground, right? Let's say you change your height, right? And then you could see clearly what's really happening because you changed.
Because you're getting up. You're getting up above the warm layer of air that's close to the surface that's causing this effect. That's all. Right? So the mirage goes away because the building blocks of the mirage aren't there anymore. Okay, you're not looking through that layer that's causing the mirage. When you get down lower, you're looking through a different gradient of air.
But the boat's not changing elevation, right?
The image in the
What do you mean?
bridge is.
What do you mean the boat's just sailing out, right? And once it gets to a certain distance, right, it's going into that miraging layer, right? Like you can see that the bottom of the boat is actually disappeared. It's not hidden behind the horizon because you can see the sky underneath the sails.
What is a miraging layer?
It's called total internal reflection. It's a mirroring layer. Okay, so it's caused because the light is bouncing up over the top of the optic. Okay, it's bending up towards the cold air, and it's bending upwards so much that the information that's contained in the light is not making it to the camera. So you see a mirror of what's in the background. It's called total internal reflection. It's a byproduct of an inferior mirage. It can happen in a superior mirage as well.
I looked it up. I'm not getting images. This, but like, so it's like a horizontal. There's a distance at which you enter the layer of mirage.
Well, it's if you're looking through the warmer layer, like if you get down lower to the ground on a hot day to the concrete,
but it's all the
then you're
same
going
layer.
to see. No. It's a temperature gradient, which makes a refractive index gradient caused by temperature.
But you're saying horizontal distance. So if the boat and you are the same altitude, then you're always going to be the same distance to the ground or whatever. So how far do you have to be to enter this layer?
It depends. Depends on the current conditions. It's not always the same thing, right? That happens when you get lower to the surface.
You're always the same.
You can have
distance.
It's not always the same. Yeah,
if you're on the surface,
it depends on the refractive index gradient. Right? Sometimes it's steeper. Sometimes it's not as steep. It depends on the temperature. It's all based on temperature.
That's
angles.
This is exactly why the laser curve things don't measure curvature reliably. Like because it all
you don't have
depends.
any.
It changes all the time. It depends on
Hey,
temperature.
Yeah. So this is upward bending light, right? So you don't have any evidence that lasers bend downward over the surface of the Earth through the atmosphere. You don't have any evidence of that.
It's
you know
seen
why?
further
You
than
know
you
why?
should. Yeah, that's evidence.
No, it's not. That's just you
It is
presupposing that there's a globe. Yeah, no, you don't.
Well, you get the globe from other evidence. I mean,
You're
that's
begging the question. So that's not evidence.
no, because
Seeing
that's not
further
how
than
you would prove the Earth's
seeing
curve.
further than you should. Seeing further than you should. That's evidence of it not being a globe.
No, if you have you don't prove it's a globe or not a globe by looking at what you were describing as something that's dependent on things like temperature, which you cannot measure all the way across your observation. So if you want to try to measure the distance or the curvature of stuff, you're not going to use something which changes at every single point according to temperature.
Cool. So you
And
just
your
you don't
entire
have any.
reasoning
So
for
you don't have
universe
any. You
bending
don't have
downwards
any. Hey,
is you
shush,
presupposing
shush.
it's not a globe.
When you hear me say shush, it means I'm about to mute you if you don't stop talking. Okay, so you don't have any evidence that there's curving water. When we go out and test it, we see zero curvature, just like we all experience. And that's a fact. Right? You don't have any observations. You don't have any observations that match a globe. You have to appeal to things that you can't test.
That's entirely based off of you presupposing it's not a globe, that it's flat, because all the observations that it show
all the
things
observations show flat.
elevated, all the observations that show things beyond a geometric horizon, which they seemingly rise and go below, those things are observations of this. The only way to say it's not an observation is to say, oh, the Earth is flat, so therefore it can't be.
What?
The entire
the
basis
dumbest
upon you saying
argument,
we don't see the curvature is because your line of sight would be curving with it. The light
What?
around the laser
You'd have
also
to prove
curves.
that though, wouldn't you? You'd have to prove that though, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's literally, yes, it's been
Hold on.
proven.
JJ,
We all agree
JJ.
that light bends.
Okay, but you'd have to prove that it was curving around a sphere.
No.
We
If
agree
the
that
light is bending,
yeah.
then you cannot measure curving under the surface by looking through light because the light itself is bending. Oh
Okay,
my
but we
God.
couldn't.
And you
Yeah.
acknowledge this, that it's so much dependent, it's so volatile, it depends on like
Okay.
temperature, that like why would you ever use this as a method of,
Hey,
because you're not
dumbass.
measuring the temperature along the path, are
Shush.
you?
Hey, the shush, the magic word shush. All right, thank you. All right, so this guy, right, came in and he said because the bottom of something looks like it's obstructed, therefore the Earth should be a globe. We're just showing him, right, that this is just an optical illusion called a mirage.
Yeah, but as you go away from something, as something goes away.
Yeah. So can
This
things
mirage,
disappear from the
but the issue is this mirage, you can't
shush.
explain. You can't
Three
explain this
shushes
mirage
that's the limit of shushes. There's no more than 3 shushes, you get muted. Just shut up on the first shush next time. All right, so look, this is the thing, dude. Right? We can explain bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. Right? We can't find any curvature. We haven't seen any evidence of any curvature. So if you want to claim curvature exists, then just prove it. Go ahead. Prove the curvature.
saying we can explain is literally reaffirming the consequence, whatever. That's reasoning backwards.
No, it's actually
that
the
is
globe
reasoning
earther
backwards.
saying the globe earther is saying that because something can't be seen at the bottom, therefore the Earth's a globe. We're just saying no, that can happen on a flat surface.
No, that's reasoning backwards. It's what you would expect to see.
On a flat surface, it's what we would expect to see. Yep, in certain conditions.
No, exactly. You're reasoning backwards.
Yeah, so if a
that's
globe
not
earther
what
makes
because the reason people point towards ships. Okay.
Shh. Thank you. All right, so if the globe earther says because the bottom of this is missing, therefore the Earth's a globe, that's not true.
Yeah, ships disappearing bottom up is not the proof the Earth is a globe. That's how people started to figure out, because that's what we normally see, and what you would normally see if the Earth was flat would not be that. It would normally, if the Earth was curved, it would be bottom up obstruction. So saying, oh, we can get this is backwards reasoning, not what you would normally see when things go away from you.
Do you know what the lapse rate is? The normal lapse rate?
You couldn't give me a number.
Yeah, I could give you a number. It's 6.5 degrees per kilometer decrease in temperature as you go upward. Is that number good enough number?
What is that supposed to do? What is that supposed to do?
Okay, it says that the temperature gets colder as you go upward as the normal, right? That's the normal. So what controls the refractive index in the lower atmosphere is the temperature.
And air pressure and Do you know what the formula is for refraction?
The formula for refraction?
For the refractive index, like what the formula is.
There's different formulas that you can use to derive the n value.
Oh my god. Okay, but like these, what the
What's
agreed
n
upon,
stand for?
it's like the refractive index n. Like what? Can you give me one formula for n?
I can't read out the exact formula, but you could use the
Okay, no, yeah,
Eldon
it's not that hard.
equation, or you
It's
could
not
use
that
the
hard.
Sitter equation.
It's not that hard. It's C over V. I mean, there's many different formulas you can use.
No,
I mean,
it's not.
that is the
Okay,
definitional
okay,
formula.
It's many different. He
That's
said that.
incorrect.
There's many different formulas you could use. He said that. Stop jumping up and down like you've won something. Just make your point.
Yeah, what's C over V? That's not any
Speed of
none of
light
them is
over
C
medium. Like the way in which we measure refraction or come up with these numbers, it's not just temperature, which is why it's not just temperature. And if it was just temperature, you're still not getting the temperature measurements along the path.
That's the three-choice rule. Okay, three-choice rule. Now, just C over V, that's not going to help you determine the refractive index. Okay, you need to determine what the refractive index is by actually measuring the temperature, the humidity, the CO2 levels, right, all the way up vertically. And then that would just be one point. Okay, and then you would have to take all the points along the entire path, and then you would take those n values, and then you would be able to get an estimation of what the refractive index is over the path. It's not as simple as just C over V or whatever you said. That's not what any of the formulas for calculating n are. Right? You have to get specific. You have to actually do something. Right? You don't know what the speed of the light is through the medium because you don't know what the refractive index of the medium is. That's circular reasoning. Right? You're trying to determine what the speed of light is through that medium by measuring how dense that medium is. And that's controlled by temperature, pressure, humidity, CO2, all sorts of different things. And then you've got a bunch of other things that you need to take into account as well. So you're an idiot. Don't know what you're talking about. Dunning-Kruger extraordinaire.
Yeah, I agree with what you just. I agree with what you just said, and that is exactly why all the observations that you give don't measure for those things along the path. They don't measure. They don't take the temperature readings along the path of observation. They don't take the air pressure readings along the path of observation. They don't.
Well, if you can't start claiming refraction if you're not going to measure. If you're not measuring, shut up.
Well, that's the issue. They're not measuring these things. So when you're looking at this observation, you have no idea of saying how much your observation is bending because you're literally not measuring any of the points along the path.
We're not making specific claims. We're just checking for the curvature, and we can't find it.
No, but the issue is you're checking for something without making sure what you're checking is not itself being affected and how much is being affected by the very profile that you just mentioned.
You don't have any. Yeah, no, we're seeing things that are 20 miles away with no distortion, no obstruction, and there's no evidence
which
that
is
refraction can
affected
even
by things that you were not measuring for, that you just listed and
there's
are not
nothing
measured for in these observations.
So what are you claiming? What are you claiming could allow us to be able to see something?
Literally all the things you just listed.
Sorry to interrupt, but wouldn't all of those things exist on a flat Earth? The atmosphere and stuff that is causing the light to deviate.
No, because
no,
I could tell you why.
So the reason why light deviates from its path is because of the surface being curved underneath the medium of the air that the light is passing through, right?
An atmosphere is gases around a ball, so you have very specific effects that occur from the dynamic when you wrap gases around a ball.
Okay, but would you be presupposing that the Earth is a sphere with an atmosphere that's wrapping around the ball, causing another presupposition? Excuse me, I don't want to have to shout. Another presupposition that light is bending around that curved surface. You've got a lot of presuppositions in your argument. You're going to have to prove that the surface is curved first.
Oh, if you ask, can we have an atmosphere on a flat Earth? The answer is no, because it literally means gases around a sphere.
No, ladies and gentlemen, gases are omnidirect.
No.
Gases, I guess, but it's not in a atmosphere.
No, DJ, I'm going to tell him to shush. Please stop jumping up and down. Please stop jumping up and down like you've got some kind of victory. You know exactly what I'm talking about. If you want me to slap you around, then atmosphere, gases don't have inherent shapes, do they, unless they're inside a container, if you really want to get your dick out and slap it around. But you know exactly what I'm talking about. The air that the light is passing through is existing on a flat earth and a sphere, so it's going to deviate. I'm asking you how you're going to determine that the surface is actually curved without you begging the fucking question.
Okay, I just think it's, yes. The fact that you can't explain it further than there's air, I think demonstrates who knows what atmosphere is. But again, the whole issue here is that the test that
I'm trying to
what
use
this other
very
guy
simple.
just
Look, he's
described,
going to fuck me off.
what this other guy
Stop
just
being a
described
cunt.
as these factors that
Dude,
affect
I'm
it
going to
and
do
how
this
you would
myself
measure it.
because you've already pissed me off. Stop being an absolute arsehole. Right, this has got nothing to do with I don't understand how light deviates through the air because I use the word air. I'm just using very simple language because I don't trust you in a conversation. I said atmosphere earlier and you started wanking yourself off like you won something. Shut up.
Well, specific atmospheric effects would not be expected on a flat Earth because you would have a different dynamic with air because it would be a flat surface.
That's a misconception right there. That's a misconception, ladies and gentlemen.
No, that's a fact.
Yes, hang
That's a
on,
fact.
ladies and gentlemen. You all know
You're gonna interrupt.
that gases flow in all directions, so there's no shape there. So he's lying to you straight away there.
You know, but again, there's a literal direction in which they direct, which
All
is
directions,
downwards, which
ladies
is
and
why
gentlemen,
there's a
north, south,
gradient
east, and
for
west.
air.
All
It's
directions.
literally a
All
gradient
directions.
on which they.
All
Well,
directions, ladies and
there
gentlemen.
wouldn't be a
Gases are
gradient.
omnidirectional. They don't form spheres, as my colleague Jedi just said. They do not form spheres. Gases
No,
are
it's not about forming
omnidirectional.
a sphere. It's about
Atmosphere is a misconception to the air that we know as air. Okay, it's not that word keeps you invested on the globe. You see, that's the problem. So basically, it's gas, it's air. It's not atmosphere. Okay, but air is enough. It's the air, and the air with the gases in there flow in all directions. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry to
Look,
cut in.
man, this is the problem, Donald. Okay, we can look across a 20-mile lake and we can see something that's not obstructed. We don't see any miraging effects. We test it during the daytime. We test it during the nighttime. It looks exactly the same. We can see it perfectly clear. And then we say, okay, all right, so how can this work if the Earth's a globe? So then we can do some calculations and then we can test your begging the question atmospheric refraction that assumes the radius value. Okay, and then we say, okay, for this observation to work on a globe, you would have to have a refractive index which is so high that there is no evidence that that's possible. There is no evidence that you can have meteorological conditions that would make this observation possible, because it's your claim that it would be possible due to atmospheric conditions. And I say atmospheric because I'm talking about the globe. Talking about the globe, and that's what we're testing. Okay? You don't have any evidence that refraction can do what you need it to do for the observations to work on a globe. And that's where you're screwed.
Also, Donald is creating a problem for himself. He's boxing himself in because he's making the globe unfalsifiable. He's saying that there's never a day where you can have a straight line shot, and there's never going to be that day. That's what he's saying.
When did I say that? What?
That is your implication.
A falsifiable. Everything I say is like the globe is falsifiable. The flat Earth claims are not, which is why you won't stand behind any model because it's all falsifiable.
Ladies and gentlemen, we don't
like
make
there's
the
no
claim to have a
conception of
model
how
because
things
it's not
work.
necessary.
There's
A
no
model,
conception of
a
how
model
things
is
work
not
because it will
required.
all be falsified.
A model is not required.
Not
to
just a
find out
model.
whether
Any explanation.
you're interrupting me again. Look, ladies and
You
gentlemen,
interrupted me.
a model is not required to find out whether or not the Earth is an oblate sphere. Remember, they gave us the model already. Let's go check that model. That's all we're doing, and we're finding that model is not correct. Go ahead.
Right. Again, yes.
What does he want a model for?
For flat Earth beliefs, there is no explanation, map, model, anything that can be given because they're all falsified every time.
Like what? Like what?
Oh, okay. Like one, a map of where things are relative to each other.
I'm not a fucking cartographer.
Exactly. But no
I'm
one's figured
sorry
that
for
out in
not being a
thousands of years.
cartographer,
Yeah,
dude.
that's one obvious
Sorry,
that you don't know how to figure out where things
Donald,
are.
Donald,
Two, a
Donald,
conception of
Donald,
what the actual
Donald.
distance is you should be
This
able to
is me
see.
trying to talk to you about point one before you run away to point fucking two. Why do you people fucking do this? I'm still trying to talk to you about point one, you fucking cunt. Now you're off on to point
Do you have
two.
an answer for point one beyond I don't know? I'm not a
Sorry,
cartographer?
sorry, are you a cartographer?
No. But I know I
Okay.
have a fucking map and I know how to map things.
No, it's like, you know how to map this?
I know how to map things. Yeah, if it was a flat surface,
Okay,
like,
how do you map
anyone who's
things? How do you map things?
yeah, you take note of where something is, and then you
Yeah.
travel a certain distance, and then take note of where the next thing is.
Okay, so distance then.
Well, yeah, distance is part of mapping. Now I got to show you how to write things down. So you get
No,
you can also use a
you
piece of
don't have to
paper.
be a patronising cunt, you arsehole.
But then you don't have to try to get.
Yes, I do. Because what I'm trying to point out to you is because you people like jumping up and down on small, tiny little victories. I'm not a cartographer, mate. I understand the basic premises of how you like make maps. Yeah, from one point to another, you figure out the fucking distance. No fucking shit, Sherlock. I'm not fucking surprised. But you claim to have a map of the Earth that is a sphere, but you didn't make that now, did you? Now, I haven't made a map, you haven't made a map, but we have a basic understanding about how maps are made. But with this basic understanding about how maps are made, our first premise is it's going to be flat, right? Unless we
No.
measure curvature. No? So we're
No,
going to
there
measure
is no
curvature first.
no. There is no way to add up where things are, where we know where places are. We know distances. You can't add it up on a flat surface.
Okay, right. I get that a
Good
curved
luck.
surface.
Good luck. Try it.
Okay, you're going to need a translation though. For example, something like the Haversine formula. Translation for a curved geodesic to a linear one.
No, not curve. I said on a flat surface, you cannot add it up.
Why are you not listening?
You're not listening.
Dude, I'm trying to point out to you that obviously the distances aren't going to match if you've got a curved reference frame and a flat one.
Using a flat map and a flat surface. They're not going to add up.
I can't talk to you. It's like you don't want to listen to what I'm fucking saying.
I'm trying to explain to you that you cannot reconcile the positions of places on Earth, and unless you can show me anyone who has,
have you measured them?
You are free to show me anyone on Earth who has.
Excuse me. Have you measured
anyone
them?
else who has?
Have you measured them?
You're free to show me anyone else who has.
Have you, dude? Have you done this?
Yeah, show us a measurement, Epstein, or stay on mute. Right. So you're gonna show a measurement.
No, but it's measured by everyone.
Yeah, show
like you show me your test where you measure the temperature along a line of sight.
No, dude.
You don't have it, do you?
Donald, London is 90 miles away from my fucking position.
Nice try. Like you failed on point one. Do you want to go to point two?
Dickhead. London's 90 miles away
point
from my
one
fucking
was the
position.
first explanation.
All right, wanker, are you going to listen to anybody else, or I'm just going to kick you out of the channel? It's 6 months you've been like this. No, because you don't fucking listen. Is that it? He's just run away.
Good.
Oh, fucking pussy.
That guy's fucked.
What I'll do is I'll just keep talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking, and eventually everyone will fucking leave me alone and I'll be right. I can't stand these people.
Stupid methodology completely. You know, he lost when you told him about the gases being omnidirectional, and then you would and then a DJ said you would have to know the temperatures all the way up from the surface of the Earth vertically, and then along the sites you're looking at to the target you're hitting. Nobody has that detail. You don't, and again, it's going to be an approximate because it's always going to be constantly changing. You know, as you're looking at it, it's just mad, isn't it? Like I said, they're trying to make the globe unsurvivable. You can't have a day where you can see something and hit it. That's what they're doing. And that's not true, because there are days, many days, where we see things at great distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple for us. We're not making super specific claims like they are. And we see, like, if we see like a big giant, perfectly flat body of water, we're like, okay, we think it's flat, and it looks flat, and then we go and test for curvature. We can't find any curvature. That's that. Right?
Yeah.
If they want to claim that it's curving, they don't have any evidence that it's curving. It doesn't look like it's curving. There's no evidence of obstruction or a geometric horizon. That's on them.
Yeah.
We don't need to account for all of these refractive effects. All we're seeing is just flatness every single time, 100% of the time.
And that is the characteristics of water. Wherever you see water, it's always level. It's always level on the top. Water. Okay, it might have a little bit of ripple there, ladies and gentlemen, but it's not curving to form a spherical ball. Go ahead.
And I thank you, brother. I just joined. God bless everyone. I hope all is well. But since I've talked to DJ before, I do have a question for you, DJ. So
What's up,
my
man?
question would be like, if we visually see, like, especially for like the members of this community of the like you call it the flat earth community. I like to more view it as the firmament, as God says. But when we see that they take like men that believe in the flat earth, and I watched the video that they take them to Antarctica, where again we can't see a body of water, but we can see snow. And the way the observation is as to the sun, we can tell it rises from the east and rests on the west, anywhere but Antarctica. And Antarctica, they set up the cameras and there's never any nighttime. So like what would your explanation be to like such example?
Yeah, it's exactly there's no problem with that. It happens in the north as well, right? But the surface
Correct.
measures flat. Yeah, so that's exactly what we all observe in the sky above the surface that measures flat. 24-hour sun certain times of the year, and other times of the year there's no sun at all. It just depends. This is all to do with the cycle of the sun. It's not exclusive to a globe Earth, right?
Right,
But
DJ, but like let's say we don't live in the north or south, but we live
yeah,
anywhere in between. Well, we can observe the sun being up for 24 hours, meaning like there's never any nighttime, unless you are in these two locations. Then you're right. Then we can observe that there's never any nighttime. But like, what would the cycle of explanation be of the way the motion of the sun is in these points? Because these videos, they did set up cameras and they show it. And again, these are like men that believed the firmament. And again, I
And
believe what God
we've been
says.
through this before. Look, looking to the sun does not determine the shape of the earth, which is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the 24-hour sun in the Arctic Circle and possibly in Antarctica. That's my position, okay? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the shape, right? And looking to the sun does not prove the shape of the surface of the earth. That's the crux of the matter here. We're not living on a globe. Doesn't matter what the sun is doing. Do you understand? It really does not matter. The sun doing its doing doesn't prove the globe. That's what you've got to get out of your head.
Well,
So it doesn't matter.
in the way you're saying it, I could understand what you mean. I'm just asking in the sense of like, in what way would you account for the motion of the sun during this example? Like, how would you explain it?
Looks like it
It's
did
not
a figure
something
of
that
eight over
a
time.
requirement for me anyway. Go ahead, Jedi.
Looks like it did like what's the way to explain this? Like a figure of eight over a year. It does one circle for 6 months and then flips and does another circle. Maybe this is how you can observe a 24-hour sun standing inside these circles during the summer months over the year.
Yeah.
So you're saying Jedi in the figure 8, you're talking about the center point where it's at the center. That's when you could observe that.
What do you mean?
If I heard you correctly, you said like as a motion, like a 8. So like at the very center of the 8, there's the lines that cross. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I would like to ask though, at least everyone in this chat or in this community believes in God. You guys believe in God, right?
What do you mean by God?
Well, like, explaining the firmament and the way that
Oh, okay.
The world
So
is
you've got
lying
an
to
idea of
women.
what?
I could
Okay.
understand that, but like, do you guys
Okay.
have a foundation of saying
No.
like, hey, I accept the firmament and what I
No.
express, but do you
No.
believe in God?
No. So when you say firmament, that's a biblical God, right? Now I can come to the conclusion that the necessary antecedent for a creation is a creator. So creator God, if you want to term that. But it doesn't mean because I come to this conclusion, all of a sudden the Bible's the true God. It's like three
Well,
different
for example,
gods
Jed,
in the Bible, dude.
I spoke to another person that believes in this 24/7 flat Earth version, but they believe in God. So when I ask you, like
Yeah.
you obviously believe in the flat Earth version, but you yourself do not believe in God?
No, he accepts there's a creator. I
Sorry.
mean, that's what Jedi just said. He
Oh,
accepts
okay,
there's a
okay.
creator. All right,
Amazing,
that's it.
brother.
But yes, sorry, Jedi, because he doesn't seem to be getting it yet.
No,
So just
no,
like
you're
me,
fine.
yeah, just like me, I accepted there's a creator, and those who are
Gotcha.
Christians, Judaism, Islam, it's all in their Bibles. Good luck to them. They have the right to carry the book and feel good about it. Okay, the point
Facts.
is, most all flat earthers didn't come from the Bible, not just the Bible. And even in the Bible, they would still need to go and measure the surface of the earth to confirm that the Bible is correct. Even so, we all know from measuring, and it doesn't require a belief of God. Really, it's clear. It's self-evident. I marvel at the creator's engineering prowess to have made a flat
Amen.
earth. Right. That's me. Thank you.
I mean, that statement is beautiful because again, when you recognize that there is a God and there is a power at work that makes everything just perfect, and
Yeah.
therefore you'd want to share the truth out loud.
Yeah,
That's
and they do.
wonderful. You know,
And
that
flat
is.
earthers do. Yeah, they do. When that passion is there for them at the time, they express it the same way I do. Okay, but the main point is it's measured and utilized flat. That's the actual fact. That's the meat and the potatoes. That's touching it, seeing it, measuring it, and photographing it. You understand? That's proof. You take it to court, you win. Remember, 2 cases have happened on this earth, one in England and one in the UK. Globers were challenged to prove the globe, and they failed both times. They never proved flat Earth, but they didn't prove globe. You see that? You see that? Okay. There you go.
No, it caught my attention as I watched the video that brother here on the chat chair, brother
Yeah.
DJ, which was the example of what we can see, and it was done by laser, where
Mm.
you could see the 12 structures and one being close and the other one
Oh
being
yeah.
far.
Yeah.
And I believe it was Dr. John that did that example.
Yeah. John
The
D. Wood, I
main
think his name is. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like examples
Professor.
like that. I mean, again, when you're speaking about truth, I found
Mm.
that truth will always prevail. And
Yeah.
that's the beauty of it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like
No. No. No
that's
flat
wonderful.
earther disputes that there's a creator. No flat earther does that. All flat earthers, but some come from a biblical point of view, and yeah, that's fine. But they would have also confirmed it for real. You understand? It's not just the
Right.
fact that it's in the Bible drew them closer to the creator. You see, they
Ex-
discovered it for real. And then let me look at it. I've heard about the book of Enoch. Let me check the book of Enoch and Genesis, and then they realized that it was in the book all the time. So
Right.
it's brought them closer to God. Okay, in
Yeah.
that sense. Right, yeah.
Yeah, and I
Those are
find
the
that
real flat earthers.
fascinating because when I'm all for Jesus. I love Jesus with all my heart. I believe he is God. There's only
Right.
one God, but when I find myself talking to people, and
Mm.
again, they put God out of it. This again will lead to like atheists, which what they're talking
Yeah.
about means nothing.
Yeah,
It
well, I
has
tend to leave
nothing.
them alone.
And
What you
yeah,
have
and
to
then
do is you
at
have to
least
be the best.
at least with this
Okay.
community, when I found to join the chat,
Mm.
it's that again, it
Mm.
uses God's language when he describes the firmament. I
Yeah.
do agree with everyone that I spoke to that I mean I own a telescope and I don't believe what establishments and corporations tell us. Like,
Hey,
Okay.
hey,
Audie. Audie,
that's
we
ridiculous.
don't claim a firmament here.
Well, what I mean by that is
No,
the firmament, however you describe it, whether
no,
it
we
is a
don't claim
globe
it in
or a
any
flat
way.
plane.
No, because that
I would
can't be
like to
confirmed
understand it.
empirically.
Well, I would like to understand it as to not what me and you say, but what is written down that God says.
Well,
And that
that's
can
for a
be a
religion channel, Adi. This isn't a religion channel. We deal with what can be empirically proven.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, no
So
worries.
what we
I
do
mean,
say,
God
it
bless.
has to be
Okay,
there.
so if you want to discuss those ideas, it's probably not for here, you know, because we try to stick with what we can actually test and prove. Those are
Well, I
religious
haven't
ideas. And
haven't
honestly, I
tested
mean,
or
the only
nor do I
religion we
need
talk about
the.
here is the globe religion. And that's your main
That's
religion,
cool,
Adi.
but over the fences, just to be clear, I'm not in for testing or proving or disproving God.
Okay, well then you're in the
Like
wrong
that's
room.
kind of cool. But
You're in
all right, God
the
bless
wrong
you.
room then. Okay. All right, cool. So, sorry guys if you were all enthralled by that conversation, but you know, he was straw manning our position and I had to say something. How's everyone this afternoon? Jedi, how are you? You there?
I am super fly. Thank you very much for asking.
Okay.
I appreciate the interruption because I was getting pissed off.
Okay. Yeah, so I wasn't the only one. All right. I don't know if there's
How you
anyone else in
keeping?
the
You
room.
well?
Pardon?
How are you keeping? You well?
Yeah, I'm great. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you around very much lately.
I've taken up the hobby of gardening.
Have you really?
Green fingers.
Yeah.
It's hot over there, isn't it, right now?
Yeah, because the weather's been nice. Been nice to because I moved in during the winter, so it's like getting the garden sorted out and making the place look nicer.
Oh,
I've been
very
doing that
nice.
this week. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I need to get out there and do that. We need to get out there and touch grass after being in here for a while. Did you see
True.
we have a new flat earther with us now, brother DJ.
Who's this?
Oh yeah. Hey brother DJ, do you just want to take a moment and introduce yourself to the room?
Yeah. How did you get to the flat Earth? Yeah. Welcome.
Oh God's sake, it's fucking DJ.
My name's Brother DJ. I'm here to talk about the firmament.
Well, we've definitely got air pressure, and there's a container there somewhere. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the air pressure. I'm sure we can agree to that, yeah?
Well, to be quite frank, no, I don't necessarily agree with that because we don't really know what's out there, you know? So, I mean, it could be something beyond our comprehension. All we really do is falsify the globe model, right? Which claims that there is air pressure adjacent to a vacuum without containment. So, you know, I would just say I'm not going to claim anything I can't empirically prove, and that would be something I can't because there obviously could be things at play that we are not privy to. But you know what we do is falsify the globe model, and that's easily done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a good way of wording it is that all we can validate on a smaller scale that we have access to is that every single instance of having gas pressure requires a container. But how does the sky work? I don't think anyone knows, and
Yeah, exactly.
it's just the way it is. And it could be, like you said, it's something way beyond our comprehension that we can't even fathom and have no knowledge of. That's a possibility. Or maybe there's a big dome up there. Maybe that's also a possibility as well. So we just don't know.
Yeah.
Is it still Sunday?
Go ahead. Yeah, it's still Sunday.
The more and more I study the sky, I think it's spiritual, not physical, like the stars and all of these things. So maybe because it's Sunday, it's just a transition between physical becoming then spiritual. I don't know, but every time I look at this place up in the sky, the less and less I believe it's physical. If that makes sense.
Yeah. There's a possibility that there's a container there, and that's fair enough, isn't it? Also, it could be something else, like was said, beyond supernatural, beyond what we can comprehend. So
Supernatural is the word.
Yeah,
keep it clear. The transition between natural and supernatural.
Yeah.
Hey, it's still Sunday, so forgive me.
Yeah, I think it's also perfectly logical to say that there could be a hell of a lot more land out there as well, because you know, once again, all we can test on a smaller scale is that water needs a container, and that every body of water that we can check here on the Earth has a shoreline, and it's not out of the question that we would be in some sort of big giant lake of some kind with a giant shoreline. And if the sun doesn't make it towards that, then it could be covered in ice. While it may not be the shoreline of Antarctica, it's not a crazy thing to say that there could be some type of boundary that is covered in ice. That's completely within the realm of speculation. It is a shame that TikTok flat earthers and a bunch of people talking about the ice wall a little too much has kind of made that seem like a terrible thing to say, but it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, you can't rule it out though. It's still a possibility that it's there. And I see that as an engineering mind, I see that the ice wall, if it is there, as a temperature regulator. That's why the sun doesn't melt it. You understand? It's all part of that temperature control to keep everything in its harmonious flux, as it were. Because you can see that's what I feel. That's what that ice is doing. It's containing the water and controlling and regulating temperature. You understand? Because it's not you cannot. The sun doesn't seem to be melting it away, does it? It's there, solid.
I've got an argument
against the sun doesn't
flat
deviate
Earth.
from its course at this point.
I've got an argument against flat Earth.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's in the side chat. Let me know.
Awesome. How far away is it?
P1.
Where do we scroll to?
If flat Earth is true, right, this is logical syllogism, right? So if flat Earth
whatever you
is
want to
true,
call it, buddy.
Well, it looks like it's taken the form of a logical syllogism. Within the logical syllogism, the premises, which I would assume would be P1 and P2, must be sound and true. Right? When you add within a logical syllogism, it's like a mathematical equation. You add these truths together and equal a logical answer based on the truths. So let's see if this follows. If flat Earth is true, then the not flat Earth view contains a logical contradiction. The not flat Earth view doesn't contain a logical contradiction, therefore the Earth isn't flat.
Yep.
You've never studied logic, have you?
He's put that before. Yeah, I think he's been here before with this.
What's the critique?
Conundrum. Yeah,
You've never studied logic. This is irrational.
Yeah, what's the critique?
Go ahead, Matthew.
Oh,
the argument's valid, obviously.
The argument is invalid. That's the critique.
So when you say it's invalid, you're saying the form doesn't guarantee, doesn't necessitate the conclusion following given the premises, right?
Right. You're saying if P
but
then
obviously
Q,
the form is going to be.
Then you're saying not
if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So it's valid. It's just modus hominis.
No, that's
no. You've been there before and to doing this, and you got your answer handed to you again. So you're just wasting time here.
Sounds like a duck to me.
No, it just sounds like you've been there before doing this, and you got your ass handed to you, and you're back again to have your ass handed to you again.
Here is that the argument is invalid, correct?
There you go. Here we go again.
This guy's like scared. He's getting flashbacks.
No.
Okay.
So you said that it's measured flat.
I appreciate it. It's because you put P1 and P2. What you should be doing is P then Q. So P1 should contain P, Q, and then P2 should contain QP.
That's what you was told before.
Wait. Whoa.
You said it was taking the form of a modus tollens, right? So if P, then Q, there's no Q here. You put this is why it's confused me. I do apologise.
There's no Q. There is. That's the consequence.
It's a formal piece of logic. That means it has form, right?
Yeah.
So P1, if P, then Q.
Yeah.
If Q, therefore P, right?
No.
Or therefore not P.
Not P. Yeah.
right? You understand how
And
it's taken a logical form.
Well, that form is invalid since there's a
No,
material
that's what he
conditional
keeps
on
saying.
the.
That's what he kept saying.
Hold on. Sorry, hold on. I'm talking about your argument. We're trying to
Yeah,
get
my
to what
argument doesn't
your
have a
argument
conditional
is, and it's not structured correctly. You
in
put
the second
P1,
premise.
dude. Yeah, I know. I'm breaking it down. So P1, P2. I understand that, but it's got to have a Q in it, and the Q's inside the P1, and it's also inside the P2, which should start with Q.
What a PQ does start with not Q.
So if P, if Earth is true, then Q, not Earth view. Sorry, you can't write properly. Then not flat Earth view contains a logical contradiction.
Yeah.
Right? Can you point to one?
Can I point to? Well, I don't think logical contradictions are something that you can point at.
Yes, you can. It's a law. Sorry, it's a logical law.
What,
The
you're
law
a
of
theist? What, you think true contradictions
excuse
exist?
me.
There we go.
Excuse me. Trying to go through your argument.
You muted the wrong
But you
person.
literally said logical contradiction. Right? Now, contradiction is one of the three laws of logic, the law of non-contradiction. So I'm asking you to give us an example. Yeah, give us an example.
Yeah, because
So
you can have
something can't
logical
be true and not true at the same time, which is what you're trying to fucking point out.
Yeah. So understand that my argument
So we're
is
going to
talking
agree with
about.
me. So fucking listen to what I'm saying. I'm educating
I'm
you.
listening right now. I was going to
say?
respond, but you're interrupting me.
Dude, it's probably better that
didn't
I
ask for a
interrupt you
stutter.
because you can't form logic correctly.
Well, the argument's valid, so I can.
So can
The
you
argument is not
provide
valid.
me with the contradiction?
So when you say the argument's not valid, you're saying that it doesn't. The form isn't if P
At the
then Q,
moment,
not
I'm
Q, therefore
going
not
through
P,
the
right?
P1.
Right, the valid is
I'm trying to
invalid.
figure
The
out the
form is invalid.
contradiction.
Wait, the valid is invalid?
The form is invalid.
Yeah, so what's the form? Go ahead, put it in chat.
If P then Q, I did it. 32 past the hour, or
Yeah, that's just
23
not.
past the
We
hour.
haven't. Well, again, that's just not the form.
It is 23 past the hour. I've changed it into just the form.
If flat Earth is true, yeah. So if P then Q. Yeah, not Q. Therefore not P. Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah,
so
not,
can you
yeah,
give us the contradiction?
that's
a fallacy.
Wait, therefore not P is a fallacy?
It's a form and a consequent formal logical fallacy.
wait, that's a fallacy?
Yeah, it's a form and a consequent.
Inferring the negation of the of the antecedent by denying the consequent is a fallacy.
All right, I take it back. You're right. It's not a form. It's not a fallacy in the form.
Yeah, like I was about to say, like.
Good. So can we get to the point of you giving us the contradiction then?
When you're talking about the contradiction, with the not flat Earth view in P1.
No, P2. What is the contradiction that you're referring
It's said to be true.
We're saying what is the contradiction, but it says there is not a contradiction. It doesn't contain a contradiction. So that question regarding P2 wouldn't make sense.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I understand. You see.
I still want to know what a contradiction is.
Yeah, logical. So you're saying I still want to know what a logical contradiction is?
Is this what you do when you
so a logical
you don't have any
contradiction is
globe
any
evidence,
sentence that can be
and you
represented as a conjunction of a proposition and its negation. That's what a logical contradiction is.
Yeah,
He's going to talk about sentence structure now.
Can you give the contradiction?
Can I give a contradiction?
Yeah, because it's based around
there seems to be no contradiction.
Dude. Like what?
Yeah. By not flat Earth view, I'm just talking about the negation of the view of the proposition that the Earth is flat. The Earth is flat isn't going to be logically necessary, meaning that if somebody takes the negation of that view, there's going to be a possible world where that negation obtains.
Oh, okay.
It clears. Yeah, it seems to be that the negation does obtain in that logical possible world. So then there's no contradiction because contradictions are going to be necessarily false within all possible worlds.
Well, okay. Can a line be straight and curved at the same time?
Can a line be straight and curved at the same time?
Yeah.
I'm going to be agnostic on that, buddy.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
He might be semi-retarded. That's why.
Hold on, brother.
We're trying to give you an example of.
I'll give you an example right now.
Entity and contradiction. right?
Just change the words in his argument from flat to globe. Just move them around. It's the same argument in the reverse.
I don't take analytic truths to be sorry, I don't take denying some sort
You can. I think it depends on the context, to be honest. Like straight or curved, like that's not a crazy statement to make if you really think about it.
It doesn't matter, guys, because you could switch the words in his syllogism for flat or globe, and you end up with the same argument in the reversed against the globe. So this is a meaningless argument. It's pointless.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption earlier on, but that's what we said to him last month. He came in last month, did the same thing.
It's boring.
His last gambit was okay. You make a claim that it's not possible for the opposite to be true, but if it's possible to check, then it can't. Then your worldview can't be correct. So in other words, if I tell you that there's a water bottle in my fridge, and you can actually go to my fridge and look at it and see whether it's there or not, then that means the Earth is a globe.
Wait, what?
So what, like Schrodinger's globe or something?
Well, it's like this. Like if you let's say you say the Earth, let's just say you say the object is a cube, therefore it's impossible for it to be a sphere.
Right.
But you could check by looking at it whether it is or isn't.
Yeah, but that's kind of trivial, is it not?
Well, tell the guy who thought he brought that as a logical argument to deflate flat Earth, dude. Not our fault. He's stupid.
Well, he's been silenced, so I can't ask him. But
Dude, dude, you can ask him in DMs, dude. This isn't the illogical retard therapy hour.
I know, but you made the point that if we claim that something is a cube, then we can check that it's a sphere by looking at it. But that's
No. It's just if you claim that an object is a particular thing, right, and it can't be something else. So if a cube is a cube, it's impossible for a cube to be a sphere. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, sure.
Based on the properties of what we know a sphere is, based on the properties of what we know a cube is. But if you measured the object directly to determine whether it is or is not a sphere or a cube, let's say because you didn't know, right? The ability to be able to find out what it is doesn't negate the fact that your original point is true. So he was trying to proffer that if it's possible to check whether something is true, then that makes it impossible for it to be true. Because then there's a possibility when you check that it could be something else other than what it is, which is a much different claim than saying I can just check to validate what it is. Those are two different things, right? And to be fair, I might be butchering it a little to where you don't get what I'm trying to say. So, well, it's like this. You know the principle of falsifiability. Like if you just make a claim that's unfalsifiable, then there's no way to disprove that person's claim because by principle it's unfalsifiable. It's
Yeah, but
different to say
just
your
because
claim is
something is unfalsifiable doesn't mean that it's wrong. Like I can't falsify, some facts or ideas or notions, but that doesn't mean that they're wrong. It just means that I can't
No.
prove them.
No. That's not what unfalsifiability means, friend. Unfalsifiability doesn't mean you don't know how to falsify it. It means by principle it cannot be falsified at all. It's not.
Right.
It's not
I'm telling you.
capable of being falsified in any way, shape, or form.
Yep. I mean, there are plenty of things that we can't prove are wrong, but we don't. That doesn't
It's
mean
not
that they're.
dude. You don't know what falsifiability means, dude. This is the problem with guys like you and guys like that other guy. So you would actually fall for his logic if he was here to speak for himself.
Okay. I'm just saying that there are certain unfalsifiable notions that we still use.
Oh my goodness, dude. Name
Yeah,
one.
so when you talk about something
We
being
can't.
falsifiable, are you saying it's always going to be falsifiable?
Hey, Modal, bro, get muted. Hey, don't come in
So
here with other accounts to unmute yourself, dude. The reason why you're muted is because you don't want to hear from you. You're not welcome here when you're muted. So just stay on mute till we decide to unmute you. Okay, we know that you're hurting inside and that you have to come in on different accounts to tell us your logical garbage for some weird reason. But be a man and recognize you're not welcome in the restaurant and just, go to a different restaurant.
okay, you guys seem a bit like eager to mute people. I think people are just trying to have a
Dude,
discussion.
no, he's not trying to have a discussion, dude. He's trying to infest us with his retardation. So like we end up with retard herpes.
Okay.
Okay, we've dealt with him for years now.
Oh, okay.
Hey, listen to this, brother. If the Earth was a globe, cats and dogs could have babies that were dragons. Cats and dogs don't have babies that are dragons. Therefore, the Earth's not a globe.
Sorry, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Like
No,
I don't know.
dude. That's exactly the type of logic he brings.
Well, you're kind of straw manning because no one said that. You just said that.
No, dude. It's the form of logic presents is identical. The kind of stuff he presents is pretty much the same level of nonsense, dude. And then we got to listen to people like you defend it and just
I'm not
waste
defending
everybody's
anyone. I'm
time,
just
dude.
saying that literally no one said that except for you.
Yeah, well, let me give you one thing he said. If the Earth was flat, then views about the Earth not being flat wouldn't contain logical contradictions. Views about the Earth not being flat don't contain logical contradictions. Therefore, the Earth isn't flat.
Well, I'm kind of curious what this guy has to say. His name is Modal Nothingness. I wonder if he's like some kind of
Oh,
nihilist.
hey, you know what? You and him can have a little DM and become best friends.
Okay, I don't know why you're being a dick.
Hey,
Like,
listen, I'm not restricting your freedoms. I'm not restricting your freedoms to engage with conversations with anybody you choose. Get in his DM.
Let's get Modal
go
back
on
on
a
the
date.
mic, please.
How about this? No. Unless you can show me every permutation of not flat worldview and exclude all contradictions with any of those claims. So when he completes that task, then he's allowed to speak again. How about that? Is that fair? I want him to every single view that includes the Earth not be flat, and I want him to catalog every claim within every and prove that there's no contradictions in any of those views. Once he's accomplished that homework, then he can speak again. Or he can drop his stupid retard logic. One or the other.
I mean, just as a basic like argumentative point, calling him a retard really doesn't help your case. Like that's just an attack. Like
Yeah, but
that's
it
not
makes
a
me feel good
logical.
inside. Yeah, but it's not intended to make my case stronger. It's intended to make me feel good.
Right. But if you were trying to make arguments,
Notice
if
how
you were
you
focused
haven't
on the
actually
argument,
notice how you haven't actually talked about his form of his argument to validate it or to defend it in any way. You're just talking about me calling him a retard. So again, we're just wasting our time here, bro.
because you're the only one that's talking, man. I'm just saying calling other people retards doesn't help anything. That doesn't teach
We
anyone
get it.
anything. That doesn't prove anything.
No. See, I explained. No, Mark. See, in case you didn't notice, that's not all I did. I explained what he's presenting as logic and about the ludicrousy of the nature of what he's presenting, and then I called him a retard. I didn't just say he's retarded, he can't speak. I didn't say that.
Okay.
Hey, Mark, check this out. If the Earth was flat, it would not be a globe. The Earth is flat, therefore it's not a globe. There, see, I proved it's not a globe. See how easy that was?
Okay. Like I.
Mark, if you weren't gay, you'd be doing something else today. But you're here, therefore you're not gay.
Yeah. Okay,
You want me to keep going on with examples of how stupid this dude's logic is, dude?
I think that guy left already, man.
Good riddance. Hopefully he stays gone this time for at least a month. Also, in case you didn't know, Mark, when you make a logic string, you have to prove your premises separately. So if you make a completely valid form of logic, right, that's valid in sound and all of that, right, but you don't prove the premises unless you assume that the soundness is that the premises are already proved. But you can't just put things into a logic form and then say, well, therefore it's the case, right? Because your premises have to also be true.
Yeah, of course, the form of an argument doesn't guarantee that the content of the argument's going to be true.
There you go, brother. So his argument relies on the fact that the not flat view has zero contradictions, zero, none. And the not flat view includes all permutations of the Earth not being flat within that view. So you could have, I could think of three off the top of my head. One being geocentrism, one being heliocentrism, one electric universe. I mean, you could go down the list.
What is electric universe?
Oh man, you should look into it, bro.
I've never heard that, but
For example, black holes are nonsense.
what does that have to do with an electric universe?
The dynamics of the universe take place within a electromagnetic causal mechanism. So the reason why things go round and round is gravity. It's because of the as I said, the electromagnetism.
What do you mean?
Right. So in that view, you get. Oh, just hold on, brother. So in that view, you get into contradictions about the globe being formed by gravity in the past, right? So you end up with contradictions between views of people who hold the view that the Earth isn't flat. So among the people who hold the view that the Earth isn't flat, there are contradictions. So his whole little form here is wrong. Well, not his form necessarily. His premises are wrong.
Yeah, the premises may be wrong. I just want to point out this guy is not here anymore. Like, you guys are arguing against an argument that no one is making anymore. Like, no one's saying this.
Well, I think he's arguing against the points that you're making, defending old mate.
Yeah, but then everybody gets to learn, especially those who are listening in the live stream. Remember, those people's time is valuable. We want to make sure that they're fully informed as to how buffoonery that was. Thank you.
I want to go back actually to the principle of falsifiability, because I think I'm remembering his previous argument that he made, which is okay, so if the Earth is flat, then it's not possible that it's a globe. Okay, I think that's what he said, and then he said it is possible to check, or possible to validate whether the Earth is a globe. And then he would put that in the form of a question, and you'd say yes or no. And then he said, well, therefore the Earth can't be flat. So in other words, he's trying to trick the person into agreeing that it's that checking and the Earth being a globe is one of the possibilities, right? And so if it's possible that the Earth is a globe and you could actually go and check that it's a globe and find out it's a globe, then it wouldn't be flat. Well, that's just true. Like if you check something and you find out that it's not what the other person claims, then their claim of what it is automatically proven false. But he says if it's even possible to check the object, then that proves your claim false. But he switched it halfway through between check if it is indeed a globe or just check what it is. Checking what something is doesn't remove that that logical stricture there. It just means like, hey, there's a pizza in my car. Well, I can go check if there is or there isn't. Now I can go out there, open the door, and see there's a pizza there. Or you could say it's impossible for a pizza to be in my car, but I could go check if there's a pizza in my car or not. See the problem? I can look in my car and validate whether there is or is not a pizza there. But that wouldn't change the fact if it's impossible for a pizza to be there. Because when I go there and I look, there wouldn't be a pizza there. He's trying to insinuate when you go there and you look, there is a pizza there. Therefore, your claim it's impossible for a pizza to be there is false. Because he doesn't understand the premise of falsifiability versus falsifying. Falsifiability and falsifying are two different things. Something having not yet been falsified doesn't mean it's infalsifiable in principle. So if I say there's an entity inside the box, and you can look in the box to find out if it's there or not, it's falsifiable because you can look in the box to see if it's there or not. Now, if I say there's an entity inside the box, but every time you look in the box or attempt to measure it in any way, it disappears and goes to another dimension so you can't detect it. But it's definitely there, I promise. That's unfalsifiable. You understand the difference between the two? Well, Mark, I think Logic Boy holds classes privately that you have to pay $100 an hour. I think you need to subscribe to his classes.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what's funny, guys, though, is that Logic, he actually does show up more often than not on Speculation Sunday. It's almost like he knows what he's doing is speculating, not actually presenting good arguments. Now, that aside, let's carry out his exercise in an intelligent manner. Are there any contradictions in the not flat view that anybody knows of that they could think of? Oh dang! I guess he was correct. We lose. Oh man! All right, I'm gonna go on mute so I can write an apology letter to that kid. Let me do his argument, okay? Let me do his argument in reverse. In a second, I gotta pull it. Oh. Crap, the message got deleted. Dang it. Okay, so his logic was basically, if the Earth was a globe, then the not globe view wouldn't. No, sorry. Oh, man, I wish I still had it written up. Dang it.
Can we move on from this guy? I kind of have a question for the flat earthers.
Oh, absolutely.
Please.
Go for it.
Okay. Well, how big do you think the Earth is?
Very.
Well, how big does it measure?
No, I've not measured the entire. Don't know.
Okay, you don't know.
No.
Well,
Oh, I actually
I
know
don't
how
know
big the Earth
either.
is.
You
I
do
do. I
know.
know. Yeah,
Okay, how
100%.
big?
It's 1 EU.
1 Earth unit.
Okay.
What's that in inches?
It's 1 EU equals inches cubed.
Why do you ask the question about how big the Earth is, Mark?
My point is really that we don't know. I don't claim to know, and I don't think you know either.
Nope. You're correct.
Right. Let me ask you
Okay,
another question, and maybe a little bit more interesting, kind of a bit more philosophical. Do you think that the Earth is like a physical object? Or do you object to that kind of framing?
The Earth consists of physical matter, doesn't it?
Yes. Yeah, sure.
So
I
yeah, I think
agree.
the Earth is physical.
Okay. Do you think physical I'm gonna say things, but do you think physical things have a form? Or do you think that's wrong? Like, do you object to that? It's not a trick question. I'm like actually
Yeah.
curious.
I just need you to be a little bit more specific. Like physical things have form, and I would say yes, and there's something that I'm missing.
Okay. I'm just going to use a trivial example. If I have a Rubik's cube, we could say, would you? And I said the shape or form of the Rubik's cube is a cube. Would you agree with that, or would you say it's more complicated? Oh, that's not exactly true, or like
I'd say it took the form of a cube.
you think
Just
it
on a
would
very
be
simple scale,
basically a
but
cube? Okay.
Yeah, basically a cube. Yeah.
Of course, it's not a perfect platonic form or whatever, but it's basically a cube. Or if I had a beach ball, you would say it's a sphere?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Then we agree on that. If the Earth is a physical thing and physical things have forms or shapes or whatever you want to call it, then
Mhm.
what is the shape of the Earth? Is it a disk? Is it a flat plane?
Okay. What is the shape of the Earth? I don't know what the shape of the Earth is.
Okay.
I would suggest, with my tongue firmly planted in my cheek, like AI did a few moments ago, it's Earth-shaped. But understanding that,
Right.
we're talking about like true or proper geometric forms, cubes, spheres, blah blah blah. Very rarely observed in nature, right? But we categorize these things and we use them for ease of communication. When you said flat plane, I mean, flat isn't like a claim to it, like a shape claim. It's a surface description. But I would go along with that, right? For ease of conversation, I would describe the Earth as a flat plane. I have no idea where it ends, if it ends, how it ends.
You think the Earth may be infinite?
As in existing forever in all space and time without any beginning or end.
No, that's not what I mean. I just mean you said that it may not end. So it would if it
Yes, so
doesn't end.
infinite in time, in space, right? Without any beginning or end.
Yeah. You think
Yeah,
it
I
may
mean,
go on forever?
well, we've kind of got two choices then, right? I would lean on the side that it is finite, not infinite, just
Okay.
because of the way that I perceive that kind of stream of logic to end. In my opinion, I would say is we live within a finite three-dimensional reality. The three-dimensional reality isn't infinite. Though I don't have any
Right.
way to prove such a thing, but I would suggest that we live within a finite space.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I suppose I agree with you. Even if I think the Earth is a globe or whatever, I may agree, of course, and it may be finite, or it probably is, but um, by that logic, it has to have a limit. If it has an end, then it ends somewhere. Where do you think it ends? Like some people say that there's an ice wall. Do you believe there's an ice wall?
Okay. We'll go with the concept of ice wall, but that's primarily to keep the waters in. The ice wall is just a vertical description of the continent where there's a horizontal bit on the top, and that could extend for however many miles we want to pull out of our backsides, right? Just to ease the conversation. Again, this is kind of unknowable. I don't know what the bounds of our reality are, but what I'm pointing out is maybe we live within a three-dimensional space. Where and how that three-dimensional space ends, and what is beyond that, maybe not be physical three-dimensional space. As in the same kind of cosmology of a Big Bang. Everything, space and time, and all of the rules that govern it, exploding into existence, exploding into what? The thing that it's trying to create, the space that it's blowing into. We end up like with scratching our brains as they roll out of our ears. I can't satisfactorily answer this question to myself, let alone you.
Okay. So within the flat Earth framework, there are certain questions that we have that you think we can't know the answer to. That's fine. I don't think we can know the answer to some of them either. Okay? But I think we should be honest at least and not like write people off or whatever for being stupid or whatever. Like we don't. I mean, I think there are some things we just simply don't know.
Yeah, there's loads of things that I don't know. There are lots of things that I thought I knew, but those things that I thought I knew, I obviously don't know. because the majority of them will be like second-hand and tertiary like information. I haven't experienced this myself. I was educated this at school, for example.
Yeah, yeah, that's my point. Like, if you go and ask the average, as you say, glober, like, okay, how big do you think the Earth is? They're not going to come up with some measurement given by NASA. Okay, they're not going to know that. Like, of course they're not going to know that. If you ask them, oh, prove to me that the Earth is a globe, and they're not going to know how to do that. They're not like most people are not trained in astronomy or earth surveying or anything like that. Like they're okay. So like we have to start from a premise that some of these things are just like we're taking them at secondhand value, at secondhand info. I think globers are more liable to take this kind of information from authority figures than maybe you guys are. Like maybe you're just more skeptical than they are.
I think because I was obviously a globe earther before I changed position, so to speak. It's the not knowing that you can question the idea that the Earth is a sphere, and that being a foregone conclusion.
I think they do know that you can question that, but they're more willing. They don't know, just like you and I don't know these things. So they're more willing to accept answers from people that claim to know and have some authority.
Yeah, without checking.
Yeah. Without checking, of course. I mean, like I think the same critique, the same criticism of globe logic could be extended to flat Earth logic. Like, how many flat earthers, just like globers, watch a YouTube video and never actually perform an experiment or measurement in their life? Well, probably a lot.
Scarily, I
Probably a
would
lot of
suggest.
flat earthers, just like globers, do that.
More flat earthers do that. I would suggest, which is scary. And I think, and this is just the laziness of people, right? An argument sounds convincing on YouTube, for example, and all of a sudden that they take it on board. I would suggest that you're right. I would suggest that most people watch YouTube videos and don't do anything themselves other than that. 100%. Ask people for you.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Much better now.
Yeah, I talked to your buddy Sheik, whatever his name was, and I undid the damage you guys did.
What?
So, listen. Sometimes you guys don't even know I'm in here. And when you talk to people that you think are easy prey, I go and have one-on-one conversations with them and just undo the damage. So it's fine. So, great job trying to get.
Don't joke here.
Hey, y'all want to mute me? I mean, you won't even let me post in the channel. So clearly, I'm effective.
I don't know about not being able to post in the channel.
I do not have permission to post in the channel. So
How long have you been in the channel, bro?
So,
No, this guy's a
so my
clown.
question is
Jedi.
really
He's,
basic.
yeah, he can't post in there because
No
he's a
matter
retarded
what
troll. He's
altitude.
like some 70 IQ globe, like
There you go.
anti-flat Earth type
There you go.
character. He's like the
No
dumbest
matter
guy.
what altitude I am,
70.
no
It's
matter
a
what the
70
temperature is
max.
outside, I'm always going to see obstruction by curvature. That cannot be explained with
6'9".
refraction. That was my point.
You don't know. Don't
You
act
guys
like you know
kept
anything
cutting me
about
off.
refraction, dude.
I could be on top of the Burj Khalifa using some binoculars, and I could see a ship that's like 30 feet high or whatever, 60 feet high.
Have you
whatever,
done that?
doesn't matter. That ship is going to
Sorry.
be obscured by the curvature of the Earth, not by some additional refraction.
What are you talking about?
Is flat destruction a flat Earth? I take it.
He's just
I'm
a
sorry, I can
retard.
barely hear you.
So wait, he believes that the Earth is flat, correct?
No. I know that the Earth is a globe.
He thinks it's a spinning space ball that's
Yeah,
hurtling
spinning space
through the
ball
universe.
instead of a stationary
it is.
flat pizza.
No one
No,
said
we don't
yes, a
claim that,
pizza.
bro.
And no one said
He
anything
has to
about a
lie.
ball.
You gotta lie to glove, right? That's the saying.
Yeah, well, hey, balls and pizzas, buddy.
Sorry, who said the Earth was a pizza?
Balls and pizza. So anyway, yeah, you
No,
guys don't have
no,
an answer.
I'm asking you to point at the
Jesus
person who said the Earth was a pizza.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Is it someone in here?
Anyway, if there's anybody else,
Sorry. Anyway, no, we're gonna you.
Yeah,
We're
I
gonna put
didn't
the
think so.
spotlight on you. You said we said the Earth's a pizza. Who said that?
I don't care about that. No one cares about the
I
little
don't
bits.
care. I don't care to back up my claims. Weak person. I thought this was a
Really?
strong
I'm gonna
argument. Why don't you
claim
back
about
up your
balls
strong
and pizza?
argument?
That's
Oh,
the
okay.
issue here. You're gonna debate balls and pizza?
Yeah. What's going to happen
No,
is you're
it's
not going to
petty.
build straw. All right,
That's
excuse
petty.
me. Can you shut up? Thanks. You're not going to build straw men here. That's not what's going to happen. If you're going to make a claim, I haven't quite finished speaking, so do please shut the fuck up. When you make a claim, you can back it up or be quiet. Understand what's going to happen?
You guys do know that like we went to the moon and we saw that the Earth was round.
Okay. So, if we went to the moon and
There we
some
go.
anecdotal evidence or some guy saying that the Earth is round, do you think that I would measure the surface curved?
What?
I couldn't hear you. I don't know if even you're
Hold
asking
on,
your
like,
question.
this other guy, stop interrupting. We got stories about people going to the moon, and when we go to the moon, we got stories about the Earth looks like a sphere, or we got pictures where the Earth looks like a sphere. Whatever it
And
is,
those videos
being
of
as the
live
Earth, hold on, being as the Earth is a sphere, according to these pictures and stories, that would mean I would measure that curved surface, wouldn't I?
So, go ahead.
I mean, maybe you just did your measurements wrong.
Okay, okay, before everybody starts jumping up and down. So this is how we would validate the stories and pictures, right? By measuring the surface of the Earth, primarily water, to see if it is curving. This is why we're here. When we measure the surface of water, it's horizontal, it doesn't curve. Therefore, according to those pictures aren't true. And those stories that you've been told, they're not true either. Because as you logically understand, if the pictures, I haven't finished, I want you to understand, so please let me finish. If the pictures and stories say it's a ball, then we would measure curvature like we agreed. But we don't. That's the problem.
Okay,
you're lying. We do, and you ignore those measurements.
Okay,
So,
we do.
Hey, I
Sorry,
want
we
you to.
do.
We do.
Okay, what measurements do? Sorry, I only need to speak to one of you. You said we do. Okay, can you provide the measurements that we do?
Sure. Okay, let me look up any surveying measurements that have ever been done in the history of mankind that go beyond a couple of miles. Okay, just a second. Survey measurements, Earth curvature. Geodetic surveys in Missouri Department of Agriculture. Is that good enough for you, or is that big bad government?
No, that's fine. How do we know our exact locations on the Earth to do this particular type of geodesic surveying?
Okay, so you need me to give you a plane ticket to take you to Missouri?
No. When we're dude, listen. Longer than 3 miles, you said. So there's going to be 2 points along this measurement, right, for the geodetic survey. I'm just asking you very simply, how do we know the exact locations that the measurements are taking place? I'm not saying that they're not taking place. I'm saying if I'm in, I'm finished. If I'm in London and say Birmingham, how do I know my exact location?
Hey, going there.
No. How do I know where there is my exact location? Exactly.
Okay, you don't understand how position
You
works.
do. I do. I'm hoping you do.
So going
I
there
know what's
would
going
be
to happen. That's why I'm asking the question. Excuse me. I don't really ask questions unless I know what the
You don't like. You're
I
making no
know
sense.
the answer to this question. It perplexes me that you don't.
No, it's
Right?
not
I'll try and help
perplexing.
you a
You
little bit
accept
more. Dude,
tomorrow.
shut up. I'll help you more. I'll give you some key words. How do we know our coordinates?
Okay, so if you go to the location A where you start your measurement, that's your position A. That's for whatever you want to call it, 000 on your
You said
survey or your map,
surveying.
whatever you want to call it. You start with the position where you're at.
Dude, you said geodetic.
No, this is the right
Why
way
is he
to do it.
speaking into his fucking armpit?
Whatever measurement method you want to use, whether it's using some type of linear measurement, whether you want to use any
God.
other
You
type of
obviously don't understand. Can you shut up?
You know what I'm saying? You can't handle it.
No,
You
you
can't
don't
handle it.
understand. Can you
You
shut
can't
up?
handle an opposing viewpoint without whining and
No,
interrupting.
you don't understand. Can you shut up?
It's good. You have a good one. You have a good one.
Good. What an idiot. Okay, I know that he's gone, but geodetic survey, the reason why I'm asking the question about where the fuck you are is because those coordinates are longitude and
Hey, I have a
latitude.
question.
I haven't fucking finished in answering the last guy.
He left.
I don't care. Fuck me. Go on, arsehole, what do you want?
Okay, so if you're so educated in this, and tell me this, how come in the United States at like 3 a.m. okay, pitch blackout, but in China or in those type of areas it's daylight? Why is that? Because if the Earth's flat, wouldn't it be the same all the way around?
No, right. First of all, right, you might be confused about the size of the sun with regards to the flat Earth, or maybe you think that the Earth is a disk in the cosmology of the heliocentric system, where the Earth is a disk revolving around the sun. Like, it's not like that. You're asking me why it's light in one place and dark in another. That's because the light is in one place and not in the other place. You'll notice that over time, the light, the sun, will start coming towards you. It will get lighter. We call this the morning. It will go over your head. We call this noon. Go away to the west. We call this lunchtime. And when it fucking goes away and you can't see it, that's called night.
Okay, another question. Why would
No,
the
you
government try and
understand that answer,
disprove?
though, before you start running on to something else.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, why would the government
Dude,
try
I'm
and
not going to answer
hide?
questions if you're just going to go, yeah, but anyway. Are you listening to what I'm saying to you? Or are you just
Yeah, and
waiting
it's
for the next
stupid.
fucking question?
It's stupid, respectfully.
Could you be more respectful then?
All I'm saying
Go
is,
on, what's your
why
next
would
fucking question? Man who interrupted me answering the last question.
the
Go on,
government
let's
try
put up with
to?
you some more.
Why would the government try and hide the fact that the Earth is flat? Why does that matter so much?
The government, what, the Minister of Agriculture?
What?
You said the government comprises of thousands of people. Most of them are voting positions. They have different positions, like Like, for example, Ministry of Agriculture inside the United Kingdom. So you're saying that people inside different ministries know that the Earth is actually flat and are keeping the secret that the Earth is a sphere? Is this what you're saying?
That's what you're making it seem like.
No, I mean, think about what you're saying, dude. Every person that works within the government knows the Earth is flat and is keeping the secret. Are you stupid?
Well, I mean, that's what you just do.
Do you know what hierarchy is?
Yeah, dude. It's just your
Okay, so
arguments are
why
kind of
didn't you
crap.
apply this before you asked the question?
Because why is it such a big deal to you that the Earth
Because
is
not
flat?
everybody within the governmental
If you
structure
look at
knows.
every single space video that has ever been
Now we're on
around,
to every single space. No,
look, if
you
you go
know
on
that not
YouTube,
every. Excuse me. You know that not everybody within the government knows what the other person in the other department is fucking doing. You do know that, right?
do you realize
Yes.
that you can
No,
go on
no,
YouTube?
don't ask me if I realise something. I've just asked you a question. Please don't ask me to be respectful, dude. When you're
You cut
not
out. I
being
can't
respectful,
understand you.
I'm
You're cutting
answering
out.
my fucking question.
You're cutting out.
Speak, dude.
Okay. If you go on YouTube right this second and you look at
Oh yeah,
space
the two guys that sent me
videos,
the DMs. Yes, the $1,000 challenge is still in effect.
Can you shush? The guy wants me to go to YouTube.
No, go on YouTube and look at
Mhm.
a single space video. Look at the Artemis 2 launch or some crap that shows it in space. Guess what? The Earth is round. Why would they fake the Earth being flat? And you're telling me, after all this time, not one piece of evidence of space showing the Earth is flat. Not a single one is what you're telling me. The Russians
You know,
would have said,
people. Sorry. You know, people who allegedly go to space are selected, right? They're invited
okay,
to
yeah,
do so.
but you're telling
Why are
me,
you talking through? I'll let you fucking waffle on.
you're telling me that
Look,
Russia,
am I going to waste my
China,
time? I'm going to try and break something down logically for you so we can underline your
but you're saying
thinking,
it in a
and
really
you're going to
stupid
talk
way, dog.
through me. Fuck off, man.
You too, bud.
All right, Lone Star. Do you listen to people when they speak?
Yeah, and you're saying
Can
it
you
like an
do
absolute
that
idiot.
whilst you're speaking at the same time?
Yes, sometimes. But what
Can
I'm
you?
saying,
Oh, okay, then no problem at all. Me and you will have a conversation through each other. Because I can't fucking understand you when you're talking through me.
okay, dude, but you are explaining
Okay,
things like
so shall we
crap.
have a logical conversation and reach a logical conclusion?
Yes, but
Or
you're
not?
explaining it like crap, dude.
Dude, you said everybody within the government, first of all. Sorry for digging into that. You said it was fucking crap. I just pointed out hierarchical systems, and all of a sudden you crying about it. Are you such a weak man that you can't have things changed? Now he's got to laugh defensively.
Oh my gosh, dude. That's
Could
funny.
your jaw be any more fucking slack?
What, dude?
What, dude?
Stupid.
I ain't got no fucking time for that, mate.
You stupid Jedi. You stupid
Fucking
man.
idiot.
You can't even explain it the way it's good.
All right, do you trust the government, Lone Star?
Not really, but I don't think they would.
Okay, not really. Why?
I mean, they do some things that I don't really trust, but oh well.
Okay. Did you vote for your current government?
I voted in local elections, but I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Okay, cool. So you understand why I bring up that people are voted into positions? Right, they're just people like me and you, dude, that went to the same education system, went to school, university, turned on the TV, and the Earth's a fucking sphere. They're just like me and you. So when they go to defend your position or represent you in the houses of Congress or Parliament, whatever it is, they believe the same fucking shit you do, dude. They're not keeping a fucking secret from you. They don't get pulled into a room and saying, now you've been elected, we're going to tell you all the fucking secrets in the bloody world.
Then,
what the bollocks world you live in, dude?
Okay.
And you understand why I'm pointing this out to you?
I guess you really explain it like crap, but why?
Not my fault you can't understand, dude. I think that's a you issue.
I think the reason why you're turning around to you're explaining it like crap is because you don't understand, and the reason that you think that you should point at me to defect from yourself.
Why do you care so much if the stupid Earth is flat all around? Why is it such a big deal?
Because, like all lies, dude, they're important. Whether you think in your tiny little mind they're not is fucking irrelevant to me.
Okay, dude, you do realize it's
okay, dude.
Like, well,
I mean,
it doesn't make
do you
sense.
have any
There's so much
concept or
evidence.
questions about? No, of course not. You're not fucking smart enough.
Says the guy that believes in the flat Earth theory.
No, it's not a belief. It's a measurement.
Yeah, well, the measurement is crap, dude.
Sorry, what measurement is crap? Which one?
Every single one that has ever been done.
Well, every single measurement that's ever been done by anybody.
On the flat Earth theory, yes. You might have a little bitty piece of evidence here and there, but that doesn't make any sense, and it's stupid.
It doesn't make any sense that everybody measures the surface as horizontal.
My question is, why do you...
No. Before your next question, you understand we all measure water as horizontal surface.
Okay, well, I guess, dude. Whenever you've flown in a plane, have you ever flown in a plane?
Have you? Okay, all right, let's go in. I'll tell you what. I'll follow this greased up chicken around the fire. Okay. Now, what about your fucking plane?
Have you ever flown in a plane?
Yes, over 50 times. And what?
Okay, cool beans. Do you notice, have you ever been in a plane that has a screen or something that shows you the way the plane is going? If you look, the plane never goes dead straight. It always does a curve, okay? It always goes it has a little bow in it. That's because it's following the curvature of the Earth, which means the Earth is round. Like, I don't get this whole,
excuse me. All right, I'm going to point this out because this is a problem with your generation. All right, the things on the TV screen, right? It's showing the curved path of the aircraft, right? Now, in your experience in the aircraft, is it banking?
What? Yes,
what?
dude. When you, oh my God.
It is. So you've got one wing higher than the other constantly.
Not constantly, because if you're leveled out, dude.
Leveled out, which would be what? Flying parallel to the surface below, taking a direct straight path.
Dude, they turn the plane whenever you...
They turn the plane when you reach a bearing coordinate.
Dude, how stupid can you be?
Now, do you know what a bearing coordinate is?
Dude, you're just saying random crap, dude.
No, do you know what a bearing coordinate is?
No, you're saying random crap, dude.
These will be the coordinates a pilot reaches where they change bearing. That would be their direction, north, south, east, or west. So you fly straight to this point, and then you change your direction when you get there.
Golly,
so you
dude.
fly
You're
straight.
An idiot.
No. Oh, dude, you look at...
He's an idiot.
I mean, I could show you observations that destroy the globe, but I just don't think that you'll understand them.
You can tell by the way he didn't understand what a heading or a bearing is that he's not going to understand the pictures.
And then there's the question, which is going to be more accurate, actually measuring the surface of the Earth or looking at NASA images of Artemis 2? I mean, come on. What's wrong with measuring the surface of the Earth to make sure? I don't get it.
I think even if we dumbed it down for that guy to that level where you're like, okay, if you have a bucket of water, is the surface flat? What about a bathtub of water? I don't think he would even get it if we dumbed it down to the maximum. To the point where it's like you're trying to explain it to a 5-year-old. And the 5-year-old would generally get the idea, but I just don't think that guy would have. Some people are just bricked.
Yeah, silly, really.
Some people, maybe it's best they just stay on the globe side.
Yeah. And they can join it once, everybody else is over there. They'll look being a bit silly. I'll get across now.
yeah, exactly.
Oh, Jedi's getting them a lot today, isn't he? He's a magnet for these cuckoos.
Thanks. Is there anybody better out there? I've got about 5 seconds of patience left. Who wants it?
Hey Jedi, I got a quick question for you.
Okay.
So you said earlier, maybe I just have a misunderstanding of your guys' views. So first off, I thought you guys didn't believe in space.
Okay.
Is that true or no?
To be clear, space is in the way that it's described by, say, NASA, for example. I don't deny things up in the sky, and obviously more for things to exist in, like more space. But what's your point, dude? I don't want to confuse you. What's up?
Because you had mentioned that the sun, like the sun moving around when he was trying to say his argument on why is it daylight in China and night in US and vice versa, and then you said because of the sun. So I was just confused because I didn't even think you guys believed that, like, in I don't understand you guys' viewpoints. I'm trying to understand it. So like you don't believe this, but you think there's the sun. So do you think that's just like, how does that work? I'm lost on that.
But it's like we obviously see the sun, right? And answering the question is obviously, in relation to how we describe the sun's movement. Right? When we see it, it's daytime. When we don't, it's nighttime, and we can logically come to the conclusion it just moved. That's just based on what we observe, right? Now, it's not saying that these things in the sky don't exist and that space doesn't exist, because obviously we see the sun, and I would guess that it has to reside in some kind of area, maybe. I would have thought, if it's physical, and I say if, because I don't actually know. But yeah, it's just the sun, dude. What do you mean by space? As in the sun
Can I add a little
being
bit to that,
93 million miles away? That type of space.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not that type of space. The sun is not 93 million miles away from. To put it, maybe I wouldn't even say that the sun is bigger than the Earth, right? I think maybe that ratio, and I say think because I don't know, I think that ratio is the other way round. I think maybe the Earth is bigger than the sun, but I don't know. It just looks that way to me. Same with the moon, right? Let's look at the moon. We're told from your position, heliocentric, that the moon's about what, 1/4-ish about the size of the Earth, but it looks in the sky about the same size as the sun. The sun is said to be 400 times bigger and times further away than the moon, but to me and you, they look about the same size and same distance. So I could just go with that.
Okay, no, that's fair. I appreciate it.
Gene,
Yeah,
you wanted to jump in, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, Jedi. Yeah, you said it anyway. Basically, for me, it's similar to Jedi. I accept that from the surface of the Earth to the blue sky, that then turns dark at night, and then you see the stars flickering and the planets are there. That space I accept. Okay. Now, when they start talking about the universe and 93 billion miles of light years of expanse, no, I don't accept that. And as Jedi said, he doesn't accept the idea that the sun is 93 million miles away. You understand? We don't accept that. So I don't accept space travel. I don't accept that they can take 2 satellites, call them Voyager 1, Voyager 2. They've traveled through the universe, and now they're beyond beyond the solar system, and they're still sending. I don't accept any of that stuff. Okay, so that's what when flat earthers say space is fake, what they're actually saying is that they're faking going to this area. Okay, and it's all being faked. What they're claiming they're doing in space is what we don't agree with. Okay, there is space, of course, because from the surface of the Earth to the sky, that's space, isn't it? Right. Okay, so we can't deny that. Okay, but when they start saying things like, as I said, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, beyond the solar system, no, that's nonsense. Okay, going to Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Moon, that's all crap. I hope you understand now.
So no, I guess how would you? So you believe essentially then we're the only planet in existence with human life?
Well, absolutely, because it's not a belief, is it? I mean, I can't go to those other planets to confirm life there, okay? And they're not coming here. So obviously, what do I know? All I know is Earth that has life, okay? That is it.
I don't think those things in the sky are anyway like the to even fit the same kind of category as like life here and life out there, like as in terrestrial life, like walking around and swimming in water and stuff on other planets. I don't think that's real. I don't think that's what these things in the sky are. Other ones of us know the Earth is the floor of the universe, and these things reside above us, and these things are different and fit into a different category than the Earth, which is the floor. It is something to speculate. Maybe these things understand, or the way that we're told to understand them, right? Jupiter being an uncontained ball of gas in a vacuum. That can't be real, so let's just be honest about that, because gas expands into spaces. So maybe Jupiter is not what we've been told. I can see it, and I can maybe describe its motion across the sky and maybe come up with some kind of predicted model to tell me when I'm going to bloody see it again. But for me to tell you what it is, I don't know. But I don't think it's what we've been told, led to believe that it is, which leads me to more questions.
That's fair. I got one more question. I appreciate you guys explaining this. I'm sure this it's different from person to person, right? But if this is the case, then I feel like this would kind of blow a hole in a lot of things, like Big Bang theories, a lot of science as we know it. And I guess I'm more curious, like, how do you believe we were created then, so to say? I don't know if that's a proper question to ask or if that's fair, if that's a loaded question, but you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, okay.
So if we look at the Big Bang cosmology, which is the creation story, let's say the suns and then planets and then the Earth and then if that's not the creation mechanism to the Earth because it isn't that, then we look and ask the question about how the Earth was created. And you're asking about the intent of it. I don't know, but there is intent. And this starts leading you down the route of, well, why were we lied to in the first place? Because possibly they've led us away from answering this now truer question. Now we know the truer reality. It isn't a sphere. We didn't come from a big bang, and evolution isn't our creative process. Okay, so what is then? Can we logically conclude that we have a creation that needs a creator? Okay, but what's our intent? Don't know. We're going to lead into a lot of other traps. These are religious traps, other traps set by men because they still don't want you knowing the truth. Probably the truth they know you to know because that truth keeps them powerful. Maybe.
Yeah, no, you answered that bang on. You pretty much answered exactly what I was looking for as far as like how does that correlate with religious beliefs and all that stuff. Cool, man. I appreciate it.
Cool. I appreciate the fact that I answered your question, man.
Is there a way to play audio in here? Anybody have a method?
Yeah, India, there's a bot. I forget what it's called. Let me check.
Yeah, I wanna play something.
If you just / play, and it's like a music note with a triangle that's blue and purple. Just hit play and then paste your link, I think. Should work.
Oh my god, this dude B is a retard. My goodness. I know that theodolite single-handedly disproves all of what flat earthers have ever said since the beginning of time. You're a goofball if you think that. You obviously don't even know how a theodolite works. If theodolites measure the curve of the Earth and that the Earth's a ball, what's the oblate ellipsoid for? What's the WGS84 datum for? If they're just, why do they need a reference surface if they're just measuring a curved surface? B. You won't say because you don't know anything about any of that. Anyway, supposedly some government's developing a 400-watt laser, and I watched a video on it. So I'm gonna play some of the audio. I thought this was funny.
Line of sight, which isn't always possible on a constantly shifting terrain like water. Rough seas and swells can easily disrupt a beam, especially over longer distances. Even a ship's vibration can cause difficulties. High-energy lasers rely on precision, but the general operation of a ship is pretty unstable. As well as waves and the motion of the ocean, you've got the vibrations from engines and onboard machinery. Maintaining a stable lock while taking all of these things into account is going to be really quite hard. And in practical terms, the sky, or rather the horizon line, is the limit here. A laser is clever, but it can't magically arc over the horizon. It's a definite physical limitation compared to a combat system like Aegis.
Right.
I like it. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take that.
Here,
I know that guy. I know that guy speaking as well. Yeah, he's the bald-headed guy with glasses, a little bit of a beard. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. You got it. Here, I'll post the original video.
Thanks.
He also says that lasers go straight, so. But somehow I missed that part when I clipped it. It's called the Songbo laser cannon. B went silent for some reason. Oh, he bolted.
Yes, he did. Fantastico musico.
Who was that guy last night? DJ Sean or is that his name? Sean?
Shane, I think
Shane.
it was Shane. Yeah.
My God, that dude was an asshole.
Oh man.
I
Yeah.
had to, like I said, I like, I can't take you seriously. I just have to stop. And then you guys are still talking for another, what, 6 hours?
A long time. Yep.
Yeah. Dude, he was so dishonest.
Yep. We pretty much broke him on the whole refraction excuse and that kind of thing by the end. He kind of gave up. But he's like that typical NPC. He'll just reset.
Oh, certainly.
Guaranteed.
First thing he said was, there's thousands of proofs the Earth is a globe. And then he trotted out the inferior mirage, which is, it's like, whoa. Unbelievable. He's like, it perfectly matches the globe. Which horizon matches the globe? The inferior mirage horizon or the water? Both of them. Well, how can they both match at the same time? I couldn't deal with that. I'm not doing that.
It was really frustrating. Yeah, he couldn't seem to get the whole geometric versus actual horizon thing.
Yeah, it's like real simple. Like, okay, can't see the bottom of the boat, but that bottom of the boat disappears underneath, the dividing line in inferior mirage. What's between that and the regular horizon? What would you see in there? The freaking
Yeah, he
boat.
kept asking how like tall is the horizon? He kept thinking it was like this thing that has a certain
How thick
height.
is it? Yes, he said.
How thick is it? Yeah. He couldn't get that. You would have to have that physical limitation of things that go past a certain height. If you're at a certain height and you don't move and you're looking out over a globe, there's a certain point where everything beyond that, when we're talking about the water, would be physically hidden. And he just couldn't seem to get that.
You think he was just doing that so he didn't have to concede anything?
I don't know what the deal with that guy was. I had a few conversations with him earlier. He seemed, at least he's respectful, but but yeah, just
I don't know. I think we have a different
yeah.
standard of respect.
Yeah,
I think
different.
it's disrespectful to be acting like that.
Yeah.
To be like totally duplicitous.
Yeah, it's kind of like Jesse Path of Light, respectful, that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. You speak softly. That's about it. That's where the respect ends. I was listening to on the level uploaded a clip with Wolfgang and these two Globers, man. I don't know where he got all that patience, man. But man, it's really it's funny to me because we do this all the time. I don't know if it'd be funny to like a normal person, but he just kept asking them. He's like, "Who measured the curve of the Earth, man?" And they were just like, you know, everything to get out from under that, even though they're the ones that brought it up. You know what I mean? And they just kept trying to sneak away from it, run away. But it was just like there was two of them at the same time. So it was like it it's really fun. Yeah, so much patience, man. And it was funny because he was saying, to the people that brought you the Epstein's, so you listen to Epstein's buddies that brought you the globe or something like that. They were not happy about that. They're saying you're just believing Epstein's buddies.
That's so funny. Yeah, I like it when he brings up that argument.
Now I gotta check something out. So, did you hear me talking about there's supposed to be a meteor here yesterday or something like that?
Yeah.
So I just saw on X someone supposedly caught it. Now it was supposed to be over Cape Cod.
Caught it.
What?
What, in a hand?
No, like on video.
Sorry. Sorry, man.
So like there was just like a bang here in Boston, and nobody knew what it was. Then someone's like, "Oh, on the GOES satellite that tracks thunderstorms, it shows a flash of light." So it was a meteor. Now someone supposedly caught it on video from, I think it was Jeffersonville, Vermont, but it's like 300 miles away, and the meteor's lower than the clouds. So obviously, clouds aren't 11 miles in the air. You know what I mean? So it's between the clouds and the Earth. I gotta check out the video closer though. I'm gonna find out where they got it. Make sure it isn't AI or something. I gotta examine it better. It didn't look like what they would typically call a meteor though. Looked kind of weird. Now what happened here is I felt a house rumble, and I thought someone upstairs just like banged into the wall, or because this is an old house, it will shake a little bit if you do something, rough house. So I thought it was just something like that. Then it turns out that it actually made some sort of bang that people heard all over the place.
Yeah, it sounds similar to something that they did in Russia, although I think the Russia one was even more powerful because it shattered windows and laid down some trees, didn't it? Do you remember that one? Do you remember that event?
Tunguska.
Yeah, thank you very
Tunguska.
much. Yeah. So on a smaller scale, perhaps. Okay, could have been something like that.
But the thing is, nobody saw anything because it was cloudy and raining, right? You just felt I just felt the house shake. I didn't hear any bang. Other people recorded like on their dash cam a bang.
Right.
But
Yeah.
in the videos they recorded, it doesn't show anything shaking, which is kind of odd, right? Big freaking like explosive bang, but like the trees don't shake. I think they had like a chime hanging and didn't move, like nothing moved at all. It was just the sound.
Yeah. But the sound can shake your house, can't it? Depending on how
Yeah, it should.
powerful. Yeah, that's right. So could have been, the fact that you didn't hear anything, that's a bit strange as well, because you would have heard a bang, some kind of thud or something, and then you get the sound wave coming through, and then the atmo itself coming through as well, because it would have upset all that.
I initially thought it came from the base. I thought the shake came from the basement.
Right.
I initially thought like, oh, maybe there was an earthquake or something. I mean, they happen here sporadically, but not very often. So they're usually like 2 on the Richter scale or 3 or something like that.
Right, right, yeah.
Like
What we call earth. They're
cybersecurity.
called earth tremors, aren't they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Not like Japan, where everything falls
Yeah,
down.
we get that every other day. You see, we get that every other day. So yeah, well accustomed to those. We had some today, and we had some yesterday. Earth tremors, because the house creaks. You can tell. You know, the house actually moves, but all part of the design. But yeah, that's strange. Anyway, and did you say the video? Did it capture any massive flash or anything? No.
No.
No. Right. Yeah. And like you said, it was cloudy. So
It was cloudy where I live. This first one was in Vermont, which is like, I'll look it up right now. It's got to be like 300 miles away.
Yeah, you said about 300 miles away, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. It's like 188 miles.
Okay. Just shy of 200 then. Wow. And your house shook like vibration, was it? Because there's shaking, yeah, shaking where the house, or was it a vibration buzz that passed through the house?
It was like a real quick shake, like someone banged on the external wall. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
It's an old house, was built in 1840, so it's it's a little rickety.
All right. Because each one's unique, isn't it? These events, they're unique, each one, So and they have a different signal each time, and so that's why I was asking, was it kind of like a buzzing vibration kind of thing? But then you said it was like a banging on the wall. Wow.
Yeah, it was like one bang, like as if someone just like was running full speed and just like slammed into the wall or something.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, yeah. That's interesting. That the sound hit your house like that, just on the one side. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I do like the sound of the cello, man. Lovely instrument. Giant violin. Very nice sound. The cello.
Hey guys, how's it going?
We're doing okay. Welcome, sir.
Right. So I was here earlier. Couldn't seem to get an answer to one of my questions. So I'll try a different question.
Hey, is that what I think it is? NGOs here. Oh shit. Okay, so simple question: if there is an atmospheric gradient, what is causing the atmospheric gradient since the Earth is not moving? No problem. No answer. Got it. Maybe the room audio is jacked up. Let me exit and come back in.
Sorry, I said that would be the temperature. That would
Okay.
be the temperature of
hear
the
anything.
gases they're in. Right, that's doing that. And then because they're all trying to find equilibrium, they're in flux. And that's basically what's going on there.
I couldn't hear anything. I don't know why. Could you try again? That's why I had to exit and come back
Your
in.
mic is kind of bad.
Yeah.
If you could find a way to fix that, it would be helpful.
All right, can you hear me better now?
No, it's about the same.
Up the phone?
It's
All right.
trash, bro. Take it out of your armpit.
Mm-hmm.
It's worse.
I will post it in the chat, but I'm not allowed to post in the chat. So
You should just start by fixing your microphone.
Did he say, how do we have a pressure gradient if the Earth isn't moving?
the atmospheric gradient. How's there an atmospheric gradient?
What does moving have to do with anything?
Don't know. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, well that's your
How do we
claim.
have it?
So you'd have to support some that with evidence, right?
For what claim?
That you're claiming that the atmospheric gradient is a result of Earth motion. If you're claiming that there's no way for us to have it if the Earth isn't
No,
in
I'm not.
motion.
I mean, that's
Okay, well
something
then
you're talking about.
your statement makes no sense.
It wasn't a statement. It was a question.
Well, why would I? What does an
Why is there?
atmospheric gradient have to do with Earth motion?
I don't know. Skip the motion. How is it that we have atmospheric gradient?
Because we are in a pressurized atmosphere and gas is produced at the surface. Also, it's warmer at the surface. You need a container to have an atmosphere to have a gradient of pressure.
No, but I'm going to debunk the first two things you said first. You said
No,
that
did you just say no? You don't need a container and you don't need containment to have a pressure gradient?
Well, containment and container aren't exactly the same thing. But
Oh,
let me go
give it
back to
up.
the first
Okay,
one.
so post your evidence that we can have a pressure gradient without containment. Post
Sure.
that in the side chat.
As soon as you guys allow me to post it, I'll do so.
Okay, you can DM it to me.
All right. So meanwhile,
No, you can DM it to me now.
I'm going to speak freely or not.
No, you're going to DM it to me
Okay, so
rather than make more
respects
claims.
you guys. This is why
Hey,
no one
if you want to
respects
make claims, you can back them up with evidence, right?
I'm responding to your counter. All right. You said
Okay.
that there was something going on with the fact that the surface of the Earth, things on the surface of the Earth are warmer or something like that. It was a little incoherent. So, the fact that that it is warmer on the surface does not mean that there's an atmospheric gradient. In fact,
I didn't say that. You asked why we had an atmospheric gradient, and that was one of the reasons.
That's not a reason. That's unreasonable.
Oh, really? Tell me why.
Because the warmer something is, the less dense it is.
Okay.
Okay. All right, guys.
So we're in a container?
Do you understand that gases will, when they become cold, they will fall back to Earth? Yeah, anyway, he's gone, so I guess he wins.
Wait, so we're in a container?
Well, I don't know, but gas pressure requires containment. So we definitely don't have the heliocentric model where we have a pressurized atmosphere adjacent to a vacuum without containment, right?
Wrong.
Okay, well, cool. Post your proof of air pressure without containment, of gas pressure without containment.
What an atmosphere is.
Okay, post your evidence that we can have gas pressure without a container.
Again, there's a physical container and there's forces.
Okay, whatever.
So,
Post your evidence. Whatever claim you're making, show us that we can have gas pressure without a container.
well, the gradient that was cited is evidence.
No, that's not what I
That's
asked
evidence.
for. You
No, yeah,
need
but
you
air
need a
pressure
container
gradient.
you need pressure to have a gradient. You need a container to have a gradient.
No, in it. Okay, you
Okay,
ever
great.
you ever
If you're
get
gonna
a
keep saying no, then you're gonna post evidence of your claim.
well? Have you ever had a jar of and you see like you notice how the air doesn't all like accumulate at the bottom of the jar?
Okay,
Like it
I
fills the
don't think you
container.
understand because this is just nonsense you're talking about.
If gases expand to fill a container, you don't have a gradient.
Okay, so post your evidence that we can
It's the
have a
gradient.
gas pressure gradient without containment.
It's it's an atmosphere. Gases have mass.
That is
They have weight.
circular logic. I want you to post the experiment that shows us we can have a gas pressure gradient without containment.
Experiment with planets.
No, that's not how this works. You're going to show
Well,
us an
that's what
actual
we're talking about. We're
experiment.
talking about the
No, we're
force
not
of
going to make
gravity.
claims about things we can't prove,
No, but
right? You're not
it's
going to
about
appeal to planets or space or something. You're going to show
it's
me an
gravity.
actual experiment that shows that we can have gas pressure, a gas pressure gradient without containment.
Yeah, the question itself is
Okay.
ridiculous.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Go ahead.
it's like
So when you have some evidence, we can talk about it.
image of.
Okay. All right. So does someone else have proof of this claim?
Yeah, over the fence. You
yes,
shook
I
him up,
can.
and gravity came out of his pocket.
Well,
Okay.
it's Ice JJ Fish, you know.
Yeah, you did a good job. Gravity. He did drop the gravity on the floor. Okay.
Well, he still have to prove that. He still has the same problem.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, is there anybody else?
Yeah, I can address it.
Oh. Hey, Brenda. How's it going?
What was that?
So, do you have an experiment that proves that we can have a pressure gradient without containment?
There's no law in physics that says you can't.
It's in the definition of air pressure that it is the molecules bouncing against off the walls of the container. So you're gonna, instead of making a claim that there's no rule for that, you're gonna show me how that doesn't exist.
You didn't cite a law of physics.
Okay, Brenda, are you gonna post an experiment to prove your claim, or are you just gonna sit there and do what
No,
you do?
you are straw manning the physical
Okay, Brenda.
laws of gas.
Well,
No, let me
okay, Brenda.
explain.
Blah blah
Let me
blah. Okay,
explain.
Brenda, if you want to claim that gas pressure gradients don't require containment, then you're gonna need to prove it.
It's not a law of physics.
Okay, I don't care if it's a law of physics, Brenda. Post the evidence that it can exist without a container.
No, your question is malformed.
Okay, I really don't care, Brenda. If you want to make a claim that we can have a gas pressure gradient without containment, you're going to need to prove that to me. And it's not done with semantics.
Oh, okay. Well, then the laws of physics.
Okay, I really don't care. Can you if it's a law of physics, then you should be able to prove it.
Allow me. You need to allow me.
No, I don't really need to allow you anything, do I?
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. This is our room.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, Brenda,
So
you're going to post an experiment. Are you going to post an experiment, Brenda, or are you just going to waffle?
I'm going to inform you about physics.
Okay. No, I'm not asking you to inform me about physics. I'm asking you to prove something empirically.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Right. I'm going to prove that you're wrong, that you're
Okay, you're going to prove that
physics.
I'm wrong. You're going to prove that I'm wrong with an experiment that proves that I'm wrong. Not with your words, not with your claims. Can you do that?
Experiments don't prove things.
Okay, very well.
They don't.
Okay. Anyway, does anyone else have proof that we can have an air pressure gradient without containment? Anyone? If anyone wants to engage with Ice JJ Fish or Brenda, like feel free to do so, but you know, it's been a good day and I'd like
to
it to
hear
stay
Brenda.
good. Well, I'm sure you would, but do you have any evidence of a gas pressure gradient existing without containment?
No, I was just interested to hear his position. I'm just listening.
Okay.
Yeah, you asked if anybody
Well, the problem
wanted to
is
engage with him.
we can say that physics says XYZ. We can say, oh, there's no law for this. But if we don't actually show something empirically, it's just a claim.
So what holds in the air on a flat Earth then?
What do you mean holds in the air?
Well, how does oxygen work on a flat Earth?
How does oxygen work?
Yes.
What kind of question is that? What do you mean oxygen work?
How do we breathe on a flat Earth?
Because we have air pressure.
How's that?
Right, so where does that come from?
Well, obviously we have air pressure, so what do you mean, where does it come from? We can't I'm not trying to
Where's
prove
that?
how we have air pressure,
Why?
understand? Let me finish. I'm not trying to prove why we have air pressure. I can't prove that to you, right? But I can disprove the heliocentric model, which claims that we have air pressure adjacent to a vacuum with no containment. Do you understand the difference?
Is there no experiments to prove that there's air pressure?
What? No, we can measure air pressure. What's your question? This is foolishness. I don't understand what you're getting at.
So you can't
Why do
prove
we have
there's air
oxygen?
pressure
Has
on a
nothing.
flat Earth.
Okay, we cannot have air pressure adjacent to a vacuum without containment.
Based on
And
what?
that's
We'd
what we're
have to be in
falsifying.
a container.
Based on what?
I can falsify something. That doesn't mean I need to replace it, right?
What?
Well, you're falsifying it by
Falsify the
saying that there would
heliocentric
have to
claim
be a
without having
container.
to replace it with a new claim. Do you
But
understand
what
the
are you
difference?
basing your claim off of? Like, is there a science experiment or a paper?
What claim did
or
I make? What claim did I make? That
you
you're
said we cannot have a gradient without a container.
Yeah, you cannot have air pressure without containment. Correct.
Yeah.
Right. So that would mean that we're in a container.
Well, not necessarily, but it means that we don't have air pressure adjacent to a vacuum of space without containment. Do you understand?
Well, what do you define as a container?
Once again, falsification is independent of replacement.
What do you
I
define
am
as a
just
container?
disproving the heliocentric claims. I am not making other claims.
Yeah,
Does
but you're
that
kind
help
of
out?
falsifying it by replacing it.
That's not how it has to work. For example,
But it is what you're doing.
okay, do you have an experiment that proves that we can have air pressure next to
No, I was just
a
listening to
vacuum
the
without containment?
conversation, but
Okay,
you're
well then
lying
this
about
is
what
just
you're doing.
semantics, right? Okay. So does anyone have an actual proof to back up their claim? Does someone have an experiment where they can show us gas pressure next to a vacuum without containment?
The three
There's no
people you were
experiments.
debating
There's
with, you
no
muted them,
experiments
so
for
it's
that.
kind of hard to.
Well, they don't have it either. Trust me. Brenda isn't new.
Well, sister, there's
So-
no experiments for that. If that's what you're looking for, that.
Okay, so there's nothing to
that.
prove that we can have air pressure next to a vacuum without containment.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
But you just said there's nothing to prove it. So
There's
what
nothing
do you
to
mean
prove
you
that
wouldn't go that far?
specific experiment.
No, so
That's a
there's
very
nothing to
specific
show.
one.
There's nothing to show we can have air pressure next to
No,
a vacuum
there is
without
stuff to
containment.
show that, but there's no
Keith,
experiment that's been done like that.
Okay,
Well, yeah,
so
but
why
even
should
if
we
there
why should we
was,
think that happens if there's no empirical evidence for that claim?
Because we have an idea of how gases work and what containers are, and I think you're defining container a bit differently than everybody else.
Oh, really? Okay. How do you define a container?
Well, let's see. I go by the standard definition, which is a receptacle, enclosure, or standardized unit used to hold, store, or transport items. And
It's
there's
not
a
just
different scientific definition that's
Okay.
slightly different.
Okay, tell me that.
Okay, so the scientific definition would be a vessel used to hold, measure, or preserve substances, i.e.
Okay,
a
well,
gas.
congratulations. You can read AI. That's fine.
Well, that's
How
not
does this
AI.
disprove anything I say? We all know what a container is, right? I didn't need to look
Okay.
up the definition of that. Nothing you said disproves anything that I said.
So you don't think
not
there's
trying to
containers on a
disprove
globe
what
Earth
you-
in the atmosphere?
We're not
Okay,
trying to
we're not-
disprove what you said.
not
We're saying that your logic is leading to the point that Earth isn't a container.
Okay, no. My point is that the heliocentric model is falsified because of the fact that we have air pressure. Because the claim is that it's adjacent to a vacuum, which cannot be the case. That's all I'm doing. I'm not replacing it with a new idea. I'm not making a claim about air pressure. We just have measurement. We have proof that air pressure requires containment, cannot have it next to a vacuum. I don't understand what's difficult about this. The heliocentric claim is what we are disproving.
So with container, okay, so any pressure system that you can create on a smaller scale here on the Earth requires you to have a physical container. Like if you want to have a balloon pumped up, if you want to pump something up to 20 psi or something like that, you're going to have a container to be able to do that. The definition of gas pressure says that a container is required, and every test basically that we can do requires a container. So the question is, if you want to say other things could be a container, right, like gravity, for example, then you would have to be able to validate that through experimentation. We can't just beg the question like Brenda was trying to do, or maybe it was the other guy, right? Just saying, oh, the atmosphere is the proof. That's the thing in question. So does anyone have an example of being able to have gas pressure without a container? Adjacent to a vacuum would be nice. I mean, that's the claim, that you have a gas pressure system, right? You have a ball of gas and water inside a giant space vacuum with no container. If you want to say it's gravity, then that would require you to be able to validate that for us. And basically the only response we usually get is that's not possible to do, because you would have to have something the size of the globe. And so basically it comes down to faith.
No, I mean, I would say it's a good thing we have several other globe-sized objects in our solar system and across the universe that we can also observe.
Right, but you're just making an observation that's based off a bunch of assumptions that you can never test. So it's still begging the question, because it's going against the very thing that's in question. Okay, you don't have any evidence that what you're looking at, some little lights in the sky.
Okay, so how would we test it?
You can't. How could you test what? Sorry, specifically.
Whether the atmospheres were being held in place by gravity and acceleration.
Yeah, it's not possible, because there's no such thing, and it's not possible to do. It goes against natural laws. It goes against anything that's possible. But you claim it is possible, so that would be a you problem. Unfortunately, with all due respect, I'm not trying to be rude, but
no,
it's something
what I'm getting at is you're wanting us to test it, right? So what would be the test for that?
You can't test something that doesn't exist, but you think it exists. So I mean, you tried it. You prove us wrong.
What would be?
Well, you said we need to do an experiment on it, right? So what would the experiment we would need to do be?
Well, this is
That's for you to find out.
Saying,
oh,
yeah. I think that it doesn't.
That's kind of convenient. You need to do an experiment, but
Yeah. It's kind of like this, brother. I make a claim, and then you tell me, where's your proof for your claim? And then I say, how would you prove it?
What would be the contention with making the claim like gravity is the wall?
You can't prove. I mean, you can't validate that to be the case. You don't have any evidence for it. I mean, you could claim it, but then we would say, can you back that claim up? And then you're not going to be able to do that. I mean, for example, we could put some gas in a container and then take the lid off, and none of that gas is going to stay in the container. I mean, like, let's say
observe it not staying in the container, right? So when we look at these other planets and we observe their atmospheres staying in place, what do?
This is all.
We don't observe that.
No, you don't observe that. You've been told a story about some little.
Oh, so my eyes are not seeing what they're seeing.
What are you seeing? What are you seeing? Give me a specific example.
What I just said. Exactly what I just said.
No, that's just a story you've been told about some little blurry lights that you can see in the sky that you can never test.
Well, this channel boiled down to about what I thought it would.
Yeah, you guys not able to back your claims up, just
yeah,
basically
exactly.
looking up into the sky. Yeah.
It boiled down to you were asked to prove your claims and couldn't. That's funny.
Yeah, he said he could see the atmosphere in space. Wow, good telescopes.
Dude, I suppose you can see the diamonds buried in the cores of those things you think are planets too, right?
They'll be having telescopes with mine detectors on them soon. You watch.
Jen. People like that show up. They're asked to prove their claims. They can't. Then they say, "Oh, well, this is what I thought flat Earth would be." Flat Earth can't tell me how to prove my claims.
It's the absurdity of it all. Come on. Yeah.
I went to this flat Earth server because I was interested. They just couldn't tell me how to prove my claims about the globe. I can't figure it out.
Oh. It's embarrassing and cringe, all rolled into one.
So, Jen, what was the two big problems that Logic Boy had in his logic that he gave us earlier?
The logic that it wasn't logical, it was illogical. What he put down, right? Couldn't falsify the globe. And what else did he say? He said that if it was from the beginning, if P, then Q, but he didn't have the Q, did he? So he didn't have a logical premise. He didn't have anything that was logical. That's how I best describe that.
Okay, well let's say he said so I actually wrote it down. Hold on, let me post it here.
Yeah. Your analogy of if Earth, then cats and dogs or something. No cats and dogs, Earth, not a globe. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah. All right, look what I just posted. What I just posted there.
Okay, hang on.
I posted his argument, then I posted it in text form, then I posted the just swapping out globe view for flat view, and then I posted what was wrong with his claim there.
Wow, you posted it a lot, yeah.
So you notice how you could just take what he said and just switch globe and flat, and it ends up with the same result?
Yeah, you said that. Yeah, you said that as well. That you can reverse the globe and the Earth, and you still have the same thing in reverse. Yeah, it was just
right,
stupid.
But notice too how the idea of the Earth being flat. So if you just say the Earth is flat, or the Earth is a globe, or the Earth is a cube, that's just tantamount to a fact, right? Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. It's in the category of that's just what it is.
Yeah.
And then he switched it to the counter is a view. So he said the Earth is flat, but then there's a non-flat view. So one is just a what? No. Okay, so the counter to a fact is not a view. You follow?
Yeah.
You can't rebut a fact with an opinion, right?
No, a fact is a fact, and that's that.
You have to have you have to have a counterfact.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Bro. What are you even talking about, dude?
Yeah, I think he's talking to someone else there.
Hey, Fenson, I'm trying to have a conversation with Jin, not with somebody who's incoherent babbling. Thanks.
So, Jin.
Yeah.
Hey, Fenson, just go on mute, Fenson. And listen. Thanks. So
you're saying you have to back it
if
up with
there's
a
a
fact.
if there's a soda in my fridge,
right,
and I put it in there, right? It's a sugar soda, so everyone knows that a Coke that's not a Diet Coke is full of sugar, right? So I put it in my fridge, and it's in my fridge, and then one of my friends tells another one of my friends, "Hey, there's a Coke in AI's fridge," and he says, "No, there isn't, because don't you know that AI is a diabetic? He wouldn't have a sugar Coke in his fridge. That just can't be true."
right,
Right?
right. So
That couldn't, his opinion of that I wouldn't have a Coke in my fridge because I'm diabetic, right? That doesn't change the material fact that the other friend saw a Coke in the fridge. Maybe that Coke belongs to somebody else.
right.
And he might also say, no, you know, AI, he's very health conscious. He wouldn't have a sugared drink in his fridge. You know, just telling you all these opinions about my motives or what I wouldn't do, what I couldn't believe. He's not talking about the fact that there is or isn't a Coke in the fridge.
That's right. Yeah, he's trying to not. Yeah, he's not acknowledging. Like the other. Yeah, he's seen it.
None of those things can lead to the conclusion there's no Coke in the fridge.
Yeah, no, not in the
But you
case.
could go,
not in the
right.
case because the guy's seen it in. Right.
Right. So the correct rebuttal to there's a Coke in the fridge is there is no Coke in the fridge because I opened the fridge and the fridge is empty.
Empty. Right. And it seems he hasn't done that. Then he can't make that claim, or it's not right to say what he said.
Right. So your opinion of whether there's a Coke in the fridge or not is not in the same category of whether there is a Coke in the fridge or not. One's a material fact and one's just your viewpoint on the matter. So what Mr. Logic Boy did is he switched halfway through. He switched from a material fact to somebody's view about that fact and tried to put those in contention with each other. And say, well, if my view, go ahead.
I was going to say the material fact then is that the Earth is flat. That's a fact, isn't it?
Or a globe. You know, you could pick either one.
Yeah, but Earth isn't a globe. Would that be?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, doesn't matter. Oh, well, fair enough.
It's in that category. Now it could be untrue, but it doesn't change the fact that it's just in that category. And look, an object just is what it is. It either is a cube, it is a sphere, it is a triangle, you know, it is a banana.
Yeah, it is a cone. Yeah.
Right. So let's assume you don't know one way or the other. Right. And so someone just tells you the Earth is either flat or a globe. And then they present you with that logic that Homie presented. Well, his logic wouldn't get you to the answer that it can't be flat.
No, because I'm just going to go and measure it for myself to find.
Right, but even the area of where he's talking about the contradictions is what proves his case. The contradictions are only in a viewpoint. They're not in a material fact.
Right.
So you could have views about a fact that have contradictions within the views separate from the fact. And that wouldn't disprove the fact.
That's right. Yeah.
So he crosses his categories halfway through the argument. So he's got a category.
His views. Yeah, go ahead. I was going to say his views do not supersede the fact. But carry on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like I feel like if you know something to be a fact, then it stops being your view and it just starts being a fact, right?
Exactly. Yeah, and you can't bring your opinions in there to try and disprove it. You
like if like two people are standing right beside each other, and they were looking at that can of Coke in the fridge, then they both know for a fact that can of Coke is in the fridge, right? So their opinion on the matter is a fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like so it becomes 2 in 1. It becomes the same thing. I don't disagree with you on a lot of things, but I disagree with you on that.
No, dude, you weren't paying attention, dude.
I think me and Jen are on the same page. I think.
No, dude, you're missing the point, dude.
Mm.
That in this scenario, the parties haven't looked in the fridge yet. At least one of them.
Oh, right. Then it's totally different. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
One of them doesn't know, you see. So his opinions don't really matter. because the fact is
Right.
there is a drink in the fridge, and one of them
Right.
knows
Yeah,
that.
I missed that part. I hold my hands
Yeah.
up. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
so he's
missed that
basically
part.
telling
That's
the
all right.
other person. He's basically telling the other person, your opinions about a material fact have contradictions. Therefore, the material fact is true.
Yeah, no,
That
that's
doesn't
bullshit.
make any sense,
No,
dude.
no, not at all.
Or not true. You know, because this guy was trying to argue that someone has opinions about the Earth being flat that don't have contradictions that include the Earth being a globe. Therefore, the Earth can't be flat. So it's basically like you could just put any opinion in there that doesn't have a contradiction. You could talk about Star Trek, right, and Klingons, and
Yeah,
have no
Star Wars is in
contradictions.
low Earth orbit, right?
Yeah, you could
Yeah.
talk about anything that doesn't have contradictions, and all of a sudden it must be true. Like, get real, dude.
Yeah, it was silly.
That's what the Globers do, though, right? They don't want
Yeah.
to talk about the measurements, so they just talk about everything except from the actual fucking measurements. You know, the measurements which
Yeah.
measure the Earth to be flat.
Yeah. That
Like,
when he came in last month and did that, and he actually asked me a question, I said to him that it doesn't matter because I can go and measure it, and the way you formed the question wasn't right, didn't make sense. And then I think Radwin and a few others came in and did the service to put him right. Yeah. It went on for about 30 minutes, got a bit heated, and then he was muted in the end because he was just being silly.
I think one of the most
Dude, I don't.
important tactics that I've been taught in Flat Earth is that, like, when I'm debating someone, I try not to move away from just the basic fact of the world measures flat, you know, because anything
Yeah.
that they add onto it, they can try and contradict you with, you know. So I keep it very, very simple. It's always just the world measures flat. You
Yeah,
know?
that's the safest position, you see. That's why I use it
Mm.
all the time. I can easily go and check it and measure it. And I've done that, so I know. Doesn't
And the
matter
truth
what
is,
you say. Yeah.
Jen, you could
Yeah.
be in a debate with them, and they could be shitting on you about, like, say, like, they know way more about, like, a fucking refraction than what you do, right?
Yeah.
And you could just bring it back to, like, yeah, but the world measures flat, you know?
Yeah. I always
Like,
do that.
you can always bring it back to that. They could be shitting on you about anything. Just bring it back to that, and you've
Yeah.
won. You know, you can't
Yeah.
lose.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And for me, it's not like winning or losing to be exact. I'm just stating a point of fact. And it's them that get bum hurt in the end anyway. Yeah. So when he,
We're
like
just
I
here
said,
to
he kept,
change people's opinion, right?
yeah, that's right. No, yeah, that's the thing. They don't realize when you know something, the truth doesn't care about your opinion.
And I think
Come
deep
on
down
now.
as well, we don't even just have a desire to make them believe that the world is flat. We have a desire just for
No.
them to question what's going on around them a little bit more.
Yeah, that's right. And go and check. The desire really is just to go and find out, do the good thing and pass it on. That's it. That's my position. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I'm better than you. It's not the point here. The point is we've been misled. Now I found out. Can you now have a look at this and check for yourself? Okay, you know, but they're pushing back without checking. That's the thing. I don't have to. They've already done it. Right. Yeah. So
I
that
suppose it's a brilliant.
individual. Yeah, that
It's a
individual
brilliant
with
way.
his. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. No, you go ahead, Jen.
Sorry, yeah, I was going to say that individual with his convoluted Monas Tolan. He's AI got it right. He's obviously in pain that flat Earth is true. He's in pain. Why would you work so hard to make something so convoluted and be coming here for months? All right, you know, yeah, he's silly, man. And then obviously he's hoping there's going to be people who are not aware, and he's going to be trying to make us look foolish for an hour. Do you know what I mean? That's really low, isn't it? That's really low.
It is, and there's a deeper rooted level of cognitive dissonance there, right? Like, there's
Yeah.
a really deep rooted level of just arrogance and you know.
Well, it's pure 100% deceitfulness and spitefulness, and he wants to destroy the truth, but he cannot do that. That's the psychology right there. He's just trying to make us look foolish, like we don't know what we're talking about. Okay, and if we don't know what we're talking about, we're going to be looking silly for an hour debating this fool.
And the
Right,
only
yeah,
way
you know?
the only way that you can ever do that as well is by sticking to the simple fact that it measures flat. You know, because
Yeah.
otherwise these people are very twisted and they'll take you on roads that you didn't even